God-level rich system, birthday party full of sexy beauties. The God-tier Tycoon system. Outside the dormitory building of Jiangzhou University. The evening breeze carried fallen leaves through the air, mixed with the savory scent of food drifting from the cafeteria. Lin Fan walked slowly through the south gate, carrying a 5-yuan bag of zhajiang noodles. He glanced down at the now cold takeaway in his hand and pulled a bitter smile. Same old stuff. 3 years, and the taste hasn't changed at all. Lin Fan was a junior, an ordinary student in the computer science department. His parents had divorced early on, and he survived on scholarships and part-time jobs. With only 800 yuan for monthly expenses, he couldn't even afford a new pair of shoes. Tonight, his four dorm mates had all gone out for fun, leaving him alone in the cramped 6-person room. Earlier that afternoon, he had submitted his scholarship application at the department office. If it didn't get approved, he'd have no living expenses for the second half of the semester. Back in the dorm, Lin Fan tossed the bag of noodles onto the desk and slumped into a chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Others enjoyed their lively college lives. Meanwhile, he struggled just to eat. As for having a girlfriend, that was pure luxury. He recalled the humiliation from freshman year during military training, when the department beauty, Chen Sini, had casually scoffed at him. Pathetic. Back then, Lin Fan had helped her carry her luggage and eagerly handed her a bottle of water only to be met with disgust. Guys like you shouldn't even bother. My boyfriend's random gifts are worth a year of your wages. Since then, Lin Fan had never spoken to her again. But the humiliation festered deep inside him. Why, he muttered through clenched fists. Why must I live under others' feet my whole life? If the heavens have eyes, give me a chance to rise. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected strong emotional fluctuations. Binding conditions met. God-tier Tycoon system initializing. Binding successful. Lin Fan froze, sitting upright and scanning the empty dorm room. Only the wind could be heard through the window. Who's there? He rubbed his ears, thinking he was hallucinating. No need to panic, host, the voice replied calmly. I am the God-tier Tycoon system, code X001, created to change your destiny. You have long lived in a state of resource deprivation. Your desire for wealth has reached its peak, and you have been selected. From now on, you shall become the master of fortune. Complete missions and you will earn limitless wealth and privileges. Lin Fan swallowed hard, his mind struggling to keep up. He had read countless system novels, but experiencing it for real felt like a dream. You mean I can get rich? For real? The authenticity is beyond doubt, the system replied coldly. New host bonus, would you like to claim it now? Claim it. Lin Fan said quickly, heart pounding like a drum. Ding. Newbie package opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 300 million renminbi in cash, a top-floor penthouse at Tianqiwan, Jiangzhou City. A Ferrari SF90 Straydale. All rewards have been issued to your account and designated locations. Please verify. Lin Fan's phone buzzed. He pulled it out and saw a notification from his bank app. Your account ending in 0319 has received a transfer of 300 million renminbi. Current balance, 300 million and 47 renminbi. Another notification popped up. Congratulations. You are now the owner of a Tianqiwan penthouse. Please bring your ID to complete move-in procedures. Lin Fan stared at the screen, his hands trembling so much he almost dropped the phone. 300 million. A broke college student like him, suddenly sitting on 300 million. He refreshed the app again and again, the balance didn't change. He even suspected a banking error, but the property notification was very real. This is real. Lin Fan muttered hoarsely. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Host, please accept your first mission, the system continued. Mission, spend 3 million renminbi within 24 hours. Reward, 10x cashback 30 million renminbi. Penalty for failure, system unbinds. Spend 3 million, and get 30 million back. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, excitement slowly replacing shock. He looked down at his wrinkled hoodie, quickly calculating. 3 million was astronomical to him. But compared to 300 million, it was nothing. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message in the class group chat. Guys, tomorrow's Chen Sini's birthday. Party at the Gold Emperor Hotel. Everyone, come show some love. Sent by class president Zhang Wei, the message quickly got flooded with replies. Gold Emperor Hotel? That's 5-star. Insane. I heard her boyfriend's loaded, second-generation rich kid. Man, that party's gonna be high-end. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Thinking back to Chen Sini's past insults, he smirked slightly. He dialed the Gold Emperor Hotel. Lowering his voice, he said, "Hello, I'd like to reserve your top-floor banquet hall for tomorrow night." "How much?" The staff hesitated before replying, "Sir, it's already booked by a Mr. Zhu. Also, the venue isn't cheap. The base fee is 300,000 renminbi, and with catering and service, minimum 500,000 renminbi." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, sneering inwardly. Mr. Zhu. Most likely Chen Sini's rich boyfriend. Keeping his voice steady, Lin Fan said. "Since it's already booked, I have a request. Double the standard for the banquet. Top-tier decorations, finest ingredients, best service." "How much in total?" There was a pause, then the manager asked cautiously. "Sir, are you saying, upgrade the 500,000 renminbi party to a 1 million plus RMB setup? If you want the absolute best imported ingredients, custom decor, elite staff, the total will be around 1.5 million renminbi. Should I notify the existing client?" "No need," Lin Fan said calmly. 1.5 million it is. Proceed." The manager's tone immediately became enthusiastic. "Of course, sir. We'll arrange everything to the highest standards. Would you like to transfer the payment now or?" "Now." Lin Fan opened his bank app and, with a few taps, transferred 1.5 million renminbi. Payment completed. "I'll check the results tomorrow," he said flatly. "Yes, Mr. Lin. Everything will be perfect." Hanging up, Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. He didn't plan to reveal himself just yet. No need to confront Chen Sini and her boyfriend head-on. He wanted to stand atop the Gold Emperor Hotel tomorrow night and crush them. 1.5 million spent to start, he murmured. "I'll save the other 1.5 million for an even bigger surprise tomorrow." Chen Sini, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed coldly. "Your rich boyfriend. Tomorrow night, you'll both be nothing but side characters in my story. Chapter 2, Will You Stay With Me Forever? The next evening. Night fell, and the city lights of Jiangzhou shimmered like a sea of stars. Lin Fan sat in the living room of the luxurious Jiangzhou residence, with the dazzling skyline visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He had changed into newly bought clothes, looking low-key yet refined. Heading downstairs to the garage, he saw the Ferrari SF90 Stradale quietly parked there. Its fiery red body gleamed coldly under the lights. He got into the driver's seat. The engine growled to life, and the car glided out like a shadow, heading straight for the Golden Emperor Hotel. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the hotel. The parking lot was packed with luxury cars, Porsches, Mercedes, everywhere. After parking, he stepped out of the car but didn't rush inside. Instead, he lit a cigarette beside the Ferrari, squinting at the hotel building. From a distance, he could faintly see the silhouette of the crystal viewing platform on the rooftop. A result of the 1.5 million yuan upgrade he had funded the night before. As Lin Fan entered the hotel lobby, stepping through the revolving door, he heard a familiar burst of laughter. He looked up. It was Chen Sini chatting with a few friends near the reception desk. She wore a stunning white gown, a diamond bracelet glittering on her wrist. Beside her stood a tall man in a tailored suit, twirling a Porsche keychain in his hand, her boyfriend, Zhu Hao. "Brother Hao, your party is just insane." A man in a floral shirt clapped Zhu Hao on the shoulder. "I asked the manager earlier. They said there's a crystal viewing platform tonight, plus a fireworks show. That must cost a fortune, right?" Zhu Hao paused briefly, then smiled and said, "Money's not an issue. It's Sini's birthday, I have to give her the best. I set a 500,000 yuan budget and told the hotel to make it look classy. Didn't expect they'd go this all out. I guess they put their hearts into it." 500,000, another friend exclaimed, eyes wide. "Brother Zhu, nobody in Jiangzhou can outdo you." Chen Sini tucked her hair behind her ear, flashing a charming smile. "Of course. Hao said tonight, I have to be the brightest star in the room. You should have seen the manager's attitude, bowing and scraping. Probably saw how wealthy Hao is and gave us a free upgrade. Standing not far away, Lin Fan lowered his head to light another cigarette, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. Zhu Hao's 500,000 yuan could barely cover a basic banquet hall. The crystal viewing platform and the fireworks show. That was all Lin Fan's 1.5 million yuan at work. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside the rooftop terrace. Several guests rushed in, faces filled with excitement. Did you guys see the parking lot? There's a Ferrari SF90 straight ale parked out there. Fiery red. It's insane. No way. Zhu Hao leaned over to take a look. An SF90? That car's like 38 million yuan. My Porsche's only 2 million. Who the hell showed up with that beast? Chen Sini also peeked over in shock. Seriously? There's only a handful of people in Jiangzhou who own that car. Who could it be tonight? The man in the floral shirt clicked his tongue in amazement. I snapped a pic downstairs. The plate's brand new. Probably some low-key big shot. Brother Hao, you know who it might be? Zhu Hao frowned and shook his head. Never heard of it. Everyone I invited tonight is someone I know. No one fits that profile. He paused, then forced a smile. Maybe it's a friend who came secretly to surprise me. Guests buzzed with excitement. Some googled the car, others crowded near the terrace for a better look. Chen Sini clung to Zhu Hao's arm, cooing. Who cares whose car it is? Tonight, we're the stars. Nobody can steal our thunder. Lin Fan stood silently at a corner of the terrace, cigarette between his fingers, listening to their excited chatter. Hearing them throw around the figure 38 million, he couldn't help but smile. Crushing out the cigarette, Lin Fan headed to the elevator and pressed the top floor button. As the elevator doors opened, he stepped into the banquet hall he had personally transformed. The crystal viewing platform sparkled under the lights. The terrace was decorated with flowers and a champagne tower. Waiters carried trays laden with top-shelf alcohol. He had just settled into a corner when an irritating voice pierced the air. Yo, isn't he that Lin Fan? Zhu Hao put down his champagne glass, squinting at Lin Fan with thinly veiled contempt. You actually showed up. Figures. Living off instant noodles every day must be rough. Eat your fill later. And remember to pack up the leftovers. Lin Fan glanced at him calmly, picked up the coffee a waiter had brought, and took a sip without responding. Standing beside Zhu Hao, Chen Sini frowned slightly, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Although she disliked Lin Fan, she didn't speak up. She just hummed coldly and pretended to adjust her dress. The man in the floral shirt leaned over, laughing. Lin Fan, aren't you living off scholarships? Tonight's meal probably costs more than your monthly expenses, huh? Don't forget to pack some leftovers. Smart move, saving money. Another man with glasses chimed in. People should know their place. Nothing here is within your reach. Don't embarrass yourself. Zhu Hao waved dismissively, pretending to be magnanimous. Forget it. Let him eat. After all, it's Sini's birthday. I should be gracious. Lin Fan, once you're full, make yourself scarce. Don't kill the vibe. He added mockingly. Waiter, bring him a doggy bag. Can't waste my top-tier food. Several guests snickered under their breath. Some waiters glanced curiously. Lin Fan put down his coffee, slowly stood up, tidied his clothes casually, and said flatly. No need. I'll be fine. Zhu Hao sneered at his retreating back, disdain written all over his face. He shook his head, unwilling to let a pauper ruin his mood. Turning to Chen Sini, he smiled warmly. Baby, let us go. It's time. Chen Sini let out a soft hum of agreement, though her eyes flickered with impatience. Still, she maintained a sweet smile and gracefully held Zhu Hao's arm as they walked to the stage. Under the shimmering crystal chandeliers, they became the center of attention. Conversation stopped. Guests set down their drinks, all gazing at the dazzling couple. A waiter handed Zhu Hao a microphone. Clearing his throat, Zhu Hao's voice echoed through the hall. Dear friends, thank you for being here tonight. Today is Sini's birthday. I booked the top floor of the Golden Emperor Hotel to give her an unforgettable evening. Being with Cindy has been my greatest blessing. She's not just my girlfriend, she's my pride and joy. So tonight, eat well, drink plenty, and let's celebrate Cindy together." As he finished, the room erupted into applause. Someone shouted, "Brother Ju, you're the best." Cindy's so lucky. Tears welled up in Chen Cindy's eyes. Covering her mouth, she smiled through her emotions, clearly moved. Looking up at Ju Hao, she said in a slightly choked voice, "Hao, you're so good to me. I don't even know what to say." Ju Hao smiled proudly. From his inner jacket pocket, he pulled out a delicate red jewelry box. Amid the guests' expectant gazes, he slowly opened it. Inside was a massive diamond ring at least 3 carats. Tiny diamonds surrounded the centerpiece, refracting dazzling light. Luxury so intense it left everyone breathless. Ju Hao knelt on one knee, gazing deeply into Chen Cindy's eyes. "Cindy, I had this ring custom made for you, to represent my heart. Will you stay with me forever?" Wow! The crowd exploded with gasps and applause. Tears streamed down Chen Cindy's face. She nodded vigorously, sobbing, "I will. I will." Ju Hao stood up and slipped the ring onto her finger. They embraced tightly under the shimmering lights. Jealous and admiring gazes filled the room. Camera flashes went off non-stop. "That diamond is insane. How much does it cost?" The man in the floral shirt whispered in awe. "At least $1 million, easily," the man with glasses muttered, full of admiration. "Brother Hao is spoiling her rotten. Top floor banquet and a diamond ring, who could outshine them tonight?" Everyone raised their glasses in toast to the couple on stage. At that moment, the hotel manager began walking toward Lin Fan. Chapter 3. Don't be an eye-catcher here. In the banquet hall on the top floor of the Golden Emperor Hotel, the lights are bright, and the crystal observation deck reflects a hazy light in the night. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, overlooking the lights of Jiangzhou City, with a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth. In the hall, Chen Cindy and Ju Hao had just come down from the crystal viewing platform, and the guests surrounded them and took pictures to congratulate them. The 3-carat diamond ring sparkled on Chen Cindy's hand. She was smiling from ear to ear, and from time to time she looked down to admire the ring, her eyes full of pride. Ju Hao put his arm around her waist, accepting everyone's flattery with an unconcealable look of satisfaction on his face. The hotel manager walked quickly through the crowd and headed towards the terrace. His uniform was neatly dressed and he had a respectful smile on his face. After seeing Lin Fan, he bowed slightly and whispered, "Mr. Lin, everything you asked me to do has been arranged. Do you have any other instructions?" Lin Fan put out his cigarette, turned to look at the manager, and whispered a few words, so softly that only the two of them could hear it. After the manager heard this, his eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly, "I understand, Mr. Lin. I'll do it right away and make sure it's foolproof." Lin Fan leaned against the railing and glanced towards the hall. The atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became lively. Several guests walked towards Chen Cindy holding gift boxes, with smiles on their faces. Someone presented an exquisite limited edition Chanel handbag, someone handed over a beautifully packaged jewelry box, and someone else held a bottle of collector's edition champagne. The gifts were varied and valuable, causing exclamations from those around. "Cindy, happy birthday. I waited in line for a month to get this handbag," said a girl in a red dress with a smile. "This is the necklace I brought back from abroad. It goes perfectly with your dress tonight." Another man handed over the gift box like offering a treasure. Chen Cindy took the gift, smiled from ear to ear, and thanked them repeatedly. "Thank you everyone, you are so polite." She glanced at Ju Hao beside her and whispered, "Brother Hao, look how thoughtful they are." Ju Hao nodded and was about to say something polite, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of Lin Fan standing on the terrace. He frowned, snorted coldly, and said unhappily, "Humph, some people don't have any self-awareness at all. You didn't even bring a gift. You're really just a beggar who eats and drinks for free." His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for several people around to hear, and his tone was full of contempt. Lin Fan stood there, lowered his head and lit a cigarette, as if he didn't hear anything. He took a light puff and exhaled a light smoke ring, without any expression on his face. Upon hearing this, Chen Cindy glanced at Lin Fan, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. But she didn't respond. She just lowered her head and fiddled with the diamond ring on her hand, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she agreed with what Ju Hao said. Several guests nearby heard it and started to make a noise. The man in the flowered shirt laughed. Brother Hao is right. Lin Fan, you really are just a big talker, right? You can't even afford to buy a greeting card. The guy wearing glasses pushed up the frame of his glasses and said sarcastically, I live on scholarships, how can I afford gifts? I can come here for a meal, thanks to Brother Hao. That's right, he doesn't even know who he is. How dare a poor fellow come to the top floor of the Golden Emperor? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Another female voice echoed sharply, drawing a low laugh. Waiters passed by with trays of wine and cast curious glances. The mocking voices came one after another, like needles piercing the air. Lin Fan was still leaning against the railing smoking, his eyes calmly scanning the hall without saying a word. His silence seemed to arouse the interest of the crowd even more. Some even raised their voices. Lin Fan, are you full? If you are full, why don't you come over to thank Brother Hao? You have no sense at all. Zhu Hao sneered, put his arm around Chen Sini's shoulders, and whispered, baby, don't bother with this kind of rubbish. It's an eyesore. He turned to look at the guests and said loudly, everyone ignore him, let's continue to have fun, tonight is my Sini's home game. Chen Sini chuckled, took Zhu Hao's arm, and whispered, I don't even bother to look at people like Lin Fan. Lin Fan put out his cigarette and turned around slowly. He walked straight to the stage in the center of the banquet hall. The guests were stunned for a moment, and then someone sneered, hey, he dares to go on stage. What does he want to do, perform begging? Zhu Hao frowned and whispered to Chen Sini, what the hell is this guy doing? Chen Sini frowned slightly and said nothing, but a hint of annoyance flashed in her eyes. Lin Fan walked onto the stage and stood under the crystal chandelier. The light shone on him, making his figure tall and stern. The noise in the banquet hall gradually quieted down, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Some were curious, some were sarcastic, and some were waiting with disdain to see the joke. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, his eyes slowly sweeping across the room, finally stopping on Zhu Hao and Chen Sini. The hall was silent, and there was an inexplicable tension in the air. Oh, this poor guy really dares to go on stage. The man in the flowered shirt was the first to break the silence, folding his arms and sneering. What does he want? Performing for food or singing a song for some tips? The man wearing glasses pushed the frame on his nose and said sarcastically, I guess you got jealous after seeing Brother Hao giving you a diamond ring, so you wanted to learn a few words of love. Just him? He can't even afford a ring box. These words elicited a low laugh, and several guests covered their mouths, their eyes full of amusement. Lin Fan, what are you doing standing there? This is the top floor of Jindi, not your dormitory. Please don't embarrass yourself here, okay? Come down, don't waste everyone's time. Zhu Hao stood beside Chen Sini, snorted coldly, crossed his arms and looked at Lin Fan with a sidelong glance, his tone full of contempt. Brother, I advise you to sober up, this is not a place you can afford to play. Get out of here when you're full. Don't be an eyesore here. Chen Sini frowned slightly and looked at Lin Fan as if he were an insignificant clown. She lowered her head and whispered to Zhu Hao, Brother Hao, don't bother with him. It's boring. A man in a suit holding a glass of champagne sneered, Lin Fan, did you not look in the mirror before going out? Look at your outfit. You're standing on the platform like a waiter. Do you really take yourself seriously? The waiters are better than him, at least they get paid, another voice interrupted, causing laughter all around. The guests were talking one after another, and the mocking voices came like a tide, as if they wanted to push Lin Fan off the stage. Lin Fan stood in the center of the stage, facing the overwhelming ridicule, but his face did not show any ripples. He calmly swept his eyes across the crowd, finally stopping on Zhu Hao and Chen Sini, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Lin Fan stood there, took his hands out of his pockets, and slowly picked up the microphone handed to him by the waiter. The noise in the banquet hall froze in an instant, and everyone's eyes were focused on him with contempt, ridicule and disdain. Lin Fan, however, looked calm, his eyes sweeping across the entire audience calmly. He coughed lightly, and a low voice came out of the microphone. Chapter 4 You're just a fool. Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say. Lin Fan's tone was neither hurried nor slow, with an unfathomable calmness. The guests were stunned for a moment, and then someone sneered. But more people kept quiet with the attitude of watching the joke. Want to hear how this poor guy plans to make a fool of himself? Lin Fan paused and glanced at Chen Sini and Zhu Hao. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. I really didn't prepare any gifts for Chen Sini. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of low laughter from the audience, and someone whispered, "He is really a poor guy. He can't even take out a greeting card." Lin Fan ignored her and continued, "But I don't plan to prepare any gifts for her. After all, I'm not that familiar with her." Chen Sini stood beside Zhu Hao, frowning slightly, with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. She snorted and whispered to Zhu Hao, "Brother Hao, what does he mean by that? It sounds weird." Zhu Hao sneered, crossed his arms, and whispered, "You are just a clown pretending to be so pretentious." Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the entire audience, his voice remaining steady. "However, I have prepared a welcome gift for everyone present." As soon as these words were spoken, the banquet hall exploded. The guests looked at each other, some couldn't help laughing, while others frowned and whispered, their faces full of disbelief. A gift? What kind of gift can he give? A bag of noodles with soy sauce. The man in the flowered shirt crossed his arms and sneered, "Lin Fan, you are such a good performer, why don't you go to the circus?" "That's right, who doesn't know how to brag?" The guy wearing glasses pushed the frame on his nose and said sarcastically, "Did Brother Hao ask you to come up and perform a skit for us?" Lin Fan was unmoved, raised his hand to signal for silence, and continued, "Of course, this meeting gift has a condition. I'll give 50,000 yuan to anyone who comes up and scolds Zhu Hao or Chen Sini." He paused, looked straight at Zhu Hao, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I'll give each of the first 3 people who come up 100,000 yuan. Everyone can come up, even the waiters." After saying that, he stopped and his eyes rested on Zhu Hao. He added slowly, "Of course, Zhu Hao, if you want to come up and scold me, I will give you the money." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. The guests' expressions froze, some stared with their eyes wide open, while others opened their mouths in disbelief. After a few seconds, whispers surged like a tide, and the banquet hall was buzzing. "What? I don't quite understand. Did he really say that?" A girl in a red dress stared at Lin Fan, her eyes full of mockery. "Him? He has shit money," another man sneered. $100,000. Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be worth that much. Har har, Lin Fan, are you out of your mind? The man in the flowered shirt laughed so hard he fell backwards. "Do you think you're a billionaire? Also 50,000 for each person, 100,000 for the first 3. I think you are crazy because of poverty." The guy with glasses pushed his glasses up and sneered, "Can a waiter get in too?" "Lin Fan, if you really have the money, I'll kowtow to you right now." Zhu Hao's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out of it. He glared at Lin Fan fiercely, his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. He took a step forward, pointed at Lin Fan and angrily said, "Lin Fan, what the hell are you talking about here? 50 or 100,000, do you have that much money? You're eating and drinking for free here, so I won't say anything to you. But if you dare to mess with me, don't blame me for being rude to you. It's fucking crazy to be poor. A clown who seeks to attract attention." He turned to look at the service desk and shouted, "Where's the security? Where's the security? Kick this idiot out of here. Stop embarrassing yourself here." Chen Sini stood beside Zhu Hao, her brows furrowed, her fingers clutching the hem of her dress. She whispered to Zhu Hao, "Brother Hao, people like this need to be kicked out immediately. They really think they are so capable." She glanced at Lin Fan and snorted, "I guess she's just jealous of the ring you gave me, so she's just making a fuss." The mocking voices broke out again, as if the guests had found an outlet to vent their anger, each voice becoming harsher than the last. "Lin Fan, do you have 50,000 yuan? Take it out and show it to me. Don't just talk." A man in a suit held a wine glass and sneered, "I think you are crazy because you are poor. Are you trying to attract attention here? $50,000. If he can come up with that, I'll eat this table right there." Another female voice interrupted sharply, causing laughter from everyone around. "Can a waiter go up there too? Why would you go up there and make a fool of yourself?" Some people covered their mouths and laughed, their tone full of teasing. The waiters stood aside, holding their wine trays and looking at each other. Some of them lowered their heads and chuckled, while others cast doubtful glances. Obviously, no one believed that what Lin Fan said was true. The manager was standing in the distance. When he heard Zhu Hao calling for security, he hesitated for a moment but did not move, as if he was waiting for something. Lin Fan stood on the stage, facing the overwhelming ridicule. His face remained calm. His silence seemed to add fuel to the fire, and the guests' laughter became more unbridled. Looking at his behavior, does he really think he's a chaebol? The man in the flowered shirt laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. Lin Fan, if you really had money, you would have taken it out long ago. Why are you still pretending to be so arrogant? A poor bastard is a poor bastard who can't even brag. The guy with glasses snorted, "Hurry up and ask the security guard to kick him out." Zhu Hao was so angry that his face turned blue. He pointed at Lin Fan and cursed, "Lin Fan, stop embarrassing yourself here. Get down here now. Where's the security guard? Drag him out now." He turned to look at Chen Sini again and whispered, "Baby, don't look at him, dirty eyes." Just then, there was a slight commotion among the crowd. A waiter came out timidly from the corner. He was wearing a hotel uniform, holding an empty wine tray in his hands, with his head lowered and his steps hesitant. His appearance startled the whole audience, and then the laughter became even louder. Har har, even the waiter believed it. This poor guy really has charisma. The man in the flowered shirt laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. "Waiter, why are you going up there? Do you really believe he has 100,000 yuan? The guy with glasses sneered. "Don't be a fool and be used as a tool by others, or you will get scolded." The waiter walked to the edge of the stage, looked up at Lin Fan, and said in a trembling voice, Can I come up?" His face flushed red, and he was obviously overwhelmed by the ridicule around him, but he still gritted his teeth and stood on the steps. Zhu Hao's eyes widened and he angrily said, "Who the hell are you? You dare to jump around as a waiter? Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself here." He turned to look at Lin Fan and said through gritted teeth, "Lin Fan, you are so shameless. If you have no money, then you have no money. Why are you still pretending to be your mother?" Chen Sini frowned and whispered to Zhu Hao, "Brother Hao, don't be angry, it's disgusting." The guests laughed even more, and someone shouted, "Waiter, are you stupid? Where did he get the money to give you? Go down, stop making fun of yourself." "Lin Fan, are you trying to make us laugh to death? 100,000 yuan back. I don't think you can even come up with 10 yuan, another voice interrupted sharply. Lin Fan stood on the stage, his eyes fell on the timid waiter, and nodded slightly. He raised the microphone, his voice still calm, "Come up, just say one sentence." Lin Fan turned to look at Zhu Hao, a sneer on his face. The waiter swallowed his saliva, mustered up his courage, and whispered, "Zhu Hao, you are just a fool." Chapter 5. Are you good at acting? The waiter's voice was very low, but it was transmitted to the whole venue through their microphone. The banquet hall suddenly became quiet and everyone was stunned. Zhu Hao's face turned from livid to purple red, and he pointed at the waiter and yelled, "What the hell did you say?" He turned to look at Lin Fan, his eyes almost spitting fire. "Lin Fan, are you looking for death?" Lin Fan ignored him and took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the bank app, and the transfer interface was clearly visible. He raised his head and looked at the whole audience, saying calmly, 100,000 has been transferred. Who else wants to come up? The scene fell into an eerie silence. The guests' mocking voices suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned, as if an invisible force was holding their throats. The timid waiter stood at the edge of the stage, his face flushed. The whole person was shaking as if he had been electrocuted. His cell phone suddenly vibrated, and he looked down to see a text message from the bank. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, and the current balance is 100,237 yuan. His eyes widened and his hands shook so much that he could barely hold the phone. The next second, he raised his head and screamed, "Really? He really gave me 100,000 yuan." His voice was sharp and excited, transmitted through their microphone throughout the banquet hall, echoing between the crystal chandeliers and champagne towers. The waiter's face was flushed, as if he had won the lottery. He jumped up and waved his phone excitedly. "Really? It's true. There's an extra 100,000 yuan in my account. Mr. Lin really transferred it to me." He was so excited that his voice broke and his face was full of incredible ecstasy. All eyes instantly turned to their waiter. Some people opened their eyes wide, some opened their mouths, and the banquet hall seemed to have been paused. After a few seconds, whispers of discussion surged like a tide, and the guests looked at each other. Some of them were shocked, but more people are skeptical. Is it true? Does he really have 100,000 yuan? Impossible. Where did this poor guy get the money? The man in the flowered shirt frowned and sneered. I think they are probably extras who are acting for us on purpose. That's right, 100,000. Him? Lin Fan. The guy with glasses pushed the frame on his nose and sneered, Waiter, don't act so exaggerated. How much is Lin Fan paying you? $50 an hour. Yes, it must be fake. Another man in a suit held a glass of wine and said firmly, if he was really rich, why would he be so shabby? When the waiter heard these questions, his face turned red with anxiety. He waved his phone, his voice almost tearful. This is not acting. This is real. How can I act? I've worked here for 2 years. Who doesn't know me? The money has really arrived. Look. He showed his mobile phone screen, and the bank text messages were clearly visible. But the guests who were far away couldn't see anything and just thought he was fooling around. Zhu Hao stood beside Chen Sini, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Lin Fan and the waiter on the stage, his fists clenched so hard that they made a rattling sound. He turned his head sharply and shouted, Where's the security? Why hasn't the security come yet? Where's the hotel manager? Someone is causing trouble in your hotel, don't you care? His voice echoed in the banquet hall, filled with anger. He even wanted to rush up and tear Lin Fan to pieces. Chen Sini frowned and whispered to Zhu Hao, Brother Hao, don't be angry. It must be fake. Where did he get the money? Don't let this little character ruin our good mood. She glanced at Lin Fan on the stage and snorted, he's just a clown trying to attract attention. The waiter hurried off the stage and rushed to another waiter next to him, saying excitedly, Li Qiang, hurry up. He really gave money. I really have an extra 100,000 yuan in my account. Go quickly, it's 100,000 yuan. His voice was trembling with excitement, and he danced with joy, pulling the waiter named Li Qiang as if he had discovered a huge secret. Xiao Li was a thin young man wearing the same hotel uniform and holding an empty wine tray. He was stunned for a moment, looked at Lin Fan on the stage, then looked at the guests around him who were laughing at him, his face full of hesitation. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Really? He really gave me money. The waiter nodded repeatedly, Really? Why would I lie to you? Go quickly. Xiao Li took a deep breath, put down the wine tray, took a trembling step, and walked towards the stage. His steps were very slow, and every step felt like he was stepping on cotton. The gazes of the guests around him pierced him like knives. He walked to the edge of the stage, looked up at Lin Fan, and asked in a trembling voice, Can I participate? Lin Fan turned his head to look at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, Of course. You are the second person, it's still 100,000 yuan. Xiao Li swallowed his saliva, mustered up his courage, turned his head to look at Zhu Hao, and whispered, Zhu Hao, you are just a fool. His voice was also very soft, but it fell clearly into everyone's ears through their microphone. The whole place fell silent again, everyone's eyes widened. Zhu Hao's face turned from black to purple, and he pointed at Li Qiang and yelled, What the hell did you say? How dare you scold me, you stinky waiter? He turned to look at Lin Fan, his eyes almost spitting fire. Lin Fan, are you looking for death? I must kill you today. The guests' mocking voices broke out again, and someone shouted, Har har, another fool believed it. Lin Fan, are you going to get all the waiters to act with you? He has no money. The man in the flowered shirt laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. You waiters, you have offended Brother Hao. How are you going to survive in Jiangzhou in the future? I think Lin Fan will die without knowing how he died. Lin Fan ignored these voices and just lowered his head to open the mobile banking app. He tapped his fingers lightly, and a few seconds later, Li Qiang's phone vibrated. He looked down and saw a text message from the bank popping up. Your account number ending in XXXX received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, and the current balance is 100,128 yuan. Li Qiang's eyes widened, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. Then he suddenly jumped up and shouted, Really? He also gave me 100,000 yuan. It's true. His voice was sharp and excited, exploding in the banquet hall like thunder. He waved his phone, his face flushed as he shouted, I'm not acting. This is real. 100,000 yuan has arrived. He was so excited that he danced and almost fell off the stage, his face full of incredible ecstasy. Your waiters here used to be actors, right? Are you all good at acting? Lin Fan might as well buy himself some clothes with the money he spent on hiring actors. What's there for a poor guy to pretend to be? Zhu Hao was so angry that his face turned blue. He pointed at Lin Fan and Li Qiang on the stage and shouted, "Lin Fan, why the hell are you pretending to be a rich guy here? I think you are looking for death. Where is the security guard? Where is the manager? Your hotel is just going to watch him cause trouble. And these two waiters must be fired." At this time, the hotel manager was looking at the waiter next to him with a complicated expression, and asked in a low voice, "Did he really give you 100,000 yuan?" The waiter nodded excitedly, waving his phone and saying, "Really? Manager, look, there's really an extra 100,000 yuan in my account." He didn't lie. He showed his mobile phone screen, and the bank text messages were clearly visible. Zhu Hao rushed directly towards the hotel manager. Chapter 6. The guests' discussions gradually grew louder. Some people doubted, some laughed, but a few pairs of eyes began to waver. Zhu Hao stood in the crowd, his face dark purple. He glared at Lin Fan on the stage, his fists clenched so hard that they made a rattling sound. Zhu Hao rushed to the hotel manager, grabbed the manager's tie, and shouted, "You didn't hear anything I just said to you, right? Are you fucking deaf? I spent so much money here, and this is how you maintain order." The manager was pulled sideways and the tie made it hard for him to breathe. Before he could even open his mouth, Zhu Hao roared even louder, "I'll give you 3 minutes now. Hurry up and call your security guards over here and get this grandson away from me." Zhu Hao stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Fan on the stage. Then he pointed at the manager, his finger almost poking the manager's face, with fire in his eyes. "Did you hear me? 3 minutes, or I'll make sure you can't continue working here." The manager was stunned by the yelling, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. His eyes involuntarily stayed on Lin Fan on the stage, and his mind was racing. The waiter just said that Lin Fan really transferred 100,000 yuan. Li Qiang also confirmed this. He works as a manager in a hotel and earns only 10,000 yuan a month, and even if he works hard for a year he can only earn 120,000 yuan. Now, just by scolding Zhu Hao or Chen Sini, you can get 100,000 yuan. A few minutes of his time could equal his annual income. Where can I find such a good thing? He glanced down at Zhu Hao's angry and twisted face. He looked up again at Lin Fan's calm and composed eyes. The balance in my heart began to tilt. The temptation of 100,000 yuan is too great, so what if I lose my job because of it? With 100,000 yuan, he could just move to another place and still live a comfortable life. What's more, by doing this, there is a high possibility that I will have a relationship with the young man on the stage. With the help of such a wealthy man, my future will be bright. The manager took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed Zhu Hao away with such force that Zhu Hao staggered. The manager straightened his tangled tie, turned around and rushed onto the stage excitedly. When the guests around saw this scene, they were immediately shocked. They thought the manager was going to control Lin Fan, and they all applauded. Someone shouted, "Hurry up, manager, get him out of here before he embarrasses himself here." The man in the flowered shirt held a wine glass and smiled smugly, "Manager, please find a few more people." "That's right, where's the security guard? Come up quickly and drag him away. Lin Fan has affected the reputation of your hotel. Why don't you beat him up to vent your anger?" Zhu Hao saw the manager rushing onto the stage and snorted, "Finally you have some sense." He turned to look at Chen Sini and whispered, "Baby, it's okay, the manager will take care of him." Chen Sini frowned, nodded slightly, and snorted, "We should have kicked him out a long time ago. He's an eyesore." But no one expected that after the manager went on stage, instead of trying to grab Lin Fan, he snatched the microphone from the waiter. He turned to face Zhu Hao and Chen Sini. There was a hint of excitement on his face and his eyes were bright, as if the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time had finally found an outlet. The manager cleared his throat, and a deep and powerful voice came out of the microphone, "Zhu Hao, Chen Sini, I have a few words to say." The whole audience was stunned and everyone's eyes widened. Zhu Hao frowned and muttered in a low voice, "What is he going to do?" Chen Sini looked up at the manager, a hint of doubt in her eyes. The manager took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his voice came out of the microphone, "Zhu Hao, you are a self-righteous upstart, talking nonsense. Do you think you can show off in front of everyone just because you have a little money? To tell you the truth, Your little cleverness is not even good enough to carry someone's shoes. His tone was sonorous and powerful, and every word was like a knife, piercing people's hearts. The banquet hall fell silent in an instant, and everyone's mouths opened wide, as if they had been struck by lightning. Zhu Hao's face turned from black to red, and he pointed at the manager and yelled, "What the hell did you say? How dare you scold me?" The manager ignored him, turned his gaze to Chen Sini, and continued, "And you, Chen Sini, don't think you can be considered a princess just because you are a little bit pretty. Your vanity is so superficial that it's disgusting. She only thinks about climbing up the social ladder, her expectations are too high but her skills are too low. She is a textbook example of a gold digger. If I were you, I would have found a hole in the ground to crawl into long ago. Why are you pretending to be so elegant here? Are you proud of your beauty? If you are beautiful, why don't you become a prostitute?" As soon as these words came out, the whole audience exploded. The guests' expressions turned from shock to stupor. Some people widened their eyes, some covered their mouths, and some were even stunned. Chen Sini's face turned pale, her fingers clenched the hem of her dress, her knuckles turned white. She stared at the manager and said in a trembling voice, What did you say?" "I worship money." "Are you sick?" Zhu Hao was so angry that he almost exploded. He rushed to the edge of the stage, pointed at his manager and roared, "Are you fucking crazy? I paid to book this place, and you dare to scold my girlfriend here? Do you believe that I want you to get out of Jiangzhou City?" He turned to look at Lin Fan, his eyes blazing with fire. "Lin Fan, this is all your fault, right? You're looking for death." The manager seemed not to have heard Zhu Hao's roar, and had a hearty smile on his face. He put down the phone, turned to look at Lin Fan, and whispered, "Mr. Lin, I'm done scolding you. 100,000 yuan." There was a hint of anticipation and even a hint of flattery in his voice. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. A few seconds later, the manager's phone vibrated. He looked down and saw a text message from the bank popping up. "Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 200,000 yuan, and the current balance is 202,345 yuan. The manager's eyes widened and he was completely stunned. Then he suddenly raised his head and shouted with ecstasy, 200,000. Mr. Lin transferred 200,000 to me. The whole place fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes widened. Lin Fan raised the microphone and said calmly, "The manager's scolding was indeed very good and of high standard. So I gave him 200,000. If anyone can curse as well as me later, I can double the money I give you." His voice was deep and powerful, like dropping a bomb, silencing the banquet hall. The manager almost jumped up with excitement. He waved his phone and shouted, 200,000. Really? Mr. Lin is so generous. He turned to look at Lin Fan, nodded and said, "Mr. Lin, if you have any instructions in the future, I will definitely follow them." This scene quickly spread among the hotel staff. The news spread like wildfire, and many waiters and security guards gradually gathered at the entrance of the hall. Some people were looking around, some were talking in low voices, their faces full of curiosity and anticipation. Zhu Hao's eyes lit up when he saw the movement at the door, and he hurriedly called out, "Security! The security is here. Hurry up and get Lin Fan off the stage. And these lunatics, get them out together." Several security guards rushed directly towards Lin Fan. Chapter 7: Seeking Death. Zhu Hao's eyes lit up when he saw the security guard rushing towards Lin Fan angrily. "I thought someone was finally taking care of this matter. Hurry up and drag him away." He turned to look at Chen Sini and whispered, "Don't be afraid, baby, the security guards will take care of him." When the security guards rushed to the edge of the stage, the manager waved his hand and greeted them, "Hurry up and curse. Curse as hard as you can. You can get money just by scolding them. This is simply pie in the sky. Mr. Lin just transferred 200,000 yuan to me. Hurry up and curse. Every curse is worth 50,000 yuan. Mr. Lin said that if you curse well, you can get double the reward. Hurry up, don't just stand there." The security guards looked at each other, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. They quickly lined up and stood at the edge of the stage, looking at Zhu Hao and Chen Sini in unison. The leading security guard cleared his throat, picked up the microphone handed to him by the manager, and shouted in a loud voice, "Zhu Hao, you are a brainless upstart, spewing shit all over your mouth. Do you think you can act like a big shot here just because you have a few bucks? Your IQ is even lower than that of a pig in a pigsty. You deserve to be made a fool of. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The guests looked shocked. Some had their eyes wide open, some had their mouths open, and some even dropped their champagne glasses and broke them to the ground. The second security guard took the microphone, grinned, and cursed, "Zhu Hao, you are a piece of trash picked up from the trash can. You are pretending to be cool here every day. You are shameless." The third security guard was not to be outdone, so he grabbed the microphone and spoke even louder. "And you, Chen Sini, all you think about is licking rich people. You're so cheap that it makes me want to vomit. This money-worshipping bitch pretends to be noble. It disgusts me to death." The security guards cursed heartily, using vulgar language, and every word was like a knife, piercing Zhu Hao and Chen Sini's hearts. Zhu Hao stood there with a rage like a volcano erupting. He pointed at the security guards and yelled, "Are you fucking crazy? I paid for this place, and you dare to scold me? I'll kill you." He rushed to the edge of the stage and tried to grab the microphone, but was pushed away by the security guard. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. He turned to look at Lin Fan and roared, "Lin Fan, you are looking for death. I am not done with you." Chen Sini stood beside Zhu Hao, her face pale and her lips trembling. As she listened to the security guards' insults one after another, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She covered her face and sobbed softly, You are too much. How am I materialistic? I." Before she finished speaking, tears were already streaming down her cheeks. After the security guard finished scolding, Lin Fan calmly took out his mobile phone, opened the bank app, and transferred the money in front of everyone. A few seconds later, the three security guards' cell phones vibrated one after another. They looked down and saw a clear text message from the bank. "Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. The leading security guard widened his eyes and shouted, 50,000 yuan. It really arrived. Mr. Lin is awesome. The second security guard waved his phone and jumped up excitedly. "I also have 50,000. Mr. Lin is so generous." This scene completely ignited the atmosphere in the banquet hall. The waiters gathered at the door heard the noise and squeezed in. Several waiters were quick-witted and rushed onto the stage, scrambling to grab the microphone. A thin waiter said in a trembling voice, "I'll do it. Zhu Hao, what brand of plastic bag do you have? How can it hold so much?" Another waiter took the microphone and cursed, "Chen Sini, you are a green tea bitch. You pretend to be a saint, but you are just a money grubber. Everyone else has childhood sweethearts, but neither of you has a horse. Someone just said that Mr. Lin has no manners. Mr. Lin's manners are only for people, not dogs. If you ask me, Zhu Hao, you should get more sun exposure. If you get tanned, no one will know you are an idiot." Chen Sini couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. She squatted on the ground with her face covered, her shoulders shaking violently. Zhu Hao was so angry that his face turned red, and he yelled at the waiter, "Shut the fuck up. I'll kill you." He turned to look at Lin Fan and said through gritted teeth, "Lin Fan, you are digging your own grave." The guests around were completely stunned when they saw this scene. Some people began to believe that Lin Fan really gave the money. After all, with so many people cooperating with him, it was impossible that they were all actors. The girl in the red dress stared at the stage and whispered, he can't be really rich, right? 50,000 and 50,000, how much does it cost? Impossible. Where did he get the money? The guy with glasses pushed his glasses up, but his tone was a little shaken. If it's true, I. He didn't finish and swallowed. Just then, the man in the flowered shirt hesitated and walked out of the crowd. He rubbed his hands, hesitantly stepped onto the stage, and looked at Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fan, can I participate? I want to try too." There was a hint of flattery in his tone, completely different from how he was just now. Lin Fan looked down at the time on his phone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said with a smile, "Sorry, I finished scolding today, and the quota is all used up." He paused, glanced at Zhu Hao, and said calmly, "However, if you slap Zhu Hao, I will naturally give you the money." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent again. The man in the flowered shirt was stunned, his smile frozen on his face. He turned to look at Zhu Hao, then looked at Lin Fan, raised his hand and put it down again, his face full of confusion. Zhu Hao glared at the man in the flowered shirt and roared, "You dare to touch me? I'll kill your whole family." Chen Sini squatted on the ground, crying even harder, and said in a choked voice, "Brother Hao, they are going too far. Please take care of it." She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes full of resentment. "Lin Fan, are you sick? Why do you treat me like this? If he really gives me money, I would like to try it too." A man with glasses swallowed and muttered softly, "Where did this poor guy Lin Fan get the money? I still don't believe it." Another person sneered, but his eyes were not as firm. The man in the flowered shirt stood at the edge of the stage, rubbing his hands, his face full of confusion. He looked up at Lin Fan, then turned to glance at Zhu Hao, his eyes flashing with greed. The man in the flowered shirt gritted his teeth, turned around and strode towards Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao thought that the other party didn't dare to do anything to him. But just in the moment he was stunned. Par. A crisp slapping sound echoed throughout the venue. The man in the flowered shirt raised his hand and slapped Zhu Hao's left cheek hard. Zhu Hao was caught off guard and his head was tilted, with a bright red palm print instantly appearing on his face. He was stunned for a few seconds, and then he pounced on the man in the flowered shirt like a lit powder keg, roaring, "You're looking for death." He grabbed the man in the flowered shirt by the collar, raised his fist high, and his eyes were blazing with fire. The man in the flowered shirt stepped back in fear, then hid directly behind Lin Fan. Zhu Hao obviously didn't want to let the other party go, so he rushed directly towards Lin Fan. Chapter 8 Where does the money come from to squander? Zhu Hao waved his fist and even wanted to beat Lin Fan as well. But the security guard standing next to Lin Fan would not allow it. "Lin Fan is their god of wealth. I just gave them money. How could he just watch his god of wealth get beaten up?" The flowered shirt looked at Lin Fan and said expectantly, "Lin Fan, transfer the money quickly. I've called." Lin Fan nodded with a smile. He tapped his fingers, and a few seconds later, the man in the flowered shirt's phone vibrated. The man in the flowered shirt widened his eyes, jumped up, and shouted, $50,000. It's really in my account. Brother Lin is awesome. All the guests were stunned. They probably believed that Lin Fan had the money. Lin Fan put down his phone, picked up the receiver, and said calmly, "I told you, I will give you the money. If you dare to do it, I'll give you 50,000 yuan for a slap." Zhu Hao was controlled by the security guards. He turned around and glared at Lin Fan, his face purple and red, as if he was blinded by anger. He looked at Lin Fan and said in a trembling voice, "Lin Fan, just wait for me. I'm not done with you. I'm going to kill you today." He was so angry that he was shaking all over and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Lin Fan ignored him and turned his gaze to Chen Sini, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He raised the microphone, his tone calm but with a chilling chill. "Chen Sini, didn't you look disgusted with me during the military training? Didn't you say I was poor? Didn't you say that any gift your boyfriend bought me would be enough for me to work for a whole year?" He paused, his eyes fixed on her coldly. "I'm going to embarrass you today." Chen Sini squatted on the ground, her face blurred by tears. Hearing this, she suddenly raised her head, stared at Lin Fan, and said in a choked voice, "Lin Fan, are you sick? When did I ever say those words? Why are you doing this to me?" She covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Lin Fan sneered and ignored her. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar was heard outside the terrace. Fireworks began to bloom, lighting up the night sky with colorful lights. The attention of all the guests was instantly drawn there. Some ran to the terrace, some raised their mobile phones to take pictures, and exclamations rang out in the banquet hall. "Wow, the fireworks are so beautiful," the girl in the red dress widened her eyes and whispered. "The venue Zhu Hao booked is different." The guy with glasses pushed his glasses up, his tone a little envious. But at the climax of the fireworks, a few large words faintly appeared in the sky. Like a customized pattern, it gradually becomes clearer as the fireworks flicker. "Chen Sini is a green tea bitch." The writing stayed in the night sky for a few seconds before being covered up by the next wave of fireworks, but it was clear enough for everyone to see. The banquet hall exploded instantly. The guests widened their eyes, and someone whispered, This is. Chen Sini looked up and her face turned pale. She seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. She naturally knew that the fireworks were not made by Zhu Hao at all. "It's Lin Fan." It was Lin Fan who wanted to take revenge on himself. She covered her face and cried out loudly, "Lin Fan! You bastard! I'm not done with you." Her voice was sharp and desperate, tears mixed with her makeup, and she looked miserable. Zhu Hao also saw the words on the fireworks. He was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the sky and shouted, "Lin Fan! You have guts! I'll kill you!" He tried desperately to rush to Lin Fan, but was held tightly by the security guard. Can't move at all. The guests' discussions surged like a tide, and some began to believe in Lin Fan's financial resources. These fireworks were definitely not arranged by Zhu Hao, right? Who would scold their girlfriend like that? Does that mean that this was done by Lin Fan? Lin Fan is really rich. How much do these fireworks cost? If he's really that rich, I want to slap him too. Lin Fan put down the microphone, turned around and walked off the stage at a leisurely pace, as if he had completed a carefully planned performance. He didn't even glance at Zhu Hao and Chen Sini and walked straight towards the entrance of the banquet hall. The manager waved his phone and shouted at Lin Fan, "Mr. Lin, take care. If you have any instructions in the future, I will do it." Several security guards also hurriedly followed, seemingly changing their identities to become Lin Fan's personal bodyguards. Lin Fan walked to the entrance of the hall and pushed open the glass door. The night wind blew in, carrying the smell of gunpowder from fireworks. He walked to the parking lot, took out his key, pressed the remote control, and the fiery red Ferrari SF90 Straydale's headlights lit up. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. The engine roared and the car drove away from the Golden Emperor Hotel like a red lightning. The security guards and waiters gathered at the door widened their eyes when they saw this scene. The leading security guard opened his mouth and whispered, "Oh my god, that's a Ferrari SF90. It must be over 30 million, right?" The waiter waved his phone and exclaimed, "What a rich guy." The manager stood at the door, looking at the Ferrari going away, and murmured in a low voice, "This is the real boss. Zhu Hao is nothing." He turned to look at the banquet hall, his face full of pride. In the banquet hall, Zhu Hao's face turned red with anger. His heart was in turmoil, and he even wanted to kill Lin Fan. Where did Lin Fan get the money? How much money does it cost to make such a big event? Just now I saw Lin Fan drive away the Ferrari in the parking lot. What? He drove that Ferrari. Customized fireworks, Ferraris, and random transfers of millions. Wasn't he extremely poor before? Yes, didn't he live on scholarships before? But where did he get so much money? Could it be that he borrowed it specifically to take revenge on Zhu Hao and Chen Sini? It's possible. He borrowed a lot of money to pretend to be rich, then ran away after humiliating people. He really knows how to play. I think he is a real villain. He even borrowed money at high interest rates just to get revenge on others. If he were a poor fellow, how could he have the money to squander like this? I'll wait until he returns and see what he's doing. The guests were talking one after another. Fire almost burst out of Zhu Hao's eyes. The birthday dinner he carefully designed should have been the highlight moment for him and Chen Sini. But Lin Fan turned it into a complete farce. The humiliating words on the fireworks were like a knife engraved into his heart, and the slap from the man in the flowered shirt seemed to shatter his dignity in public. He turned his head abruptly, looking towards the door, and roared with gritted teeth, "Lin Fan! You wait for me. I will kill you." His voice echoed in the banquet hall, filled with anger and unwillingness. He rushed to the service counter and kicked over the champagne tower, breaking the glasses and spilling the champagne all over the floor. He panted and cursed in a low voice, "Lin Fan, you bastard, I will make you regret being born into this world." Chen Sini collapsed on the ground, tears mixed with her makeup, and she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She is the beauty of Jiangzhou University and has always been the center of attention. How could she have suffered such an injustice? The words, "green tea bitch," on the fireworks stabbed into her heart like a knife. She covered her face and said in a choked voice, "Lin Fan, why did you do this to me? How did I offend you?" Chapter 9 Big Red Envelope, the kind of 50. The night is deep and the streets of Jiangzhou City are lit up like stars. Lin Fan sat in the fiery red Ferrari SF90 Straydale, the engine roaring. The car sped through the night towards Qianxi No. 1 Villa. At this moment, a mechanical and cold voice suddenly sounded in my mind, "Ding! The host has completed the task of spending 3 million. The task reward of 10 times the rebate of 30 million has been issued. The current balance is 330 million. The system announces the next task, please spend 30 million within 3 days." Reward for completing the mission, 10 times the amount will be returned. Penalty for mission failure, 10 times the amount. Host, please continue to work hard and start a more wonderful life. The system's voice was clear, and Lin Fan showed a satisfied smile. 330 million, not bad, enough for me to play for a while. 20 minutes later, the Ferrari stopped in the garage of Qinshu No. 1 Villa. Lin Fan pushed the door open, got out of the car, and walked into the top-floor duplex. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room is the dazzling skyline of Jiangzhou City. The crystal chandelier casts a soft light, and the leather sofa imported from Italy exudes a touch of luxury. He looked around the luxurious room, and the image of a shabby college dormitory emerged in his mind. The creaking wooden bed, the damp and moldy walls, and the roommates snoring in the middle of the night. He whispered to himself, from now on, I don't have to sleep in that damn place anymore. He took off his clothes, threw them on the sofa, and walked into the master bedroom. The king-size bed was covered with silk sheets and the room was filled with a light scent of sandalwood. He fell on the bed, closed his eyes, and the scenes of tonight flashed through his mind. The slap Zhu Hao received, Chen Xinyi's miserable look with her makeup smudged due to crying, and the glaring words green tea bitch on the fireworks. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he fell asleep with a hint of satisfaction. The next day, it was already noon when Lin Fan woke up. The sunlight poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He rubbed his eyes and stretched. The smart speaker at the bedside automatically played light music. He got up, washed, and changed into low-key casual clothes. He walked into the restaurant, where lunch sent by the property management was already on the table: black truffle steak, foie gras with baguette, and a glass of iced Romanée Conti. He finished his meal slowly, picked up his car keys, and went to school. After driving to Jiangzhou University, Lin Fan parked the Ferrari in the off-campus parking lot and walked into the campus. Just then, a familiar figure came towards us: squad leader Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was wearing a sports suit and holding a bottle of mineral water. He stopped when he saw Lin Fan, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Hey, Lin Fan, you still dare to come to school? Aren't you afraid that the debt collectors will come looking for you? Zhang Wei crossed his arms and sneered. You were really good at what happened at the Golden Emperor Hotel yesterday. You spent so much money to create a big show. Is it fun to borrow money to show off? In order to take revenge on Zhu Hao and Chen Xinyi, you even lost your dignity. Lin Fan stopped, looked up at him, and said calmly, if you think so, then so be it. Seeing his calm demeanor, Zhang Wei got even more angry and sneered, why are you pretending? Do you think you can fool people just by driving a junky car and making tens of thousands of dollars? I'm telling you, Zhu Hao said is not done with you. Just wait and see. He paused, with a hint of gloating in his tone. Oh, by the way, you didn't come to class this morning. Teacher Wang asked me to inform you to go to his office. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and nodded, got it. Without saying anything more, he turned and walked towards the teaching building. Zhang Wei stood there, snorted coldly, and muttered in a low voice, you are addicted to pretending. Teacher Wang's bad reputation is well known in Jiangzhou University. This guy is in his 50s, with a greasy bald head and a face full of fat. He teaches principles of economics, and his students call him Wang Baopi in private. Not only does he like to touch and take advantage of female students behind their backs, he also used various tricks to get students to give him gifts such as cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and even asked for cash directly. Don't send it. Then you will be in trouble, have to rewrite your homework, fail the exam. I can easily find a reason for you. Lin Fan had good grades in the past and had never had much trouble with this old man, but he had only heard of his deeds. For example, there was a boy who failed 2 courses because he didn't give any gifts, and finally had to transfer to another department. Lin Fan walked to the 3rd floor of the teaching building and knocked on Teacher Wang's office door. A hoarse voice came from inside, come in. He pushed the door open and entered the office, which was filled with smoke. Teacher Wang was sitting behind his desk with a cigarette in his mouth and a cup of yellowish tea at hand. He looked up and saw that it was Lin Fan. He narrowed his eyes, looked him up and down, and said in a gloomy tone, Lin Fan, you didn't come to class this morning. Are you so brave? Lin Fan stood at the door and said calmly, something happened and delayed me. Something? Teacher Wang sneered, pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray, and knocked on the table. Your business is more important than my class. You students have no manners at all. I see you want to fail the exam. Do you want to repeat the year? Lin Fan said nothing, just looked at him quietly. When Mr. Wang saw that he didn't say anything, he frowned and said in a harsher tone, "You are not a rich man. Why do you only learn such bad skills? Zhu Hao's family is rich, so it's okay for him not to come to class for a year. What about you? You go to the cafeteria to eat leftovers every day. Do you have the nerve to not come to class?" Lin Fan said calmly, "Teacher Wang, how much money did Zhu Hao give you?" Teacher Wang was choked by his attitude and his face darkened. He leaned back in his chair, squinted his eyes and said, "Okay, you have guts. Since you've said that, I won't hide it from you. If you don't come to class, you have to show some appreciation. If you don't show any sign of support, it's hard to say how much credits you'll get this semester." He paused and knocked on the table. "I'm missing a big red envelope in my drawer, the kind with 50 notes. Got it." Lin Fan glanced down at the greasy desk, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He didn't provoke Teacher Wang before because he was too lazy to deal with such people. But now, he has 330 million in his hands, would he still be afraid of this old guy? He raised his head and said calmly, "Teacher Wang, I understand. Just wait." Teacher Wang snorted coldly and waved his hand. "Okay, go ahead. Don't forget what I said, otherwise you will fail the course and repeat the grade." He picked up the teacup and took a gulp, as if he had already devoured Lin Fan. Lin Fan said nothing more and walked out of the office. He stood in the corridor and glanced down at his cell phone. The balance of 330 million flashed coldly on the screen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Wang Baopi's greasy face and blackmailing tone still echoed in my ears. Lin Fan murmured in a low voice, "You want me to give you a gift? Sure, I'll give you a big gift." Chapter 10, Take Care, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan did not return to the classroom, but turned and walked towards the principal's office on the top floor of the teaching building. The principal's office was at the end of the 5th floor. Lin Fan knocked on the door and a deep voice came from inside, "Come in." He pushed the door open and saw the office was filled with smoke. Principal Li Guoqiang was sitting behind his desk. He was in his 50s, with grey hair and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was looking down at a document. The desk was piled with folders and there was an overstuffed ashtray next to it. He looked up and saw a student-like person. He frowned and said impatiently, "If you have anything, go find your counselor first. I'm busy here." Lin Fan walked straight to the desk, stood still, and said calmly, "I want to donate to the school." Li Guoqiang was stunned for a moment, and the document in his hand stopped in mid-air. He raised his head and took a look at Lin Fan. The young man in front of him was dressed simply without any brand name logos, but his temperament revealed an indescribable calmness. He narrowed his eyes, his tone a little doubtful. "You want to donate? What class are you in? How much do you want to donate?" Lin Fan didn't even think about it and said directly, 30 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell silent instantly. Li Guoqiang's expression froze, the document in his hand fell onto the table with a bang, and his glasses almost slipped off his nose. He stared at Lin Fan, as if he suspected he had heard wrongly, and asked in a trembling voice, What did you say?" 30 million. His eyes changed from confusion to shock, and his hand unconsciously adjusted his glasses, and he felt that there was something wrong with his ears. Lin Fan nodded, his tone calm as if he was talking about something insignificant. "Yes, 30 million. In cash." Li Guoqiang stood up suddenly, and the chair creaked. He stared at Lin Fan, opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. After a few seconds, he seemed to suddenly react and a flattering smile appeared on his face. He walked around the desk and said with a smile, "Hey, classmate, please sit down, sit down." He extended his hand to invite Lin Fan to sit on the leather sofa next to him, then turned around and walked quickly to the door, closing it with a click. Then he ran to the coffee table, picked up a purple clay teapot, and hurriedly made tea for Lin Fan. Come, have some tea. This is my treasured Westlake Longjing tea. I usually don't want to drink it." While pouring tea, Li Guoqiang stole glances at Lin Fan, his tone full of flattery. "What grade are you in? What does your family do? Can you make the decision on such a large donation?" Lin Fan took the teacup and took a sip. The fragrance of tea leaves was refreshing and the taste was indeed good. He put down the cup and said calmly, "My name is Lin Fan, and I'm a junior in the economics department. It doesn't matter what my family does, I just can't stand Wang Ba Pai and Wang Da Gang, so I want to donate some money to the school." Li Guoqiang was stunned for a moment, then smiled even more brightly. He pulled a chair and sat opposite Lin Fan, nodding and saying, "Oh, it's Lin from the economics department. I know Wang Dagang. That guy does have some problems. Students privately call him Wang Baopi, right? Har har, classmate Lin has good vision and can see through everything." He paused and asked tentatively, "So, how do you want to deal with this teacher Wang?" Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, looked at him calmly, and said calmly, "Just fire him directly. Don't let me see him in school anymore." When Li Guoqiang heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes, as if he was weighing something. A few seconds later, he slapped his thigh and smiled with wrinkles all over his face. "No problem. This is easy. Isn't it easy to fire Wang Dagang? Don't worry, classmate Lin. I will handle this matter myself and make sure it is done cleanly." He paused, moved closer, and whispered, "But, classmate Lin, when can your 30 million donation be implemented?" Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Now is the time. By the way, I want this donation to be anonymous. Don't tell anyone that it was donated by me." When Li Guoqiang heard this, his eyes widened even more, and he nodded repeatedly as if he had found a treasure. "No problem. No problem. It's anonymous, so be anonymous, Mr. Lin, whatever you say is what it means." He was so happy, 30 million, it was like the god of wealth sent him money. Not to mention firing Wang Dagang, he would even dare to fire half of the teachers in the school. With this money, the school can renovate the teaching building and build a new library. His political achievements as a principal can be greatly improved. Maybe in a few years he can become the second in command of the Education Bureau. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Student Lin, you are really the lucky star of our Jiangzhou University. I promise that every cent of this 30 million will be used for school construction. If you have any other requests, just tell me, I will definitely do it." Lin Fan took a sip of tea and said calmly, "That's my only request. Fire Wang Dagang." He paused, his eyes turned cold. "I heard that he not only blackmails students, but also likes to take advantage of female classmates. It's disgusting to have such a person in school." Li Guoqiang nodded repeatedly, patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, classmate Lin, I know what's going on with Wang Dagang. That guy is indeed a bit too much. I have disliked him for a long time. I'll kick him out this time and not even leave him any pension." He paused and asked tentatively, "So how do we handle this donation? Is it?" Lin Fan took out his phone from his pocket, opened the bank app, and looked up at Li Guoqiang. "Give me the school account, I'll transfer it now." Li Guoqiang's eyes widened and he quickly took out a piece of paper from the drawer, on which was written the school's public account. He handed it to Lin Fan with both hands, his voice trembling. "Student Lin, this is the school account, do you need to tell your family?" He swallowed and stared at Lin Fan's phone, as if he was afraid of missing something. Lin Fan didn't say anything, but tapped to confirm. A few seconds later, a message popped up on the phone screen: "Transfer successful, amount 30 million yuan." He handed the phone to Li Guoqiang and said calmly, "Let's see if it's arrived." Li Guoqiang took Lin Fan's phone and saw the transfer record clearly on the screen. His hands shook and his glasses slipped off his nose. He stood up suddenly, his face flushed with excitement. Then he turned around and ran to the desk, picked up the landline and dialed a number, whispering, "Is this the finance department? Check the school account quickly to see if the 30 million donation has arrived." "Yes, check now." A few minutes later, a confirmation came from the other end of the phone: "Principal Li, the account just received a transfer of 30 million. Li Guoqiang hung up the phone, turned to look at Lin Fan, and smiled. "Mr. Lin, the money has arrived. Student Lin, you are so generous. You can tell me anything that happens in school in the future. By the way, this is my phone number. If you have any questions, just call me directly," the principal said as he handed Lin Fan a business card. After Lin Fan took it, Li Guoqiang continued, "Don't worry, I'll take care of Wang Dagang's matter today. You won't see him tomorrow." "No. Today. In a moment." Lin Fan nodded, stood up, and said calmly, "That's good. I still have classes, so I'll leave first." He turned and walked towards the door. As soon as his hand touched the door handle, Li Guoqiang hurriedly followed him, bowed and said, "Take care, classmate Lin. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I will definitely make it beautiful for you." Lin Fan didn't look back, he pushed the door open and went out, the sunlight from the corridor shone on him. Ding! System prompt, congratulations to their host for completing the task. The reward has been issued, and the current account balance is 600 million. The next mission will be issued in 24 hours. In the office, Li Guoqiang stood there, looking at Lin Fan's back, his face full of emotion. This kid is really the god of wealth. 30 million was donated without blinking an eye. He turned around, picked up the phone, dialed a number, and whispered, "Personnel department. Get Wang Dagan's file." Chapter 11 Fire Me. Lin Fan walked out of the principal's office, the sunlight shining on him through the window in the corridor. He glanced down at his phone, and the balance of 600 million yuan was flashing coldly on the screen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. 30 million has been donated, and the good days of old Wang Dagang are over. He walked slowly towards the classroom. The afternoon class was Principles of Economics, which happened to be Wang Dagang's class. He wanted to see how long this old thing could last. The third floor of the economics department teaching building of Jiangzhou University. The door of classroom 402 was ajar, and a low voice of discussion could be heard from inside. Lin Fan pushed the door open and the classroom became quiet for a moment, then dozens of eyes turned to him. He glanced at the classroom and saw that there were already 30 or 40 people sitting inside. "Here comes Lin Fan, the one who caused trouble at the Golden Emperor Hotel yesterday." A boy wearing glasses lowered his voice and said to the girl next to him, "I heard that he transferred millions of dollars and even made custom fireworks to humiliate Chen Sini. He is so awesome. Is it true? Isn't he extremely poor?" The girl's eyes widened and the pen in her hand stopped in mid-air. "I heard that he borrowed money to pretend to be rich. Zhu Hao was so angry that he said he wanted to kill him." "Borrow money? Hundreds of thousands. Where does he get the courage to do that?" another boy interrupted, with a sour tone in his voice. Lin Fan ignored the discussions and walked straight to the back of the classroom. Just then, a familiar voice shouted, "Brother Fan! Come over here." He looked up and saw that it was his roommate Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian was sitting in the second to last row by the window, holding a bottle of mineral water and waving at him. Lin Fan walked over, sat down in the empty seat next to Zhu Jian, and threw his backpack on the table. Zhu Jian is a tall and thin boy with dark skin and a pair of black framed glasses. He doesn't talk much, but he has a good relationship with Lin Fan in the dormitory. He looked Lin Fan up and down, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and whispered, "Brother Fan, is what happened at the Golden Emperor Hotel yesterday true? Such a high-end place is not suitable for a poor student like me, so I didn't join in the fun. Just now I heard them say that not only did you go, but you also humiliated our school beauty Chen Sini." Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with a smile, "Why is it not true?" Zhu Jian was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened and he looked at him in shock. "What? You really did it? Fuck, Brother Fan, you're awesome." He paused, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of worry in his tone, "But I heard that you transferred hundreds of thousands of dollars and drove away in a Ferrari. You're not really going to borrow money from a loan shark, are you? How much money did you borrow?" Lin Fan couldn't help but smile as he looked at his worried expression. He patted Zhu Jian on the shoulder and said calmly, "It's okay, don't worry about it. I know my limits." He didn't plan to explain to Zhu Jian, and he didn't want to reveal too much now. Zhu Jian was a little confused by his calm attitude. He frowned and said, You weren't like this before. Brother Fan, why do I feel like you're a little different?" He kept looking at Lin Fan, and then asked, "By the way, why didn't you come to class this morning? You dare not come to Mr. Wang's class. Be careful or he will fail you." When Lin Fan heard the words, surname Wang, the corners of his mouth curled up and he said with a smile, "Wang Baopi is nothing. The school will probably expel him today." When these words came out, Zhu Jian next to him was stunned. He widened his eyes, pushed up his black-framed glasses, looked at Lin Fan in surprise, and whispered, "What did you say? Brother Fan, how did you know?" Before Lin Fan could say anything, a boy next to him suddenly interrupted. The other person has a buzz cut, wears a fancy sweatshirt, and usually acts in a sarcastic manner. He turned his head, glanced at Lin Fan, and sneered, "Hey, Lin Fan, you are not going to say that it was you who notified the school to expel Wang Dagan, right?" He paused and said with disdain, "I didn't notice it before, why do you like to pretend so much now? Could it be that you got addicted to pretending in the hotel yesterday?" As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, a few low laughs were heard in the classroom, and several students followed suit. He didn't come to class this morning. He must be afraid that Wang Baopi would cause trouble for him, so he's fantasizing about Wang Dagan being expelled. What a pity. It's just a daydream. That's right, Lin Fan, you're really good at boasting, aren't you? Wang Dagang is a veteran teacher in the school, having taught for more than 10 years. Who can touch him? The discussions in the classroom rose and fell, rushing towards Lin Fan like a tide. Some people snickered, some shook their heads. Zhu Jian sat aside, frowning, and whispered, "Brother Fan, you said Wang Dagang would be fired, what's going on? Do you really have any news?" Lin Fan didn't care about the discussions around him at all. He smiled faintly, "If I say Wang Baopi will be fired, then he will definitely be fired." As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter in the classroom became even louder. "Lin Fan, do you really think you're an important person? You can expel him just because you want to? Do you think you are the principal? Or can you buy off the school's top brass with the hundreds of thousands you borrowed yesterday?" He turned to look at the others and said in a sarcastic tone, "Everyone, listen, is this Lin Fan mentally ill? Yesterday he borrowed money to humiliate Chen Sini, today he wants to expel Wang Dagan, and tomorrow he wants to buy the school. Har har, if he has that ability, I'll kowtow to him right there. Everyone can brag, why are you pretending?" Zhu Jian pulled Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Fan, don't talk nonsense. If he hears this, he will kill you." His tone was full of worry. Lin Fan smiled but didn't say anything. Just then, the classroom door was pushed open with a bang. A familiar figure walked in. All eyes turned to him instantly. The person who came in was Wang Dagang. He was holding a wrinkled Principles of Economics textbook in his hand, wearing a grey shirt, with a greasy bald head and a face full of flesh. He walked into the classroom, glanced around, and finally stared at Lin Fan, with a gloomy anger flashing in his eyes. The classroom suddenly became quiet, and the laughter just now stopped abruptly. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "I'm afraid Wang Dagang heard what Lin Fan said just now. It's going to be a good show." After provoking Wang Dagang like this, Lin Fan is probably doomed. Who told him to be so pretentious? He deserves it. What has provoked Lin Fan? I remember he was quite low-key before. I guess it's because of Chen Sini. Oh. He is really a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. At this moment, Wang Dagang stared at Lin Fan and shouted angrily, "Lin Fan, what did you just say? Fire me." Chapter 12. This scolding is so satisfying. The classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan and Wang Dagang. Wang Dagang stood on the podium, veins bulging on his bald forehead. He stared at Lin Fan, his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire, and his hoarse voice was filled with anger. "What did you just say? Are you going to fire me?" The eyes of the entire class turned to Lin Fan, waiting to see how he would make a fool of himself. Some people raised the corners of their mouths slightly, with a hint of gloating. Everyone seemed afraid of missing this big show. Zhu Jian sat next to Lin Fan, his palms sweating with nervousness, and whispered, "Brother Fan, don't talk nonsense, he will really mess with you. If you can't, just admit your mistake to him." But Lin Fan seemed not to hear it. He leaned back in his chair and glanced up at Wang Dagang. Then he curled his lips and said calmly, "I'm talking about Wang Baopi, are you Wang Baopi?" When these words were spoken, it was like dropping a bomb on a calm lake. When Wang Dagang heard the words, Wang Baopi, he was so angry that he puffed his beard and glared, and the fat on his face trembled. He slammed the podium so hard that the chalk dust on the table flew up with a bang. He pointed at Lin Fan and shouted angrily, "Lin Fan! What the hell did you say? Calling me Wang Baopi in front of me? Do you still have the teacher in your eyes? Do you still have the concept of respecting teachers and valuing education? Students like you are simply scum. Trash. The scum of society." The classroom was silent. The students held their breath, their eyes moving back and forth between Lin Fan and Wang Dagang. Zhu Jian shrank his neck in fear and muttered quietly, "It's over, Brother Fan is going to be in trouble this time." Someone also whispered, Lin Fan is so bold. How dare he confront Wang Dagang? Isn't he looking for death? Now I think it's not as simple as failing the course and repeating the grade. If things go wrong, you may be expelled directly. Lin Fan seemed not to feel the oppression. He snorted coldly with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He stared at Wang Dagang with disdain in his tone. Do you deserve my respect? I respect teachers who can teach me. What about you? Bullshit. These words were like lighting a powder keg, and Wang Dagang was so angry that he almost passed out. His face turned from ashen to purple, and the finger pointing at Lin Fan was shaking. He yelled at the top of his voice, Lin Fan. You little bastard. I have been teaching for more than 10 years, and my students are all over the world. Who do you think you are? You uneducated bastard, I will kick you out of school today. People like you are just a waste of food. As soon as the word bastard came out of his mouth, Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and sneered, Wang Dagang, do you really think you are a dish? You've been teaching for more than 10 years. The crap you taught would make a dog vomit. Besides blackmailing students and taking advantage of female classmates, what else can you do? With your character, are you worthy of being called a teacher? You're a piece of shit. The whole class was in an uproar, and someone whispered, fuck, is Lin Fan crazy? Some people covered their mouths and laughed, their eyes full of excitement. Wang Dagang was so hurt by these words that he was so angry that he shook all over and rushed down from the podium. He stood in front of Lin Fan, raised his hand and was about to slap him, cursing, shut the fuck up. I have to teach you a lesson today, you ignorant little jerk. But before his hand fell, Lin Fan grabbed his wrist with such force that Wang Dagang could not move. Lin Fan looked at him coldly, his tone full of murderous intent. Wang Dagang, dare you touch me? I'll make you crawl out of here. His voice was low, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, and his eyes were as cold as a knife. Wang Dagang was intimidated by this momentum. His hands froze in mid-air. He swallowed his saliva and shouted with all his strength, You dare to threaten me? I'm a teacher. If you do anything to me, I'll lie right here. I'll make you stay in prison. Lin Fan let go of his hand and sneered, so what if I threaten you? You are nothing, and you dare to shout here. He paused, and his tone became even harsher, Wang Baopi, you are so shameless. I think calling you Wang Baopi is flattering you. If you are shameless, just call me Wang Barber. Trash can be recycled, but trash like you is completely useless. Why didn't your father throw you against the wall? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an explosion in the classroom. The students' eyes widened and some of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wang Dagang was so angry that his face was twisted, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he pointed at Lin Fan and cursed, Lin Fan. You have guts. How dare you, a little punk, talk to me like that? I'm telling you, I'm going to make sure you don't graduate. I'll make sure you can't hold your head up high for the rest of your life. Just wait and see. He was panting heavily, like an enraged wild boar, wishing he could pounce on Lin Fan and bite him. Lin Fan did not flinch at all. He took a step forward, approached Wang Dagang, and said in a colder voice, Can't graduate? Who are you trying to scare? Do you think you are the king of heaven? With your ability, you may be able to scare elementary school students, but you are nothing to me. Who in the school doesn't know about your dirty deeds? You are blackmailing students and harassing female classmates. Are you still pretending to be a big shot here? I think you are too shameless to be true. Hurry up and find a hole to crawl into. Don't embarrass yourself here. Wang Dagang was scolded so badly that beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He gnashed his teeth and roared, You are talking nonsense. You are slandering me. Do you have any evidence? Without evidence you are slandering me. I'll sue you. I'll put you in jail. But his voice had lost its confidence, and his entire aura seemed to have been drained away. Lin Fan sneered and pressed on, Evidence? Do you want me to reveal all the bad things you did? Last year, Li Xiamai went to your office for counseling and ran out crying with her clothes torn. Do you dare to say that this didn't happen? Zhang Dao didn't give you any gifts, you just dropped out of his department, his mother came to beg you, and you still dared to ask for 5,000 yuan, do you dare to deny this? Everyone in the school knows your reputation as a scoundrel. Why are you still pretending to be so noble? Is it disgusting? Wang Dagan's face turned pale after his past was exposed. He pointed at Lin Fan with a trembling finger and stammered, You are talking nonsense. These are all rumors. You. Before he could finish his words, his legs went limp, as if his soul had been sucked out of him. The students in the classroom were already stunned. Someone whispered, Fuck. Lin Fan is trying to beat Wang Baopi to death. Some people rubbed their hands in excitement. This is such a satisfying scolding. Seeing his cowardly look, Lin Fan's tone became even more vicious. What? You're out of words. Are you mute? I will scold you every time I see you. If you have any self-awareness, get out of school right away and stop disgusting people here. Wang Baopi? No, you are a turtle, a coward. How dare you shout here when you can speak human language? I think you are a bastard who needs to be punished. Wang Dagang was scolded so hard that he couldn't even stand and was shaking with anger. He pointed at Lin Fan, his voice breaking, You wait. I'll report you to the principal. I'll have you expelled. I'll put you in jail. Chapter 13, Troublemaker. Just when Wang Dagang was about to rush out of the classroom angrily to find someone to support him, a figure happened to appear at the classroom door. Li Juwen, director of the teaching department. Director Li is in his 50s. He is wearing a neat suit, his hair is combed meticulously, and he has his usual serious expression on his face. He was well known in the school for his impartiality, and students privately called him Judge Li. At this moment, he stood at the door, calmly scanning the scene in the classroom. Wang Dagang stumbled over as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He grabbed Director Li's hand, his voice trembling with anger and grievance. Director Li, I was just about to go find you. There's a scumbag in our class, he's totally lawless. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Fan in the back row of the classroom, his face full of humiliation. Lin Fan, this brat, scolded me in public, verbally attacked me, and didn't even take me, his teacher, seriously. He also threatened me and slandered me. Students like him cannot stay in school. This is simply bringing shame to the school. If people knew that Lin Fan graduated from our school, the school's reputation would be ruined. Director Li frowned slightly, looked down at Wang Dagang who was holding his hand, then looked up and glanced at Lin Fan in the back row of the classroom. He said in a steady tone, Teacher Wang, calm down first. What exactly is going on? Wang Dagang took a deep breath and continued to cry, adding fuel to the fire. Director Li, you don't know that Lin Fan openly contradicted me in class today. Not only did he not come to class this morning, he also called me Wang Baopi. I kindly reminded him to respect teachers and education, but he actually called me bullshit. And said I'm not worthy of being a teacher. I have been teaching for more than 10 years. When have I ever been treated like this? This kind of student has no respect for elders and is morally corrupt. It would be unjust if we don't expel him. The students in the classroom held their breath, their eyes moving back and forth between the few people. Some people whispered, Lin Fan is really finished now. Teacher Wang will report this to Director Li, and he will definitely suffer the consequences. Director Li has expelled quite a few students. Zhu Jian sat next to Lin Fan and whispered, Brother Fan, you're in big trouble this time. Director Li has a bad temper and cannot tolerate any injustice. He glanced at Lin Fan secretly, but found that there was no trace of panic on Lin Fan's face. There was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It seemed as if everything was under his control. After listening to Wang Dagang's accusation, Director Li frowned even more tightly. He turned to look at Lin Fan and asked sternly, Lin Fan, is what Teacher Wang said true? You openly contradicted the teacher in class and insulted him. Lin Fan raised his head, met Director Li's gaze calmly, and said calmly, he said his version, and I have my version. Do you want to hear it? Director Li was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Lin Fan to be so calm. He nodded, okay, go ahead. Wang Dagang was anxious and rushed to interrupt, Director Li, he will definitely make excuses. This kind of student never speaks the truth. Don't listen to his nonsense. Director Li waved his hand, signaling Wang Dagang to be quiet, his eyes still fixed on Lin Fan. Go ahead. Lin Fan stood up and fixed his eyes on Director Li's face. He said calmly, Wang Dagang said I talked back to him. Yes, I did. But he didn't say why. I didn't come to class in the morning, and as soon as he entered the classroom, he pointed at my nose and cursed me, and threatened to fail me in the course and asked me to give him a gift. If I don't send him, he will use the credits to pressure me. Is this kind of person worthy of being called a teacher? I called him Wang Bai, and he deserved it. He blackmailed students and molested female classmates. Who in the school doesn't know about this? Director Li's expression changed slightly and his gaze turned to Wang Dagang. Wang Dagang quickly waved his hands to defend himself. Nonsense. It's pure slander. When did I blackmail students? When did I molest my female classmates? These are all rumors. This guy is just trying to change the subject and evade responsibility. Lin Fan sneered, changing the subject. Wang Dagang, do you dare to say in front of the whole class that you have confiscated cigarettes, alcohol, and tea from students? You never asked students to give you money? You never took advantage of female classmates. Wang Dagang was speechless, his face flushed red, and he stammered, You're talking nonsense. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Wang Dagang's heart was like a lit powder keg at this moment, he was both angry and panicked. He never thought that Lin Fan would dare to reveal these things in front of Director Li. He always thought that students didn't dare to speak out and that those little actions of accepting gifts were just unspoken rules. Who will really bring this up on the table? But now, every word Lin Fan said was like a knife, piercing his heart. He seemed to be holding on the surface, but he was feeling uneasy deep down inside. What if Director Li really goes to investigate? The gifts were still in the office drawer and he hadn't had time to deal with them. Director Li's eyes turned cold, and he turned to look at Wang Dagang and asked sternly, Teacher Wang, are these things true? Wang Dagang hurriedly shook his head, of course not. Director Li, don't listen to his nonsense. This kid is a bastard, specializing in making rumors and causing trouble. Lin Fan said calmly, spreading rumors. Well, let's confront them face to face. Director Li, would you like to ask Li Xiaomai and Zhang Dao to come and ask? Or go check Wang Dagang's office and see how many gifts from students he has in his drawer. Director Li has been in the school for many years and has heard of Wang Dagang's reputation. In private, students have been calling him Wang Baopi for a long time. But because he was an old teacher and there was no real evidence, the school turned a blind eye. At this moment, Wang Dagang turned around and shouted to the class, where's the monitor? Zhang Wei, you saw everything just now. Tell Director Li if it was what I said just now. Zhang Wei was sitting in the front row. When he heard Wang Dagang call his name, his face turned pale instantly. He stood up hurriedly, looked down at Lin Fan, and then stole a glance at Wang Dagang and Director Li. He swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, Lin Fan did have an argument with Teacher Wang just now, and the words he used were a bit extreme. What Lin Fan said was really unpleasant. Even if there is something wrong, we should communicate properly. We can't insult the teacher like this. I think Lin Fan should be dealt with seriously. After Wang Dagang heard this, his expression finally eased a little. He looked at Director Li and said, Look, I said Lin Fan insulted me, and Zhang Wei is the witness. Director Li frowned, turned to look at Wang Dagang, and said in a cold tone, Teacher Wang, calm down first. I need to investigate this matter thoroughly and cannot just listen to one side of the story. Wang Dagang was anxious, and he grabbed Director Li's arm and said, Director Li, you can't just listen to one side. Lin Fan is a troublemaker. If you don't deal with him, how will the school be managed in the future? What will happen if other students follow his example? Director Li changed the subject and said, Teacher Wang, I came here today because I have something to inform you. Chapter 14 I will definitely change in the future. Wang Dagang was stunned for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed, and doubts arose in his heart. Notify me. What? Various possibilities flashed through his mind. Soon, he thought of the application he had submitted earlier for the title of Dean of Rating. That was his dream position. Could it be that the school finally approved it? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, he has been teaching diligently for more than 10 years, and it is impossible for the school's top management to fail to see his achievements. So Director Li came in person to inform me, which shows how important this matter is. Thinking of this, Wang Dagang's mouth corners unconsciously rose, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. If he became the dean of the School of Economics, he could deal with a small character like Lin Fan however he wanted. He even imagined Lin Fan kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, and felt secretly happy. Dealing with Lin Fan? Humph, that's easy. He cleared his throat, suppressing his excitement. Then he looked at Director Lee with a smile, and said in a flattering tone, Director Lee, what are you talking about? Is there any news about the rating dean I submitted earlier? As he spoke, he straightened his back and felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Upon hearing this, Director Lee glanced at him calmly, then glanced at the students sitting in the classroom. He frowned slightly and whispered, Teacher Wang, let's talk in the corridor. He reached out and gently pulled Wang Dagang's arm, obviously not wanting to discuss this matter in front of the whole class. But Wang Dagang was already so overwhelmed by his own fantasies at this moment that he was unwilling to leave. He was thinking about taking this opportunity to show off in front of his students. In particular, he wanted to let Lin Fan know that he would soon become the dean of the School of Economics. When the time comes, he will make this little bastard suffer a fate worse than death. He waved his hand and said with a smile, It's okay, Director Lee, let's talk here. They are all my students, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. He turned around and glanced at the whole class, his gaze specifically lingering on Lin Fan in the back row for a few seconds. A provocative smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if saying, I will be the dean soon, how long can you still jump around? Seeing that he was so persistent, Director Lee hesitated for a moment, sighed, and seemed helpless. He was silent for a few seconds, and finally said, Well, since you insist on doing this. The school has determined that you may not be qualified for the position of teacher. Now please go through the resignation procedures and leave the school before today. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The smile on Wang Dagang's face froze, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. His eyes were as big as bells and his mouth was slightly open, but no sound came out. My mind went blank, as if what I just heard were not human words, but a series of meaningless noises. Quit. Leaving school. He was stunned for a few seconds before he realized what Director Lee said. The whole person seemed to be struck by lightning, and stammered, what did you say? Resign. Fire me. Director Lee nodded, his tone still calm, Yes, Teacher Wang, the school has made the decision. You can go to the personnel department to handle the formalities now. Wang Dagang's face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He never imagined that their promotion and salary increase he was looking forward to would turn into being fired. He was in disbelief in his heart, and the expression on his face was a mixture of shock and anger. He grabbed Director Lee's arm suddenly, his fingers trembling slightly from excessive force. He asked in a trembling voice, Why? Why did you fire me? I work very hard for the school. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Why was I fired? The student named Lin Fan should be expelled. He turned his head suddenly and pointed at Lin Fan in the back row, anger spurting from his eyes. You didn't really listen to that kid's nonsense, did you? Those are all rumors. He slandered me. Director Lee frowned, gently pushed Wang Dagang's hand away, and said lightly, Teacher Wang, the school has its own considerations. This matter is not something I can decide on my own. You should go to the personnel department and ask for clarification. There was a hint of impatience in his tone, and he was obviously unwilling to explain further. Wang Dagang stood there in a daze, his mind in a mess. He felt dizzy, as if he had been thrown from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Just now I was so happy that I thought I was going to be the dean. Now they are being told to get out of school. The huge gap made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He gritted his teeth and said hoarsely, No. Impossible. How could the school do this to me? I have been teaching for more than 10 years and have worked hard to train so many students. How much contribution have I made to the school? You're going to expel me just because of a few words from a student. What kind of logic is this? He turned to look at the students in the classroom, trying to find some support. His eyes were slightly red. Tell me, am I not good to you? I usually require you to be strict, isn't it for your own good? Can you bear to see me get fired? There was silence in the classroom and the students looked at each other. Some people kept their heads down and said nothing, while others showed a hint of gloating smile. Zhu Jian in the back row muttered quietly, Wang Bai has finally gotten what he deserved. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair with his arms folded across his chest. He had a smile on his face and looked at Wang Dagang calmly, as if he was enjoying a good show. Seeing that the students had no reaction, Wang Dagang felt even more desperate. He rushed to Director Li, grabbed his sleeve, and cried, "Director Li, you can't do this. I have an elderly mother to support at home and my children to go to school. I can't lose this job. Please be kind and help me talk to the school. I will definitely change in the future and teach well, please." Tears welled up in his eyes and his face was full of pleading and helplessness. Director Li frowned and said in a cold tone, "Teacher Wang, please calm down first. The school has already made the decision. There's nothing I can do about it. You should go to the personnel department to handle the formalities." He paused and added, "As for what Lin Fan said, the school will investigate it thoroughly." Hearing this, Wang Dagang turned around and glared at Lin Fan, his eyes full of hatred. "Lin Fan. It's all your fault. You're the one who made me lose my job. You little bastard, I'm not done with you." He rushed towards Lin Fan and raised his fist to hit him. But before he could get close, he was scolded by Director Li. "Wang Dagang. This is a school, not a place for you to act wild. Do you think students will respect a teacher like you who acts so casually?" Chapter 15. If you are not a running dog, then what are you? Lin Fan sat in his seat without moving. He whispered to Wang Dagang, "You deserve it. Who told you not to do anything?" Wang Dagang was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Lin Fan and cursed, "You little jerk, just wait. I won't let you go. I'll sue you. And put you in jail." He turned to look at Director Li and said in a choked voice, "Director Li, you can't be so partial. Lin Fan openly contradicted the teacher and insulted me, but you didn't deal with him and instead expelled me. This is not fair." Director Li sighed and said calmly, "Teacher Wang, stop making trouble here. The school has its own rules. You should go to the personnel department." He turned to look at the students and said in a serious tone, "You continue with the class and keep quiet." After saying that, he walked out of the classroom without looking back. Wang Dagang gave Lin Fan a final look with vicious eyes. Then he staggered out of the classroom, his steps unsteady, like a body with its soul drained out. The classroom suddenly exploded with students talking about it. Someone shouted in surprise, "Wang Dagang was really fired. This is too fantastic." Some people clapped and cheered, "Serves him right. This old guy should have left long ago. I won't be exploited by him anymore. This old guy always stares at me and asks me questions during class. If I don't give him gifts, he'll make things difficult for me. Today is really a relief. Har har, this has to be the greatest feat in the history of the school, right? That old fellow Wang Paopi has been teaching for more than 10 years. Who dares to touch him? He was actually expelled this time. I think the school's top management has taken ruthless action." The discussion in the classroom became louder and louder. Zhu Jian sat next to Lin Fan, turned his head to look at him, curiosity flashing in his eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Fan, how did you know that Wang Baopi was going to be fired? Is there any inside information? You just said he was going to be fired today, and he really was fired. Has your mouth ever been blessed?" Before Lin Fan could say anything, a sarcastic voice interrupted him. What inside information could he have? In my opinion, it's probably just some overheard information. You act like you have so much ability. Do you really think it was Lin Fan who asked the school to expel Wang Baopi? Can he be so capable? Stop joking. As soon as these words were spoken, several students around followed suit. That's right. Wang Dagang is an old teacher. The school wants to expel him. It must have been planned by the top management long ago. It has nothing to do with Lin Fan. I think he was just lucky to have this happen, and is just trying to flatter himself. Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Zhu Jian frowned and whispered, "Brother Fan, ignore them. They just like to make trouble. But anyway, it's a good thing. Now that Wang Paopi is gone, you won't have to worry about him anymore." He paused, with a hint of worry in his tone, "But that old guy is very insidious, you have to be careful, don't let him retaliate against you in the future." Lin Fan smiled slightly. Revenge? He also needs to have this ability. Just then, a voice came from the front row of the classroom, interrupting the students' discussion. Class monitor Zhang Wei stood up, patted the table, frowned and shouted, "Quiet. It's still class time. I know a lot of people are dissatisfied with Mr. Wang, but his strict management is also for our own good. Stop making noise here." As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, the noise in the classroom became much quieter. After all, he is the class monitor and usually has some prestige in the class. But when these words fell into Lin Fan's ears, it was like a fuse was lit. He looked up at Zhang Wei, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and whispered two words, "running dog." The sound was not loud, but it reached Zhang Wei's ears clearly. Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment, then turned his head sharply, stared at Lin Fan, and said with a red face, "What did you say about me?" Lin Fan raised his head and met Zhang Wei's eyes calmly. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said with a smile, "Sorry, my voice was a little soft just now, I will say it again." He paused, and said in a clearer and louder tone, "I say, squad leader Zhang Wei, you are running dog." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the classroom became tense again. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Fan and Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing. He stood up suddenly and pointed at Lin Fan and shouted angrily, "Lin Fan, you! What the hell did you say? I'm a running dog. How am I a running dog? Say it again if you dare." Lin Fan said calmly, "I said that you, Zhang Wei, are Wang Bai's running dog. Just now you were talking about right and wrong to help Wang Dagang. Now that he's gone, you're still here to defend him. If you're not a running dog, what are you? You licked me with great pleasure. Your legs must be numb from kneeling, right?" Zhang Wei was choked by these words and his face turned pale. He pointed at Lin Fan with trembling fingers and was so angry that he couldn't even finish his words. You. I was telling the truth. How could I help him wash the floor? Zhu Jian pulled Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Fan, don't argue with him. Zhang Wei is a narrow-minded person. Don't let him hate you." Zhang Wei's chest heaved with anger, and he pointed at Lin Fan and wanted to say something. But at this moment, an urgent voice suddenly sounded in the classroom. A boy sitting by the window, holding a cell phone in his hand, shouted, "Hurry up and check out the school post. Someone said a student donated 30 million to the school." This sentence was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves. The students were stunned for a few seconds, then they took out their mobile phones and eagerly opened the school's forum. The news has become a hot topic, with the headline reading, "Mysterious student donated 30 million yuan, and the school expelled Wang Baopi." The comments section under the post exploded, with the number of replies skyrocketing at a rate of dozens per second. What? 30 million? Is that true? A boy stared at the screen of his mobile phone, sliding his fingers quickly. The poster said it was an anonymous donation and didn't even leave his name. This is too amazing. Chapter 16. Let's go today. Anonymous? How rich must this person be? 30 million is donated as soon as it said so. Are all the rich second generations nowadays so awesome? A girl was browsing Chiabar and exclaimed, "Could this guy's family run a bank?" There was a lot of discussion in the classroom, and the students turned their eyes away from Lin Fan and Zhang Wei, all immersed in this explosive news. 30 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. How many sports cars does this require? I guess it's a girl. A boy with long hair winked and said, "It would be great if it was a girl. I would go lick her right now and try to be her boyfriend. A rich woman worth 30 million, I would kneel down and serve her for the rest of my life." You? The person next to him sneered, "Forget it. How can a rich man be attracted to someone like you? Look in the mirror, you're a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. What if it's a boy? What's wrong with being a man? It's an open society now, I can just go and sell my ass. 30 million is worth selling for a lifetime." As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom burst into laughter. Several female classmates also joined the discussion, with infatuated expressions on their faces. A girl with a ponytail held her chin up and said dreamily, "It would be great if it was a boy. I want to meet such a rich boy even in my dreams. If he was my boyfriend, why would I go to school? I'd just stay at home counting money every day. I have so much money to spend freely. I can buy bags, clothes, and cosmetics. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Another girl's eyes were full of longing. "It doesn't matter if this kind of man is handsome or not, as long as he has money. And I promise not to throw a tantrum. He can play however he wants outside. But you have to give me at least 5 million every month." The classroom was as busy as a vegetable market. The students were talking to each other, guessing the identity of this mysterious donor. Some said he was a rich second generation, some said it was a gift from alumni, and some joked that he was the principal's brother-in-law. Lin Fan sat in the back row, smiling but saying nothing. Zhu Jian turned to look at Lin Fan and whispered, 30 million. The donor is really generous. Do you think it could be some hidden boss in our school? He paused, then muttered quietly, but Wang Bapi was fired. What does this have to do with the donation? Lin Fan shook his head and said calmly, who knows? Zhu Jian frowned, feeling that something was wrong with Lin Fan today, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At this time, Zhang Wei's face turned pale. It seemed that no one took him, the squad leader, seriously. This made him very angry. He patted the table, trying to restore some of his dignity as class monitor. Everyone, be quiet. What are you yelling about? We're in class. But his voice was drowned out by the discussions and few people paid attention to him. At the same time, in the principal's office, the atmosphere was completely different. Wang Dagan sat opposite Li Guoqiang, holding a stack of resignation documents in his hand, his face as pale as a piece of white paper. His fingers trembled slightly, cold sweat covered his forehead, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. He stared at Li Guoqiang and asked in a hoarse voice, Principal, I have completed the resignation procedures. But you must tell me why you fired me. I have been teaching for more than 10 years, working diligently. Even if I die, you must let me be a clear-headed ghost. Li Guoqiang sat behind his desk, holding a pen in his hand and tapping the table lightly. He looked up at Wang Dagan, sighed, shook his head and said, Old Wang, this is not something I can decide on my own. Someone donated 30 million to the school and asked you to leave. Wang Dagan was stunned for a moment, his whole body seemed to be frozen, and his head was buzzing. 30 million? Call me to leave? He stared at Li Guoqiang with wide eyes in disbelief, and said in a trembling voice, What? 30 million? Who donated it? Why did you ask me to leave? Who did I offend? Li Guoqiang put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and said calmly, Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Wang Dagan's voice suddenly rose and he jumped up from his chair as if he was pricked by a needle. His face turned red instantly and his eyes almost popped out. What did you say? Lin Fan. That little bastard. He donated 30 million. Fire me. There was shock in his voice, and his fingers clenched the documents in his hand, crumpling the paper into a ball. Li Guoqiang nodded and said calmly, That's true. He donated anonymously but asked for your dismissal. I can't help it. 30 million is not a small amount. The school's top management unanimously agreed. Wang Dagan's head seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. It was buzzing and his whole body was shaking. He fell back into his chair, staring at the table with dull eyes, muttering to himself, Lin Fan. Lin Fan. How is it possible? He is a poor student, where did he get 30 million? His voice became lower and lower, as if he was asking and answering himself. But an irrepressible fear welled up in my heart. He would rather donate 30 million to the school than give it to me. Lin Fan. Li Guoqiang frowned and said calmly, Old Wang, the matter has been settled. The school has heard about your affairs for a long time. This time, they just used Lin Fan's matter to deal with it. The school will give you every penny of the money you deserve. Pack up and leave today. He paused and added, Stop making trouble. It's not good for you. And Lin Fan was able to come up with so much money just to fire you. This is already a great favor to you. If he gets these 30 million to take revenge on you. Not to mention you, even your family may be implicated. You'll have to bear the consequences. Wang Dagan stood there in a daze, his eyes gradually changing from anger to despair. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. His voice was full of resentment, like a beast cornered, but helpless. He stood up suddenly, the documents in his hand fell to the ground, he turned around and staggered out of the office, his steps unsteady, like a lost ghost. Chapter 17. Aren't you very capable? As soon as the bell rang, the classroom became lively again. The students packed their bags and walked out in twos and threes. The discussion about their 30 million donation is still echoing in my ears. Lin Fan turned to look at Zhu Jian and said with a smile, let's go eat together. I'll treat you. When he had no money before, Lin Fan often ate at Zhu Jian's expense. Zhu Jian didn't say anything at that time and asked Lin Fan to eat the same thing as he did. Now that he has money in his hands, he naturally doesn't want to treat this friend unfairly. Zhu Jian pushed his black-framed glasses, scratched his head, and said a little embarrassedly, "Brother Fan, thank you. But there's an activity in the club later, and I have to go there, so I can't go with you." "Next time, I will definitely have a meal with you next time." Lin Fan nodded, patted his shoulder, and said calmly, "Okay, next time. You go ahead and do your thing." He stood up, picked up his bag, and walked out of the classroom alone. Zhu Jian looked at his back and whispered to himself, "Could it be that Brother Fan has really become rich? He actually has enough money to treat me to a meal." After leaving the teaching building, Lin Fan walked slowly towards the cafeteria. The sun shines on the campus's tree-lined avenues, and the air is filled with the scent of grass. The cafeteria at Jiangzhou University is not luxurious, but it offers a wide variety of dishes, including stir-fried dishes, pasta, and snacks. In the past, Lin Fan had no money and was short of money, so the most common dish he ate was mixed noodles with soybean paste, which cost 5 yuan a bowl. Simple, affordable, and filling. It's different now. Of course I want to try those dishes I haven't eaten before. He walked into the cafeteria and went straight to the cooking window and ordered a few dishes: spicy chicken, shredded pork with fish flavor, broccoli with garlic, plus a serving of rice. The cafeteria auntie skillfully cooked the food, put it on a plate and handed it to him, saying with a smile, "Classmate, $28.50. Lin Fan habitually took out his meal card and prepared to pay. But as soon as the meal card was placed on the card machine, it beeped twice. A line of words popped up on the screen: "Insufficient balance, current balance is 0.5 yuan." Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, glanced down at the meal card, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "The last time I ate mixed noodles with soybean paste, I had only a few cents left on my meal card, and then I was busy with the business of the Golden Emperor Hotel. I went to the principal's office to donate again, but I didn't have time to top up." He was about to speak when the cafeteria auntie looked up at the card machine and kindly reminded him, "Student, there is no money in your meal card. Why don't you go and recharge some money before coming back? I'll save the food for you." Lin Fan nodded and was about to say, "Okay." A weird voice came from behind. "How can you eat without money? And why do you want to imitate others and eat stir-fried dishes? Why don't you eat your noodles?" The voice was sarcastic and full of sarcasm. Lin Fan knew who it was without even turning around. He turned his head and saw that it was indeed Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao was wearing a suit of branded sportswear and had a sneer on his face. Following next to him was the school beauty Chen Sini. She was wearing a white dress today, still wearing the 3-carat diamond ring on her hand, and her face was delicately made up. The two men stood behind Lin Fan, like two roosters ready to fight, their eyes full of provocation. Zhu Hao looked Lin Fan up and down and sneered, "Aren't you good at pretending? Last night, he transferred hundreds of thousands of dollars at the Golden Emperor Hotel and drove a Ferrari to show off. Why can't I even pay for dinner today?" He paused, and his tone became more venomous. "I told you, that little money of yours must have been borrowed. After pretending to be a rich man all night, you are no longer used to being a poor student. If you don't have money, don't try to imitate others and eat stir-fried dishes. Just eat your noodles with soy sauce." Chen Sini stood next to Zhu Hao, snorted coldly, and continued, "You were so arrogant yesterday, how come you can't even take out 28.5 yuan today? How shameless of you to order food here." There was resentment in her voice, and it was obvious that she was still brooding over the humiliation she suffered last night. Her eyes were like knives, piercing Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned around and didn't rush to speak. He lowered his head, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, tapped his fingers twice, and opened the banking app. He was about to transfer the money directly, but Zhu Hao refused to give in and said even louder, "What? You have nothing to say? Lin Fan, aren't you quite capable? Keep pretending. A poor fellow is a poor fellow. He will be exposed after pretending for just one day." The students around heard the noise and turned their heads to look over. Some people recognized Zhu Hao and Chen Sini and whispered, "Isn't that Zhu Hao? Lin Fan was so extravagant last night, but he doesn't even have money to eat today." Seeing more people gathered around, Zhu Hao became even more arrogant. He pointed at Lin Fan and sneered, "Everyone, look, this is the rich man from last night. Transferring hundreds of thousands of dollars, using fireworks to humiliate my girlfriend. What's the result? I can't even afford food today. I see your Ferrari is also rented, right? You look so poor, why are you pretending? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at Zhu Hao and Chen Sini. He was about to open his mouth to fight back, but a gentle voice came from behind him. Classmate, let me swipe your card for you, and you can pay me back when you have money. The sound is crisp and pleasant, like a spring breeze, making people feel particularly comfortable. Lin Fan turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a girl. She stood behind Lin Fan, with a slender figure, wearing a light blue shirt and jeans. She had a faint smile on her face, and a gentle temperament between her eyebrows. She held a meal card in her hand, handed it to the card machine, and swiped it lightly. With a beep, the meal bill of 28.5 yuan was paid. The cafeteria auntie smiled and said, "Okay, students, take your food." Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said calmly, "Thank you, let's add WeChat, I'll return it to you later." He turned to look at the girl and felt that she looked familiar. He seems to be from the economics department, but we don't talk much and we don't have much interaction. Seeing this, Zhu Hao sneered even more. "Hey, Lin Fan, are you relying on women for support now? How shameful. I thought you were so rich, but it turns out you even have to ask others to pay for your meals." He turned to look at Chen Sini and said proudly, "Baby, don't you think this is funny? This poor guy acted like a rich guy last night, but today he can't even afford a meal. It's so funny." Chen Sini covered her mouth and chuckled, saying in a tart tone, "Lin Fan, aren't you quite capable? Why don't you pay people to scold me today? If you don't have money, don't embarrass yourself here." Lin Fan held the food tray and turned to look at Zhu Hao and Chen Sini. "Zhu Hao, Chen Sini, you two really don't learn from your mistakes. It seems that I didn't teach you a lesson last night." His voice was not loud, but it was cold. His eyes swept across the two of them like a knife. Zhu Hao was stunned by the look, but then he forced himself to sneer and said, "You poor bastard, you still dare to teach me a lesson? If you have the ability, transfer another few 100,000. You can't even afford the meal, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? It's so shameful to have to eat with a woman." Chapter 18. It seems that I didn't hit you hard enough. Lin Fan turned and looked at Zhu Hao, a smile inadvertently appearing on the corner of his mouth. That smile was cold, like the chilly wind on a winter night, so cold that it made people feel creepy. Zhu Hao was still chattering, crossing his arms and mocking with a smug look on his face. Chen Sini covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of disdain. Lin Fan suddenly took a step forward, his movements as fast as lightning. The plate in his hand snapped. It hit Zhu Hao directly in the face. Spicy diced chicken, shredded pork with fish flavor, broccoli with garlic and rice covered Zhu Hao's head and face. The greasy sauce flowed down his hair and dripped onto his designer sportswear, making him look miserable. This scene happened so suddenly that the surrounding students were instantly shocked. Some people screamed and some people stepped back. A space was quickly cleared in the cafeteria, forming a natural arena. Zhu Hao was stunned for a few seconds, then he reacted and roared, "Lin Fan! How dare you!" But before he could finish his words, Lin Fan kicked Zhu Hao right in the abdomen. Zhu Hao was like a kite with a broken string. He staggered and fell to the ground, holding his stomach and wailing. But Lin Fan did not stop. He bent down and pressed the plate in his hand hard against Zhu Hao's face. The force was so strong that Zhu Hao couldn't move. As he pressed the button, he sneered and said, "I'm treating you to this meal. You must remember my great kindness to you. Are you enjoying your meal? If it's not enough, I'll buy you another one." His voice was low. The whole person was filled with ruthlessness. Zhu Hao smashed the plate in his hand hard, and his head hit the ground with a muffled sound. Zhu Hao's face was twisted in pain, with grease stains from food still in his mouth, and he was struggling to get up. But Lin Fan was too strong and he couldn't move at all. Lin Fan snorted coldly and continued to curse, "You're like a stinky fly. You keep buzzing around me while I'm eating. Aren't you annoying? You are born in the year of the dog, right? You bite everyone you see. What does it matter to you if I eat my meal? If you don't shut up your stinky mouth, it's really polluting the air." The students watching widened their eyes. Some people covered their mouths and screamed, some took out their mobile phones to record videos, and the whole cafeteria seemed to be on fire. Fuck, is Lin Fan crazy? He just threw the food on Zhu Hao's face. This is too cruel. Lin Fan wasn't like this before. Har har, why does it feel so good to watch? Zhu Hao obviously didn't expect Lin Fan to treat him like this. He lay on the ground, gasping in pain, but he still refused to admit defeat and kept cursing. Lin Fan. You're so brave. I'll kill you. How dare you touch me, poor bastard. But every time he cursed, Lin Fan would smash the plate in his hand. The blow made him dizzy and his nose bled. Zhu Hao's curses gradually turned into wails. You fucking stop it. I'm going to die. Stop it now. I'm not done with you. Lin Fan sneered repeatedly without stopping his hands. He couldn't help but sneer, not finished yet. What the hell do you have the capital to not be finished with me? You didn't get scolded enough last night, right? How dare you come and jump in front of me today? Your face deserves to be beaten. I think you are a jerk, and I will feel uncomfortable if I don't beat you up. He pushed hard, and Zhu Hao's head hit the ground again, letting out a muffled groan. His face was twisted in pain and only vague whimpers came out of his mouth. Chen Sini, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She stood nearby, her face livid with anger, and rushed over cursing, Lin Fan. You bastard! You dare to hit Brother Hao! I will fight you! She stretched out her hand and tried to pull Lin Fan's arm. But Lin Fan reacted faster, turning around and lowering his head. He picked up a handful of scattered rice from the ground, and with his other hand he grabbed Chen Sini's ponytail and pulled it hard. Chen Sini was caught off guard, screamed in pain, and staggered forward. Lin Fan snorted coldly and stuffed the dirty rice bowl in his hand directly into Chen Sini's mouth. The greasy rice mixed with the dust on the ground filled her mouth. Her eyes widened, she made a woo-woo sound, and struggled to vomit. But Lin Fan's hand was pressing her chin tightly, making it impossible for her to swallow or spit out. He sneered and asked, Is it enough to eat? If it's not enough, I'll pick up some fish-flavored pork shreds for you from the ground. Don't be polite. You have to eat your fill. Don't you like to act noble? Isn't this meal down to earth? Chen Sini's mouth was stuffed with rice, and tears mixed with her makeup flowed down her face, making her look miserable. She struggled desperately and grabbed around with her hands, but Lin Fan was too strong and she couldn't get free. Her screams turned into sobs, and she cursed incoherently, Lin Fan, you bastard. But the sound was blocked by the rice bowl, and seemed particularly weak. Lin Fan let go of his hand, stood up, and looked coldly at the two people on the ground. Zhu Hao held his stomach, his face covered with food and nosebleed, gasping in pain. Chen Sini collapsed on the ground with a rice bowl stuffed in her mouth, her hair disheveled, and her makeup smudged like a ghost. The students around were all stunned. Some exclaimed, This is too cruel. Why didn't I realize that Lin Fan was so powerful before? Lin Fan is done with this time. Zhu Hao hasn't come to him to settle accounts for the last incident yet. This time he has made things even bigger. Zhu Hao lay on the ground, groaning in pain. He gnashed his teeth and said, Lin Fan, just wait for me. I will kill you. His voice was weak and his eyes were full of resentment. Chen Sini finally spit out the rice bowl in her mouth and cried out, Brother Hao. Get up quickly. He actually dared to beat someone up in school. The school must punish him severely. Lin Fan sneered, glanced down at them, and said calmly, Complain. Sure, I'll wait. Next time, tell me in advance what you want to eat. Today I acted on my own. He turned around and put on his bag. He glanced around the cafeteria again. I found that the girl who had just paid me was gone. He then walked out of the cafeteria. The students watching were talking about it, and some were shocked. Lin Fan is so fierce. He just pinned Zhu Hao to the ground and beat him. Someone was excited, great. Zhu Hao's mouth should have been shut up long ago. Some people even murmured, Doesn't he have no money? Why is he so stubborn? Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and prepared to order takeout using his mobile phone. At this time, Zhu Jian pushed the door open and walked in. He looked at Lin Fan in shock. Brother Fan. You just beat up Zhu Hao? Is that true? Lin Fan smiled and said, She was so mean, I couldn't help it. Are they still in the cafeteria? I was gone when I bought the food. Oh, it seems I didn't hit you enough. Zhu Jian was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Lin Fan opened WeChat and found the WeChat of the girl he had just added. Then click transfer, the transfer amount is 28.5 yuan. But just after Lin Fan entered the password, a message appeared on the phone interface, the other party is not your friend and the transfer cannot be completed. Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Blocked me. Chapter 19 must be expelled. Zhu Hao and Chen Sini got up from the ground in a mess. His face was covered with food residue and his clothes were stained with oil and dust. The snickers and pointing fingers from the students around them stabbed them like knives. Chen Sini lowered her head and wiped her face. Tears mixed with her makeup and flowed down her face. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain. She sobbed, holding Zhu Hao's arm, and said in a choked voice, "Brother Hao, I have never suffered such injustice since I was a child. How dare that poor boy Lin Fan do this to me? The rice he stuffed into my mouth. I'm so sick. You have to make the decision for me." Zhu Hao held his stomach with his hands, and there was a red mark on his face from being hit by the dinner plate. The blood from his nose dried at the corner of his mouth, and he looked as miserable as could be. He glared at the direction where Lin Fan left with gritted teeth, with resentment flashing in his eyes. He suppressed his anger and comforted Chen Sini, "Baby, don't cry, I will definitely not let this go." He paused and said in a low voice, "Let's go to the dean first, report this to the school, and ask the school to expel him first. Then I'll find someone to give him a good beating. This time I'm going to kill him." Chen Sini wiped her tears and nodded while sobbing, "Yes, get him out of school first. I just don't believe that a poor guy like him can turn the tables. Don't you have money in your family? You have to kill him even if you have to throw money at him." She grabbed Zhu Hao's arm and cried even harder. "I was humiliated by him at the Golden Emperor Hotel last night, and he bullied me again today. I can't swallow this." Zhu Hao patted her hands and snorted coldly, "Don't worry, my dad has some connections in Jiangzhou, and this poor boy Lin Fan won't be able to stay alive for long." The two of them supported each other and walked towards the teaching building in a panic. The students on the street looked sideways. At the same time, the Dean of Studies, Li Juan, was sitting behind his desk with a cup of tea in his hand. He had a fawning smile on his face and was chatting with the principal, Li Guoqiang. The curtains in the office were half drawn, and sunlight came in through the gaps, shining on the documents on the table. Li Guoqiang leaned back on the sofa and said with a smile on his face, "Old Li, this time the school can be said to have found a treasure. Someone donated 30 million anonymously. It was really generous. We have to plan carefully how to spend this money." Upon hearing this, Li Juan moved closer and asked with a smile, "Principal Li, can you please tell me which big shot donated the money?" Li Guoqiang said with a smile, "He is a student named Lin Fan. By the way, find his information and let's take a look." Lin Fan. Li Juan was stunned for a moment, then frowned. He turned around, turned on the computer, tapped his fingers on the keyboard a few times, and called up the student record system. As he searched, he muttered, "Lin Fan, this name sounds familiar." Soon, Lin Fan's information popped up. Li Juan stared at the screen and frowned even more tightly. This kid has been relying on scholarships for support, and his parents are no longer at home. My academic performance is pretty good. I have never failed a course. But where do students who rely on financial aid get 30 million? After listening to this, Li Guoqiang laughed and waved his hand. "Old Li, don't you understand? Rich people like to hide themselves. Lin Fan is probably a low-key rich second generation. The identity and background of the parents at home may be beyond our reach. It's so easy for this kind of person to modify some information." He paused, and said with a hint of emotion, "Look, he spent 30 million at once. How can ordinary people have such courage?" Li Juan nodded, a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, yes, Principal, you are right." He paused, a gleam in his eyes. "So, the reason why Wang Dagang left was also because of this classmate Lin Fan, right?" Li Guoqiang nodded, smiling even more, "Yes, it was Lin Fan who named it. I'm telling you, this guy is not simple. We have to maintain a good relationship with him in the future. Maybe one day he will donate another 300 million or 500 million, and our school can renovate a few more buildings and attract more investment." He leaned back on the sofa, squinting his eyes, as if he was thinking about the bright future. Li Juan nodded repeatedly and agreed, "Of course. Lin Fan is no longer a student, he is simply the living god of wealth worshipped by the school." Just then, there was a hurried knock on the office door. Boom boom boom. Li Juan frowned, put down the teacup, and said impatiently, "Who is it? Come in." The door was pushed open and Zhu Hao and Chen Sini walked in. The two men were in a mess. Zhu Hao's face was covered with food residue and dried nose blood, and his clothes were wrinkled and stained with oil. Chen Sini's hair was disheveled, her makeup was smudged like a ghost, and her eyes were red and swollen, obviously she had just cried. As soon as the two entered the room, Chen Sini rushed to Li Juwen and cried, "Director Li, you have to make the decision for us. That bastard Lin Fan from our department beat us up in the cafeteria and threw food on our faces. This is too much." Zhu Hao followed behind and said with gritted teeth, "Yes, Director Li, Lin Fan's grandson openly beat up his classmates. It's simply lawless. You must fire him and give us justice." He paused, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. "If the school doesn't take care of this, I'll ask my dad to come over." Li Juwen and Li Guoqiang looked at each other, and both of them had subtle expressions. Li Juwen frowned, put down his teacup, and asked calmly, "Are you talking about Lin Fan? Did he beat you in the cafeteria?" Chen Sini nodded while sobbing, "Yes, it was him. He pulled my hair and stuffed food into my mouth. It was so disgusting. I've never been treated this way before." She wiped her tears and looked at Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Director Li, that bastard Lin Fan threw a dinner plate at me and kicked me. He is the one who caused the injury on my face. Why keep such a student? He must be expelled." After hearing this, Li Juwen frowned even more tightly. He turned to look at Li Guoqiang and asked in a low voice, "Principal, this?" There was a smile on the face of Principal Li Guoqiang. But after listening to the two people's crying, his expression suddenly changed. Then he sat up straight with a look of anger on his face. He slammed the pen on the table and said in a loud voice, "You said you were beaten by Lin Fan. Why would Lin Fan hit you for no reason?" As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell silent instantly. Zhu Hao and Chen Sini were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Li Juwen was sitting behind his desk. When he heard the principal's words, his eyes rolled and he immediately understood which direction the wind was blowing. He put down his teacup and continued the principal's words, saying sternly, "That's right, you must have provoked Lin Fan, otherwise why would he hit you?" Chapter 20. Don't get too close to him. I know Lin Fan well. He's usually a very well-behaved student. Did you two do anything excessive to provoke him to attack? When Zhu Hao heard this, his head buzzed and he felt something was wrong. He came here to seek justice, so why was he being scolded instead? He quickly waved his hands to explain, "Director Li, what do you mean by this? I didn't provoke Lin Fan. I was eating peacefully in the cafeteria, and he suddenly rushed over and threw a plate at me, and even kicked me. How did I offend him?" He turned to look at Chen Sini and said anxiously, "We didn't recruit him, did we?" Chen Sini wiped her tears and nodded while sobbing, "Yes, Principal, Director Li, we didn't recruit him. It was that bastard Lin Fan who went crazy for no reason. He even stuffed a mouthful of rice into my mouth. It was so disgusting. You have to make the decision for us." But Li Guoqiang seemed not to have heard the two people's explanations. His anger did not diminish but became even stronger. He slammed the table so hard that the teacup shook. "Didn't you recruit him? Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Fan is fine, why would he bother you too? I think it's because of your dirty words that is upset. You are usually so arrogant, thinking that you can do whatever you want just because you have a little background. Now you dare to come to me to complain." Li Juwen quickly agreed, with a tone of teaching, "Yes, Zhu Hao, Chen Sini, don't I know what your style is like? Today in the cafeteria, it must be you who provoked me first, so Lin Fan took action. I think you deserve it." Zhu Hao and Chen Sini were completely confused. They stared at the two teachers in front of them with wide eyes, their minds full of question marks. Zhu Hao was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing. He couldn't help but retort, "Principal, Director Li, what do you mean by this? Is it reasonable for Lin Fan to hit someone? The wound on my face and the footprints on my body were all caused by him. You don't deal with him, but blame us." Chen Sini also cried and shouted, "Yes. How can you protect him? He is just a poor fellow, why is he so arrogant?" Li Guoqiang snorted coldly, ignoring the two's explanations. "A poor guy? A person who takes out 30 million at once is a poor guy. I tell you, today's incident is all your own fault. It was wrong for Lin Fan to attack you, but if you hadn't provoked him, would he have been able to hit you? You usually rely on your family's little money to cause trouble everywhere. You still dare to come here to cry to me? I think you deserve to be punished. Li Jiangwen nodded and said in a harder tone, Zhu Hao, your father has some connections, but the school is not owned by your family. Lin Fan is an honest student, why did you insist on recruiting him? You still have the nerve to complain now? Where's your dignity? Zhu Hao and Chen Sini were speechless after being scolded, and their faces turned red and white. Zhu Hao clenched his fists, feeling so angry that he had no place to vent. He couldn't understand why he came here to seek justice, but was instead scolded by the principal and the dean of studies. Chen Sini bit her lip, tears falling down her face, sobbing softly, Brother Hao, why is this happening? Seeing that the two were still unconvinced, Li Guoqiang snorted coldly and said in a harsher tone, Okay, stop crying here. I think you just don't learn your lesson. What happened today is all your fault. Go back and write me a letter of apology and reflect deeply on your behavior. Hand it in tomorrow. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Li Jiangwen added, Yes, if the self-criticism is less than 2,000 words, don't hand it in. If you dare to provoke Lin Fan again, you will bear the consequences. Zhu Hao stood up suddenly, his chest heaving with anger. He pointed at Li Guoqiang and wanted to say something, but when he saw the principal's cold face, he swallowed his words back. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, you guys protect him, I'll remember that. He turned around and pulled Chen Sini up, whispering, Let's go, we don't want to be bullied here. Chen Sini stood up sobbing and glared at the two of them. Following Zhu Hao, he stumbled out of the office. The door slammed shut and silence returned to the office. Li Guoqiang leaned back on the sofa, took a sip from his teacup, and said lightly, These two people are really shameless. Li Jiangwen smiled and nodded, Lin Fan is our god of wealth, how dare these two brats come to complain? Outside the office, Zhu Hao and Chen Sini were walking in the corridor, looking disheveled. There were a few students following behind him, stealing glances at him. Zhu Hao clenched his fists, veins popped up on his face, and he gritted his teeth and said, Lin Fan, this bastard, I must kill him. He turned to look at Chen Sini and whispered, Baby, don't cry, the school will protect him, let's do it ourselves. Chen Sini wiped her tears and sobbed, Brother Hao, we must avenge this. Why is that poor bastard Lin Fan so arrogant? Zhu Hao snorted coldly, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes, Since they won't help us, don't blame me for being ruthless. In the dormitory, Lin Fan was lying on the bed, scrolling through his phone while looking at Zhu Jian who was tidying up his desk not far away. He narrowed his eyes and asked casually, Zhu Jian, do you know anyone who can get information? Zhu Jian was packing his textbooks and was stunned when he heard this. He turned to look at Lin Fan and asked curiously, Are you looking for information? Brother Fan, what information do you want to find out? Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, swiped his finger across the screen of his phone twice, and said calmly, Nothing, just some social news. I wonder if anyone knows someone in this area. Zhu Jian frowned, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, The news in society. I have a cousin named Zhu Ren, who seems to be a gangster in this area. He may have more information on this. He paused, his tone a little hesitant. But we haven't seen each other for a long time. My family doesn't allow me to have any contact with him, for fear that he might lead me astray. But I have his contact information. Do you want to try to ask? Lin Fan nodded and muttered, Zhu Jian, Zhu Ren, these names are interesting. He looked up at Zhu Jian and said calmly, Okay, give me his contact information and I'll talk to him later. Zhu Jian nodded, took out Zhu Ren's number from his phone and sent it to Lin Fan. He also reminded, Brother Fan, be careful, my cousin is a bit wild, don't get too close to him. Chapter 21, Jianghu Qi. As night falls, the lights on the playground of Jiangzhou University become dim. Lin Fan was holding a cell phone in his hand, with an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen. That is the contact information of Zhu Jian's cousin Zhu Ren. He tapped the dial button lightly. After the call was connected, a deep male voice came, Hello, who is this? Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed and said calmly, Hello, I'm Zhu Jian's classmate. He introduced me to you. I want you to help investigate someone. Is that okay? Zhu Ren on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then he laughed, with a hint of gangsterism in his voice, Oh, Zhu Jian, that kid, haven't contacted for a long time. You are his classmate. Okay, tell me, who do you want to check? His tone was quite polite and he didn't put on airs. Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, he's a student at Jiangzhou University named Zhu Hao. His family might have some money. I need you to help me investigate it. The more detailed the better. Zhu Ren made a tsk sound and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled and said, Zhu Hao, right. A student, your family is rich, okay, no problem. But buddy, there are fees for investigating news. The person you want to investigate is a wealthy person. The information fee is 50,000 yuan. I wonder if you can accept it. After listening to this, Lin Fan said calmly, no problem. How long will it take? Lin Fan didn't take the 50,000 yuan seriously at all. Zhu Ren obviously didn't expect Lin Fan to agree so readily. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed, straightforward guy. Tomorrow night, come to the beauty bar to find me and I'll tell you the news. How do you think? There was a hint of enthusiasm in his voice, and it was obvious that he was quite fond of this generous client. Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, no problem, tomorrow night, at the beauty bar, I'll be there on time. The next night, Lin Fan drove his Ferrari SF90 Straydale to the beauty bar. The Jiangzhou city area is brightly lit at night, and the streets are busy with traffic. Lin Fan's car window was half open, and a cool breeze blew in, refreshing his heart. He was dressed in a simple black t-shirt and jeans, as low-key as an ordinary college student. But that Porsche was like a dazzling star, attracting countless eyes. Apart from anything else, the rate at which people turn their heads to look at this car is indeed incredibly high. Pedestrians on the road looked sideways, and some pointed at the car and whispered, how much does this car cost? Ferrari SF90, it must be worth tens of millions. Someone took out his cell phone to take a picture of the car, and the flash flickered in the night. Several young girls screamed, what a cool car. The guy driving this must be a very handsome guy. Lin Fan listened to these voices, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but he didn't care too much. He parked his car in a parking space not far from the beauty bar. I looked at the time and there were still more than 10 minutes until the agreed time of 8 o'clock. He turned off the engine and prepared to lean back in his seat and wait for a while. The car window was half open. He lit a cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke, and casually scanned the night scene on the street. Beauty Bar is a famous nightclub in Jiangzhou. Neon lights are flashing at the door, young people coming in and out are dressed fashionably, and the air is filled with the smell of alcohol and perfume. Just as he smoked half a cigarette, the roadside beside him gradually became lively. Several girls deliberately moved closer to him. Some wore short skirts, revealing their slender thighs. Some of them wore heavy makeup and had ambiguous smiles on their faces. One of the girls knocked on the car window, her voice so sweet that water could drip out of it. Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? She bent down, her low-cut top revealing a large area of snow-white skin, creating a deep cleavage, and she looked at Lin Fan seductively. Lin Fan glanced at her and said calmly, sorry, I'm not interested. He held the cigarette between his fingers and blew out a light puff of smoke, his eyes not lingering on her. The girl was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting to be rejected. She stood up angrily and muttered, why are you pretending to be so noble? Then he walked away with his waist twisted. Within 2 minutes, another figure came over. This time it was a short-haired beauty wearing a windbreaker, with a tall figure and a unique temperament. She walked to Lin Fan's car, stopped, and gently unbuttoned her windbreaker, revealing a bold outfit. She wore a black backless camisole that fit her proud figure closely, as if trying to break free and jump out. She has a slender waist and her skin is so white that it seems like water can be pinched out of it. When the windbreaker is opened, a flat belly is revealed under the straps, and traces of a vest line can be vaguely seen. Below is a pair of tight black hot pants that barely covers her waist and outlines her perfect curves. Paired with a pair of black stockings, wrapping her slender and straight legs, she exudes a fatal temptation. She bent down slowly and moved closer to Lin Fan's car window, with her breasts almost touching the glass. The shape is flattened and it looks real at first glance. She raised her head, revealing a delicate face with a hint of charm between her eyebrows. She opened her red lips and said with a smile, handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? Her voice was soft and a little teasing, and she leaned forward deliberately. The edge of the suspenders slid down slightly, revealing more of her snow-white skin. It makes me dizzy. Lin Fan glanced down at her, his gaze staying on her for 2 seconds. Then he moved away and said calmly, sorry, I don't have time. He reached out and pressed the car window button, and the glass slowly rose. Keep that smiling face and that pair of desires out. The moment the car window closed, he gave a helpless smile and whispered to himself, is the beautiful Sumiru always so proactive when she sees a rich man? Lin Fan glanced at his phone and saw that the time was just past 8 o'clock. He put out the cigarette in his hand, opened the car door and got out. Several girls on the street were still looking in his direction, whispering about how cool the Ferrari was. But Lin Fan didn't want to bother with these coquettish women. He glanced coldly at the crowd and walked straight towards the beauty bar. When you push open the door of the bar, a faint aroma of wine mixed with soft music hits you in the face. The beauty bar is a quiet bar. Unlike the noisy and bustling nightclub he had imagined, its decoration style is elegant and low-key. The hall is softly lit, with several abstract paintings hanging on the walls and wooden tables and chairs arranged in an orderly manner. There is a small stage in the center. A singer in a white shirt is holding a guitar and singing softly. The melody is soothing, as if he is telling a story from the old times. A few young people were chatting quietly at the bar with their glasses of wine. There were a few couples in the corner whispering with their heads down, and the whole atmosphere was quiet and comfortable. Lin Fan looked around, scanning the crowd, and was about to find a place to sit down. A figure walked over from the direction of the bar. He was a man in his 30s, tall and thin, wearing a black leather jacket. There are some traces of weathering on his face, and a shallow scar at the corner of his eye, making him look a bit gangster-like. He walked in front of Lin Fan and stopped. Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked up at him, nodded, and said calmly, "It's me. Are you Zhu Ren?" Chapter 22 How about a dance? Lin Fan followed Zhu Ren to a corner booth by the window. Outside the window is the night view of Jiangzhou City, with neon lights flashing. The bar has a relaxing atmosphere. The sofa in the booth was soft and comfortable, and on the table stood an unopened bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. Zhu Ren clapped his hands and called the waiter to open a bottle of wine. Then he personally poured a glass for Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Come, try this wine, it's the signature of the beauty bar, it tastes good." Lin Fan took the wine glass, shook it gently, and said lightly, "Thank you." He didn't rush to drink. His eyes fell on Zhu Ren and he asked directly, "How is the investigation going?" Zhu Ren grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He pulled out a stack of information from his black leather bag and handed it directly to Lin Fan. "Just take a look." He leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. "I'm always reliable when doing things. All the information about you how you want is here." Lin Fan picked up the information and looked through it. The materials were neatly bound, more than a dozen pages long, and the content was more detailed than he expected. The first page is Zhu Hao's personal information. Zhu Hao, a junior student in the Department of Economics at Jiangzhou University, is 22 years old, 1.75 meters tall, weighs 65 kilograms, and has his home address and phone number. There are several photos attached at the end, including a snapshot of Zhu Hao at the school gate and a picture of him hugging Chen Sini at the entrance of the Golden Emperor Hotel. Lin Fan turned to the second page and raised his brows slightly. This is the message from Zhu Hao's father. Zhu Hao's father is Zhu Qianming, 48 years old. A native of Jiangzhou, he runs a decoration company called Qianming Decoration. The company's registered capital is 5 million and its annual revenue is approximately 5 million. In the past 2 years, we have taken on many renovation projects for government buildings and commercial properties. The account transactions are clear, even the most recent project lists are clearly listed. For example, the decoration of the new office building in Jiangzhou CBD and the renovation of the teaching building of Jiangzhou No. 2 Middle School, the total amount added up to nearly 10 million. The information also mentioned that Zhu Qianming had some connections in the Jiangzhou business circle and had good relations with several building materials dealers and government officials. Even the addresses of the 3 properties he owned and the license plate numbers of his 2 cars were clearly written. Turning further, there was a message from Chen Sini. Chen Sini, a sophomore student in the Department of Economics at Jiangzhou University, is 20 years old and the most beautiful girl in the department. Her parents are ordinary working class, but she herself has a wide social circle. Her profile lists the names of several rich second-generation friends. It is obvious that she has relied on her looks to get into the upper-class circle. There is also a list of Zhu Hao's relatives and friends at the end, a distant cousin who works at the Public Security Bureau. a cousin who owns a nightclub. Even the names and contact information of several of Zhu Qianming's major partners were marked. Lin Fan flipped through the pages one by one and nodded secretly in his heart. This information is not only detailed, but also contains every detail of Zhu Hao's family. There is even some gray information, such as rumors that Zhu Qianming's company is suspected of tax evasion. And photos of him eating, drinking and having fun with an official. The $50,000 was well spent. This Zhu Ren really has some skills. He put down the information, looked up at Zhu Ren, and said calmly, "Not bad, very complete." Seeing that he was satisfied, Zhu Ren laughed, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then said with a smile, "Of course. I have been working in Jiangzhou for more than 20 years. What network of connections in Jiangzhou do I not know? What you want is just a piece of cake." He paused, took out his cell phone, clicked on the payment code and handed it to Lin Fan. "Here, 50,000, let's pay." Lin Fan didn't say much. He picked up his phone, opened the bank app, tapped twice, and transferred 50,000 yuan. The phone dinged. Zhu Ren looked down, smiled and nodded, "Great. Brother Lin, if you need to investigate anything in the future, just call me directly. Not only investigations, if you need to do something gray, I can help you with that." He paused, lowered his voice and said, "The fees are absolutely fair, you can rest assured that I will do the job." Lin Fan nodded and said calmly, "Okay, I'll find you if I need you." He picked up the glass and took a sip. The aroma of the whiskey spread on his tongue, leaving a slightly spicy aftertaste. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and Zhu Ren asked about Zhu Jian's recent situation. Lin Fan briefly talked about school matters. Zhu Ren laughed out loud after hearing this, patted the table and said, "That kid has been honest since he was young, unlike me, har har." After the chat, he looked at the time, stood up and said, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Keep the information. Call me if you have any questions." Lin Fan said, watching Zhu Ren pick up his briefcase and walk towards the bar door. He lowered his head to put away the documents and was about to get up and leave. But at this moment, a familiar figure outside the window came into view. The night wind blew, the light and shadow of the neon lights danced on the ground, and the figure gradually became clear. She was wearing a loose white sweatshirt with the hem hanging loosely at her legs. She was wearing a pair of white lace stockings on her legs, and her slender calves were faintly visible under the light. She wore two high ponytails that swayed slightly when she walked. She was carrying a black guitar bag on her back, and her whole body exuded a delicate and beautiful temperament. Like an artistic girl walking out of the campus. Lin Fan's gaze stayed on her for a few seconds, and his brows furrowed slightly. He recognized the face. It was Sumuru who helped him swipe his card to pay for his meal in the cafeteria that day. Sumuru. But later Lin Fan found out that he had been blocked. Sumuru didn't notice Lin Fan standing in the corner, and pushed open the door of the bar and walked in. Lin Fan put out his cigarette, followed her back with his eyes, and whispered to himself, "What is she doing here?" The lights in the bar were soft and the music was low. Sumuru walked through the crowd and approached the small stage in the center. "Take the guitar bag off your back and gently put it aside." She stood on the stage and adjusted the height of the microphone. He lowered his head and straightened his clothes, seeming a little nervous. Lin Fan's gaze fell calmly on the stage. As soon as Sumuru stood firm, the atmosphere in the bar changed instantly. The guests below seemed to be ignited and were boiling with excitement. Some people whistled, some clapped and cheered, the sounds rose one after another. Several men sitting in the front row stared at her. There was undisguised greed in his eyes, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. A middle-aged man with a beard held a glass of wine and shouted, "Hey, where did you find this little girl? You're so beautiful, are you a resident singer? Show us a pole dance." As soon as these words were spoken, the people around burst into laughter. Someone followed suit and said, "I have a pole here, do you know if you can jump? Singing is boring for such a pretty girl. Why don't you try something else? How about a dance?" The noise from the audience grew louder, mixed with whistles and laughter. Like a tide, they rushed towards the stage. Chapter 23 still has a temper. Sumuru was standing on the stage, and her face turned slightly pale when she heard these jokes. Her fingers unconsciously clenched around the microphone. She lowered her head and bit her lips again, as if to encourage herself. Then he looked up at the audience and said in a trembling voice, I'm just a singer. I can't dance. If you have any songs you like, you can tell me and I will sing them for you. Her voice was clear but a little nervous, and she was obviously not used to this kind of scene. But the guests in the audience didn't buy it. A man in a flowered shirt laughed, shook his wine glass, and said frivolously, "What's the point of singing? We want to see something different. You have such a good figure, you will look great dancing." He paused, narrowing his eyes as he studied her. "You can dance that kind of thing. Can you dance like wiping the glass? Shaking the sun is also fine, har har." As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter around them became even louder. Some people banged the table and some whistled. Sumiru's face seemed to turn even paler because of nervousness. She lowered her head and shook it, whispering, I really can't dance, I can only sing." Her voice was almost drowned out by the noise from the audience and seemed particularly weak. A big man sitting in the corner, holding a beer, shouted in a voice as rough as thunder, "You can't dance. Then why are you here? Why are you wearing so many clothes? It's not that cold in this bar. Other bar singers all wear bikinis, but you're wrapped up like you're in winter, and you can't see anything. It's a bummer." He paused, grinned and said, "Take off your sweatshirt, I'll give you a reward later." As soon as these words were spoken, there was another burst of laughter from the audience. Someone agreed, "Yes, take off one piece of clothing. Isn't it hot wearing such thick clothes? Don't be shy, little beauty. We're just playing together for fun. Singing is so boring. If you have such a great figure, just shake your body a bit and we'll applaud you." The teasing voices came one after another, like knives stabbing at Sumiru on the stage. Sumiru stood on the stage, her face flushed and her eyes slightly moist. She lowered her head and bit her lip, her fingers clenching the microphone, almost crushing it. Today is her first day working at the beauty bar. She thought she would just sing a few songs and earn some living expenses, but who knew she would encounter such difficulties? She had sung in the school's small cafe before, and the audience were all students who listened quietly to her playing the guitar. They had never seen such a scene before. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. But the voices from the audience came like a tide, coming over her in wave after wave, leaving her with nowhere to hide. A middle-aged man leaned against the bar, holding a glass of red wine, and squinted his eyes at her. Then he smiled and said, "Little girl, you look like a star, why do you have to sing? Come on, come down and have a drink with me, you'll make more than you can sing here all night." When Sumiru heard this, her body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and bit her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. She whispered, I can't drink or dance, I just come here to sing." But the guests in the audience obviously didn't buy it. The noise came in wave after wave like a tide. Someone scoffed and shouted, "If you can't dance or drink, then what are you doing here? As a wooden stake on the platform? Where is the boss? What kind of crappy service is this? We hired a singer who can't even dance. What's the point of being so good looking?" As soon as this was said, someone nearby shouted, "That's right, where's the boss? Do you still want to run this bar? I spent money to come here to drink, but in the end I couldn't see anything. It's such a bummer." Soon, a bald man walked out from behind the bar. He was of stocky build, wearing a tight black t-shirt, with a green dragon tattooed on his arm, and a somewhat apologetic look on his face. He walked to the side of the stage and said, "Excuse me, I'm the owner of this bar. This girl is a new resident singer. She doesn't know the rules and has ruined everyone's fun today. I'm here to apologize to everyone." He bowed to the audience and forced a smile, trying to calm the anger. But just as he finished speaking, a big man stood up with a beer in his hand. "Boss, your apology is useless. I don't care if she's a singer or not. Didn't you invite this girl here to entertain us guests? Now if you ask her to dance, she can't. If you ask her to drink, she can't. Can you still have fun in this bar?" He paused, and his tone became more aggressive. "I won't come next time. It's boring." This seemed to ignite everyone's emotions, and other guests followed suit. "That's right. I spent money to come here for fun, but in the end I got nothing. It's such a rip-off. This girl is pretty, but she's just a piece of wood. What a waste of time. Boss, your service is terrible, please change someone." The sounds came one after another, mixed with whistles and laughter. The atmosphere in the entire bar became more chaotic. When the bold boss heard this, his brows furrowed like the Chinese character Chuan, and a few drops of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Although his bar is not the best in Jiangzhou, he can make money by relying on the consumption of these regular customers. If he really offends this group of people and makes them run away, what will he gain? He turned to look at Sumuruo on the stage, his face instantly darkened, and there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. He stepped forward, lowered his voice and said in a commanding tone, "Hey, I'll give you $500 for staying here for one night. These 500 yuan can only be given to you after the customer makes a purchase. You are upsetting the guests now. Either you dance for everyone, or you go and drink a bottle of wine with each table. Otherwise I can't give you money today." Sumuru stood there in a daze, staring at her boss with wide eyes, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect that she would end up in such a situation just because she wanted to sing a few songs to earn a living. 500 yuan is a lot for her as her family is not well off. She still has to rely on this money to pay tuition, but she really can't dance or serve drinks. The booing from the audience and the pressure from her boss were like two huge mountains pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. She raised her head, looked at the greedy eyes in the audience, then looked at the boss's cold face, and finally made up her mind. She bowed deeply to everyone, her voice trembling with determination. "I'm sorry, I don't know the rules here. I don't want these $500. After saying that, she turned around, bent down, picked up the guitar bag on the ground, and put it on her shoulder. Then he lowered his head and walked off the stage. Her ponytail swayed slightly with her steps. Their white lace stockings glow softly under the light. But that figure revealed a sense of loneliness and helplessness. The guests in the audience were stunned for a moment, and then they went into an uproar. Someone shouted, "Hey, you're still pretty temperamental, just leave now." "Boss, what a lousy singer. He doesn't even give me this little face. Don't hire someone like him next time. You're just an actor performing for money, why are you pretending to be so noble? Do you really think you are pure girl? I don't know how much fun they have behind my back." The bold boss was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed at Sumuru's back and shouted, "Stop right there. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please?" Chapter 24, It's just a box of beer, no big deal. What will happen to my business if you leave? The boss paused, turned around and forced a smile at the audience. "Don't worry, everyone. I will find someone who can sing and dance tomorrow. I guarantee that everyone will be satisfied." But just after he finished speaking, someone in the audience still murmured in dissatisfaction, "This boss is no good, he can't even control a singer. If you don't serve me well today, I won't come tomorrow. You can go find whoever you want." The bold boss stood aside, watching the customers complaining, and felt anxious. If we really let this girl leave like this today, the guests will be so angry that they won't come. Word of mouth spread like wildfire, and he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his bar open. He gritted his teeth, his eyes darkened, and he walked quickly towards the door. Just as Sumuru was about to push open the glass door, the bold boss stepped in front of her. His strong figure stood at the door like a wall, blocking her way. Sumuru was startled by the sudden movement and instinctively took a few steps back, almost bumping into the table behind her. She raised her head and stared at the boss with wide eyes. Her face turned pale instantly and she looked a little flustered. The boss stared at her viciously, his tone full of threats. "You have now offended all the customers in my bar. Want to leave and end it all? Do you think it's that easy?" He paused, then continued, "You can't leave now. I must escort my guests before I can leave." Sumuruo stood there in a daze, her eyes suddenly turned red, grievance and fear intertwined together. She almost cried. She bit her lip and whispered, I just came here to sing, I didn't mean to offend anyone." Her voice trembled like a leaf in the wind, with a hint of helplessness. The boss snorted coldly and squinted his eyes at her. "It's no use crying. Can crying help recover the losses of my bar?" He took a step forward, approached Sumuru, and said in a low voice, "Why don't you stay here and accompany the guests well and make them happy? Or I'll spread the news of you singing and performing outside to your school. I would even go so far as to say you are a prostitute. Don't think I don't know you're a student at Jiangzhou University." He paused, a sinister smile forming on his lips. "Guess whether you can still stay in school by then." These words hit Sumuru's heart like a heavy hammer. She looked like she had lost her soul. She stood there blankly, her face as pale as a piece of paper. Her eyes were filled with fear. She never thought that she would be forced to this point just because she wanted to earn some living expenses. The boss' words were like a knife, stabbing into her heart. The scene at school came to her mind. Her classmates pointed fingers at her, her teacher looked on coldly, and even her friends left her. She clenched her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes, but she held them back. She hated these hypocritical bad people in society. When the guests in the bar heard the boss' words, they became even more excited, like sharks smelling blood. A man shouted with shining eyes, "Damn, she really is a female college student. I like this kind of student girl the most, she is pure and cool." He then gave Sumuru a lewd smile. "Come over and have a drink with your brother. I'll say a few good words to the boss for you and make sure he doesn't pursue you." Another middle-aged man leaned against the bar, squinted his eyes and looked at Sumuru, and said with a smile, "Your boss gives you 500 yuan a night. How about I give you $5,000 a night? How about staying with your brother for a night? I promise to make you comfortable, and you won't lose money either." Their voices from the audience rose and fell, and the whole bar was in chaos. A young man laughed and shouted, "Schoolgirls are different. Such temperament, wow. Stop singing and come accompany us. If 5,000 is not enough, I will give you 10,000. Yes, come and sit down, don't be shy, the brothers love you." Har har, this boss has good vision. He hired a college student who knows how to have fun. The laughter and teasing mixed together, like an invisible net, trapping Sumuru in the middle. Sumuru stood at the door, her eyes full of fear and her body trembling slightly. She wanted to retort, but her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't make a sound. The boss stood in front of her, blocking her way like a mountain. The guests in the audience were like a group of hungry wolves, their greedy eyes circling around her. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. But the tears still couldn't stop sliding down, dripping down my cheeks onto the ground. She whispered, I don't know, I don't want to be like this." The boss snorted coldly, pointed at her and said, "You don't want this? Then what were you doing earlier? If you leave now, what will happen to my bar? You have to give me an explanation. I'm telling you, if you don't take good care of the guests today, don't even think about leaving this door." Sumuru bit her lips and tears fell one by one onto the floor. The bold boss stood in front of her with a vicious look, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. He looked at Sumuru's tear-stained face and knew that he had this little girl under his control. A smug sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned and walked towards the bar, bringing out a case of beer. With a bang, it was placed in front of Sumuru. The sound of beer bottles colliding was particularly harsh amid the noise. He clapped his hands, stared at Sumuru, and said threateningly, "Okay, stop crying here. If you help the guests finish this box of beer, I'll let you go. How is it? It's very simple, right? There are 12 bottles in a box, which is not too many. We can finish them." Sumuru stood there in a daze, staring at the box of beer with wide eyes, her face turning even paler in an instant. She shook her head instinctively and said in a trembling voice, I can't drink so much, I will get drunk after drinking one bottle." Normally, she couldn't even finish a bottle of beer without her face turning as red as an apple, let alone a case of 12. If she really drank it, she would definitely lose consciousness. She didn't dare to think about what would happen then. But the guests in the audience were extremely excited. "Okay, the boss has given you a way out, so come over and drink with us. It's just a case of beer, what's the big deal? That's right, don't act innocent, just drink and leave, right? How easy." Chapter 25 Pretend, keep pretending. Har har, it must be more fun when the schoolgirl is drunk. Come over and have a few bottles with your brother. Seeing that she was still hesitating, the boss sneered and continued to threaten, "Remember, I know your school. If you want to go to school, well, just listen to me. After drinking this box of wine, we have nothing to do with each other. I will pay you today's 500 yuan, and you can leave safely." Well, that's fair, right? As he was speaking, the boss had already taken out a bottle of beer from the box. He unscrewed the bottle cap with a click and stuffed it into Sumuru's hand. The cold beer bottle pressed against Sumuru's fingers. Her hands trembled slightly and she could hardly hold it steady. She looked down at the bottle of beer, tears streaming down her face, dripping onto the bottle and sliding down the glass. She wanted to escape, but her boss blocked the door. The guests around her were like a group of hungry wolves, staring at her hungrily. She bit her lip, her heart filled with despair. Just then, a figure slowly walked over from the booth at the back. Lin Fan slowly walked to Sumiru's side, his eyes coldly sweeping over the boss and the guests nearby. He saw everything that happened when everyone was making things difficult for Sumiru. He snatched the beer bottle from Sumiru's hand and put it on the table with a bang. Lin Fan stared at the boss, his tone calm but chilling. Isn't it a bit too unkind to bully a little girl like this? As soon as these words were spoken, the bar fell silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Fan. Sumiru stood there in a daze, looking up at him, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. She recognized Lin Fan, she had seen that face in the cafeteria. But she didn't expect Lin Fan to be here, let alone that he would stand up to help her. The boss was stunned for a moment, then frowned, looked Lin Fan up and down, and snorted coldly, "Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? This bar is my territory. Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" He paused, pointed at Sumiru and said, "This girl made my guest unhappy, so what's wrong with me asking her to accompany him for drinks? It's okay if she doesn't want to drink, just compensate me for my losses and leave." The guests in the audience came to their senses and started to cheer again. Hey, where is the hero saving the beauty? Boy, do you know whose territory this is? That's right, if you meddle in other people's business, you'll get beaten up. Har har, this kid wants to show off, just pretend. The laughter and the sounds of defiance mixed together, like the noisy sound of a flock of crows. When Lin Fan heard the boss mention paying compensation, his eyes instantly lit up. He has nothing else now, except money. The account balance of 600 million is just there, and it could kill someone with just a flick of the finger. He glanced down at his boss and asked calmly, "How much do I have to pay you?" The boss looked Lin Fan up and down. He was wearing an ordinary black t-shirt and jeans, looking like an ordinary college student, not like a rich man at all. He narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and reported a particularly high number, 200,000. "As long as you pay me 200,000, I will let you go." As soon as these words were spoken, the guests around were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Boss, you're so bold. Look at this poor boy, wearing rags, do you really expect him to give you 200,000? That's right, 200,000. 200 bucks would be a pretty good sum for everything on him. Har har, boss, are you crazy about money?" The boss crossed his arms and looked at Lin Fan with a smile, his eyes full of disdain. "So? Do you want to take the money or not?" Before Lin Fan could say anything, Sumiru pulled his arm and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, this is none of your business. Why don't you just go away and I'll handle it myself?" Her voice was trembling badly and tears were still on her face. She obviously didn't want to implicate Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at her, his eyes firm. He said calmly, "I will take care of this matter today." After saying that, he turned to look at the boss and said in a cold tone, 200,000, I will give you every penny less. I'll make a phone call and someone will deliver it to you in a moment." The boss was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly, crossed his arms and said, "Oh, you are so arrogant. Okay, I'll wait and count the money here. Since the money can't be delivered, neither of you can leave today." He paused, turned around and shouted towards the bar. "Lao Zhang, keep an eye on them, don't let them run away." His tone was full of disdain, and he obviously regarded Lin Fan's words as bragging. Lin Fan whispered to himself, "The fun hasn't even started yet, how can I bear to leave?" At this moment, a mechanized voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Ding." It is detected that their host has a strong desire to spend money. Now the relevant task is issued, their host needs to use as much money as possible to help Sumiru and take revenge on the people in the bar. Task rewards, randomly return 100 times the amount according to the amount spent. When Lin Fan heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. The system popped up at this time, it's quite good at choosing the right time. He narrowed his eyes, and the cold light in his eyes became stronger. In that case, let's play big. Lin Fan turned to look at the boss and said calmly, 200,000, don't let it get you nowhere. The boss sneered, crossed his arms and said, "Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep pretending." He turned to the guests in the audience and shouted, "Everyone wait and see, this guy said he wants to pay me 200,000 yuan, and then I will share it all with everyone." The guests in the audience burst into laughter. Someone shouted, 200,000. Har har, if a poor college student like him could come up with that, I'd kowtow to him right there. That's right, a poor boy still wants to have sweet dreams, it's so funny. Boss, don't waste your time talking to him, just beat him up and throw him out. Sumuru stood behind Lin Fan, staring at him with eyes wide open, her eyes full of worry. She whispered, "You, don't be so stubborn, why don't we call the police?" But before he could finish his words, Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at her, saying calmly, "Don't say anything, just stand there and watch. For this group of people, calling the police is too easy for them. I'll arrange a good show for you today." Chapter 26, You Can Hear a Pin Drop. Half an hour ago. On the stage of the beauty bar. Sumuru was still standing under the lights, looking helpless as she faced the teasing and booing from the guests below the stage. Lin Fan sat in the booth at the back, holding a glass of whiskey, and watched everything with cold eyes. Facing the girl who had helped me. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed Zhu Ren's number. After the call was connected, Zhu Ren's enthusiastic voice came, "Hello, Boss Lin. What's wrong? Is there anything you want to tell me?" The sound of wine glasses clinking could be faintly heard on the other end of the phone. It seemed that Zhu Ren was drinking and chatting somewhere. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, his eyes sweeping over the extremely panicked Sumuru on the stage. He whispered, "I need you to bring a few people to the beauty bar to help me with something. The price is negotiable." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Zhu Ren obviously didn't expect Lin Fan to make such a request. He asked tentatively, "Making trouble? Can you tell me what it is? Do you want to see blood, or just scare people?" He was obviously weighing the importance of the matter. After all, seeing blood and scaring people have completely different prices. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, glanced at the group of guests who were making noises in the audience, and whispered, "It doesn't need to be bloody, but it may require some action." Zhu Ren was silent for a moment and thought quickly in his mind. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. After hesitating for a while, he smiled and said, "Okay, Boss Lin, 2,000 yuan per person, and we'll settle the bill if anything goes wrong. How many people do you want?" Lin Fan looked around the bar and finally stopped at the bald boss. He said calmly, 31st. He paused and added, "I'll give you 5,000 yuan each, and an additional 50,000 yuan in red envelope. You must do this for me." His voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it was full of pride. "Also, give me another 10 million in cash to use as a makeshift. I'll transfer the money to you." As soon as these words came out, Zhu Ren on the other end of the phone was stunned and the cigarette in his hand almost fell to the ground. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. My head was buzzing as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. He swallowed, his heartbeat quickened, his mind in turmoil. What? 30 people, 5,000 each, plus a 50,000 red envelope. This is 200,000 King dollars. Repay 10 million in cash. How rich is Boss Lin? He has been in the business for more than 20 years and has met quite a few wealthy people. But this was the first time he had seen someone throwing money around like Lin Fan. 10 million in cash, and still making do with it. This tone almost made him faint. Although he was shocked, Zhu Ren quickly came to his senses. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but widen, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "But I can earn 100,000 yuan a day today. If you find someone yourself, you will have to deduct some commission. No more deduction will be made from each person, just 1,000 from each person. 30 people equals 30,000. That adds up to 130,000 for the day." He had never encountered such a good job in the past 20 years. My admiration for Lin Fan deepened. He took a deep puff of his cigarette, his voice trembling, "Boss Lin, you. Atmosphere. Don't worry, I'll do whatever I'm paid for. I'm reliable." He paused, patted his chest and said, 30 people, 1 hour, I'll bring people and money over, and I'll definitely make it a beautiful event for you." His tone was full of excitement, as if he had won the lottery. Lin Fan hummed, and said calmly, "Hurry up then." After saying that, he hung up the phone, looked down at the phone screen, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket and leaned back on the couch. His eyes fell on Sumuru on the stage again, and he whispered to himself, 10 million, enough for a night of fun. Time goes back to the present. The boss crossed his arms and looked Lin Fan up and down, his eyes full of disdain. There was a strong sense of contempt in his tone, didn't you ask someone to send money over? Where's the person? Where's the money? Are you just stalling for time with me? He paused and sneered. I think you are just a big shot. Why are you pretending to be a big shot? When the guests in the audience heard this, they started talking again. You brag without thinking. Why are you pretending? After drinking 2 bottles of wine, I started dreaming about being a rich second generation. Har har, this kid not only wants to be a rich second generation, but also wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Pretentious. The laughter came one after another, like a group of flies buzzing. Sumuru stood behind Lin Fan, tears still on her face. She pulled Lin Fan's arm and whispered, You should leave quickly, there are too many of them. Her voice was shaking badly and her eyes were filled with worry. Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at her, then said calmly, Stand there and don't move. He then turned to look at the boss and whispered, Wait, it will be here soon. The boss snorted coldly, crossed his arms and said, I think you are just being stubborn. I'll give you 1 minute. If no one comes, you kneel down and apologize. He paused, turned around and shouted to the audience, Everyone wait and see, if this guy can't pay, I will make him kneel down and apologize to everyone. Okay. Then I'll ask him to call me dad. That shouldn't be too much, right? What's the meaning of him calling you dad? Let that woman call you daddy. Come on, I don't like this kind of drama, just call me a good husband. Har har har. You two are 3 generations apart in age, and you have the nerve to do that. You don't understand this, we are playing a game of contrast. To tell you the truth, I often went to the gate of Jiangzhou University some time ago. I put a Red Bull on my car. I wonder how many girls would like to get on your car. Fuck, is this true? There's a secret code for this. You are so ignorant, aren't you? Red Bull is only 500 yuan, and I promise to serve you comfortably. Then what do you think? Can I put a bottle of mineral water in there? Look at how stingy you are. Why don't you ask your son for 50 cents to buy a bag of tang monk meat and put it on the bicycle rack? Is this possible? Hey. Boss, it's been a minute, let that poor boy come over and kowtow and apologize. Yes, you made us happy today. We will come to your place to play tomorrow. The bold boss agreed with a smile, then looked at Lin Fan and Sumuru with a stern face. Stop pretending and get down on your knees. Just as these words fell, the glass door of the bar was violently pushed open. There was a dull sound. Bang. Everyone's eyes turned to the door. The bold boss widened his eyes and stood there in a daze. You could hear a pin drop in the bar. Chapter 27. Did he really call those people? Bang. The glass door was flung open. The whole bar seemed to be on mute. Everyone's eyes turned to the door. Immediately following, a group of energetic young men poured in like a tide. 1, 2, 5, 10. In the end, there were as many as 30 people who came in. They were all shirtless, revealing their lean and strong upper bodies. There are dragons and tigers carved on the skin, with a blue dragon coiled and a tiger descending the mountain. The tattoo glowed coldly under the dim light, revealing a fierce aura. They were carrying all kinds of stuff in their hands. The steel pipe flashed with cold light. The axe has a sharp blade. The stick is thick and heavy. Some even held a piece of iron chain, which rattled when they walked. It looked like their whole bar was going to be smashed to pieces. This group of people had a somewhat sloppy and ruffian air, like desperate criminals rushing out from the streets. They didn't say anything, just glanced coldly around the room. Then they automatically stood in a row behind Lin Fan, like a human wall. The momentum was so overwhelming that it made people breathless, and there was an invisible deterrent force in the air. Following at the end were 5 particularly sturdy guys. Each of them was carrying a heavy black leather suitcase. The edges were polished to a shine, obviously containing a lot of things. And the one walking at the end of the team was Ju Ren. He was wearing a black leather jacket and carrying a bulging black bag. It was hard to see what was inside, but the expression on his face made people feel cold. This scene happened so suddenly that the entire bar fell into silence in an instant. The guests who had been booing and laughing just now seemed to be strangled. He stared at the uninvited guests with wide eyes, not daring to even breathe. Every move of the other party seemed to be a silent warning, these people are not here to joke. A man sitting in the front row dropped his wine glass to the ground with a clang, and the wine splashed all over the floor. He seemed not to notice, his mouth slightly open and his eyes full of fear. A young man with long hair next to him, his hands shaking like a sieve, muttered in a low voice, This is a fucking gang, right? Sumuru was standing behind Lin Fan and was startled by the sudden scene. She was already uneasy because of her boss's threats. Seeing this group of ferocious thugs rushing in, his face instantly turned even paler. She subconsciously moved closer to Lin Fan, like a drowning person grabbing at the last straw, her eyes full of panic and helplessness. She held Lin Fan's arm tightly, her eyes fixed on him. It seems that only Lin Fan can give her a sense of security at the moment. The bold boss stood in front of the bar, his soul seemed to have been taken away from him. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper and cold sweat was beading on his forehead. He looked at the bright weapons in the hands of these hooligans and involuntarily took a step back, and then another step. His calves were trembling, and the arrogance he had just shown had long since disappeared. Instead, there was a look of horror on his face. He swallowed his saliva, and looked at the group of people in panic, secretly complaining in his heart, where the hell did this ruthless person come from? More than 30 of them, with weapons. If they start fighting, won't my bar be reduced to ruins? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and his fingers began to tremble unconsciously, as if they had been electrocuted. The guests in the audience didn't dare to say a word, and a big man's hand holding a beer glass froze in mid-air. He rolled his throat and muttered in a low voice, Boss, what's going on? Another middle-aged man shrank his neck and whispered to his companion beside him, These people, are they not gangsters? This boss provoked them. The bold boss' eyes were fixed on Zhu Ren. The boss has been in Jiangzhou for many years and has seen quite a few scenes. As soon as you see Zhu Ren's aura, you know that this guy is most likely the leader. He took a deep breath, suppressed the panic in his heart, and tremblingly took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. My hands are shaking like a Parkinson's patient. He finally took out a cigarette, forced a smile, and walked in front of Zhu Ren with a hunched body. The boss handed over the cigarette, and his hands were shaking so much that the butt almost fell to the ground. His voice was trembling as if he was about to cry, Brother, what are you doing here, or are you looking for someone? He paused, swallowed his saliva, and put on a flattering smile, I am the owner of this bar. Was there any misunderstanding between us before? If there's anything, let's talk about it. I promise to listen to you. His attitude was as humble as a pug, and his back was bent so much that it was about to break. His eyes were filled with fear, fearing that these people would smash the store if they disagreed with him. Zhu Ren glanced at him, smiled coldly, and didn't take the cigarette. He turned to look at Lin Fan and walked over with steady steps. Standing in front of Lin Fan, Zhu Ren's tone was very respectful, Boss Lin, I have done everything you asked me to do. 30 people, not one less, and they brought cash too. He paused, handed over the black bag in his hand, and whispered, What do you want to do next? There was a hint of excitement in his voice, and it was obvious that he was in awe of Lin Fan's financial resources and courage. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes froze and fell on Lin Fan. The boss froze in place, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. His face turned from pale to blue, and the Zhonghua cigarette in his hand fell to the ground with a click, but he seemed not to notice. His eyes moved anxiously between Zhu Ren and the group of thugs. His calves were shaking like sieves, and his voice was so trembling that it was almost inaudible, this. He wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be blocked and he couldn't utter complete syllables. The expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. He never imagined that these ferocious-looking thugs with weapons in front of him were actually called by this young boy. Who is he? The bold boss' heart was in turmoil. The arrogance and disdain he had just had disappeared, replaced by a heart full of fear. The guests in the bar were also completely stunned. At this moment, it felt like being poured with a basin of ice water, chilling me from head to toe. Did he really call these people here? It's over, I've provoked someone from the underworld. His eyes were full of fear, as if he saw his future fate. The guests looked at each other, some lowered their heads and dared not say a word, while others regretted so much that they wanted to slap themselves twice. Everyone was secretly praying that Lin Fan didn't remember their faces. The atmosphere in the bar went from noisy to dead silent, even the sound of breathing seemed particularly harsh. Sumuru stood behind Lin Fan, her clear eyes wide open. She blinked and looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. Sumiru lowered her head and bit her lip, her mind in a mess. These people, were they all called by him? She looked at Lin Fan's calm face, then glanced at the group of fierce thugs behind him, and her heart felt like a storm. She remembered that Lin Fan was just an ordinary student, and he even needed her help to pay for his meals. But now, he just casually called so many people over. Chapter 28. Don't you like to play? Lin Fan glanced coldly at the bald boss and said calmly, people are coming, and money is coming too. Didn't you just ask me if I was stalling for time? Do you still think I'm pretending? The bald boss stood there in a daze, his legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. His eyes were panic-stricken, and the cold sweat on his forehead was about to turn into a stream, dripping down his cheeks to the ground. He opened his mouth, but his throat seemed to be blocked, and he could only utter a few dry "R." The boss swallowed his saliva, forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said in a trembling voice, brother, I was wrong. I really didn't know you were such a person. The guests in the bar were silent, hunched in their seats with their heads down, fearing that their loud breathing would cause trouble. But in this dead silence, a man sitting at the table near the door moved. The middle-aged man just joined in the commotion and laughed at Lin Fan. At this moment, his face was covered with cold sweat and he stood up from the chair carefully. He lowered his head and crouched, trying to move towards the door during the chaos. He moved step by step to the door, and was about to push it open to go out, and even felt relieved. But at this moment, a shirtless gangster holding a wooden stick suddenly blocked the way. The gangster was tall and thin, with a green snake tattooed on his arm. The stick was directly in front of the man, staring down at him without saying a word. The middle-aged man was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost fell down. He said in a trembling voice, what are you doing? I want to go out, please let me go. His tone was full of panic and his eyes rolled around like a rat forced into a corner. The gangster didn't say anything. He turned to look at Lin Fan, as if waiting for instructions. Lin Fan said calmly, did I let you go? As soon as he finished speaking, the gangster swung the wooden stick in his hand and hit the man's shoulder. The man screamed in pain, and staggered back 2 steps, holding his shoulder, his face twisted in pain. He gritted his teeth and wanted to say something else, but when he saw Lin Fan's cold eyes, he swallowed the words back and never dared to mention the word leave again. Several guests nearby who had originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to slip away became weak at the knees when they saw this scene. Then he shrank back into his seat, lowered his head and dared not say a word. Someone whispered, damn, this kid is so cruel. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and he was afraid that Lin Fan would hear it. Another person whispered, I should have stopped being so mean. Now I've really offended the boss. Their eyes were evasive and their faces were full of regret. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the bald boss again. He slowly reached out and opened the black plastic bag Zhu Ren handed to him. The bag contained 2 brand new stacks of money bricks, each stack containing 100,000. The bright red $100 bills shone brightly under the light. He casually opened the seal, gently stroked the edge of the banknote with his fingers, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He walked up to the boss slowly, looked down at him, and said calmly, don't you want me to compensate you 200,000? The boss was stunned for a moment and hadn't reacted yet. Lin Fan threw the 2 piles of money bricks in his hand over with a bang. A stack of $100,000 worth of bills hit the boss' nose, and another stack hit his forehead. The thick brick of money hit the boss' nose so hard that blood gushed out instantly. It flowed from the corners of his mouth to his chin, dripped onto the ground, and dyed the floor red. He cried out, and covered his nose, tears coming out of his eyes due to the pain. His face was covered with blood from his nose mixed with cold sweat, and he looked very embarrassed. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled, I'll pay you back, 200,000, not a cent less. He paused, glanced down at the bloodstains on the ground, and said calmly, how is it? Are you satisfied? The boss was so frightened by this scene that his legs went limp. He fell to his knees with a plop. His nose was still bleeding, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. He nodded hurriedly like he was kowtowing, brother, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I don't want this money, I don't want it. I should pay you back, I should pay you back. It's my fault that I didn't recognize the real man. My eyes are on my nose for venting. Please let me go. His tone was full of pleading, as humble as a stray dog. His forehead was pressed against the floor and his fingers were clenched around his trouser legs. He looked in a state of disarray, with no trace of the arrogance he had when he forced Sumiru to drink. Lin Fan looked down at him and smiled coldly. Let you go? You didn't mean to let me go just now, did you? He turned his head and glanced at the guests in the bar, and said in a chilling voice, You, the guest in the bar, weren't you quite happy when you teased my friend just now? Sumiru stood behind Lin Fan, watching all this with her eyes wide open, the shock in her eyes still not dissipating. She watched the 2 piles of money in Lin Fan's hand hit the boss's face, and listened to his words. Her heart beat faster and her mind was in chaos. He did this for me. The bold boss knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, Brother, I am really wrong. I can't control those customers. I beg you to show mercy. He was as humble as a dog whose tail was stepped on. The guests in the audience were completely silent. They had been making a fuss and teasing Sumiru just now, but now it seemed as if their souls had been taken away. In this strange silence, Lin Fan turned his head and winked at Zhu Ren, saying, Bring the boxes up. Zhu Ren nodded and waved. 5 hooligans carrying suitcases immediately walked to the center of the stage. 5 black suitcases were then neatly placed on the stage. Open the lid with a few clicks. When the box was opened, bundles of red $100 bills were neatly stacked inside. 2 million per box, 5 boxes would be 10 million. The cash gleamed blindingly under the stage lights, emitting a shocking force that could not be ignored. This scene instantly caused the entire bar to explode. The guests in the audience widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Sumiru stood behind Lin Fan, her eyes wide open, her hands unconsciously covering her mouth. She looked at the cash in the 5 boxes, her heartbeat quickened, her mind in a mess. So much money, how could he have so much money? Lin Fan stood at the edge of the stage with a meaningful smile on his face. He said slowly, Don't you like to play? I'll have some fun with you guys today. He glanced at the guests who were shrinking their necks in the audience and said calmly, I won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you money. Everyone held their breath and stared at Lin Fan. I don't know what Lin Fan means by play. Lin Fan turned to look at the bold boss and said with a smile, Then why don't we start with you? The bold boss was kneeling on the ground, his nosebleed still fresh. He looked up at Lin Fan in horror, his eyes full of despair. His voice was so trembling that it was almost inaudible. Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. Lin Fan ignored his pleas for mercy, turned around and winked at Zhu Ren, and whispered, Bring up 2 boxes of beer. Chapter 29 This is not giving money, it is clearly taking your life. Zhu Ren nodded, and immediately directed a gangster to bring 2 boxes of beer from behind the bar and put them on the stage with a bang. Lin Fan opened the box himself and took out bottles of beer. Then he pulled out several stacks of cash from the box and stuffed $200 bills into each bottle of beer. He looked at the boss and said calmly, Didn't you just tell me to drink a case of beer to apologize? Now I need you to drink 2 cases of beer to apologize. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you $200 for each bottle you drink. 2 boxes of 24 bottles, that's $4,800. But if you spit, I'll beat you up. What do you think? The bold boss stood there in a daze, staring at the bottle of beer stuffed with money with wide eyes, and his face turned even paler in an instant. He swallowed hard, tears streaming down his face, and trembled as he said, Big brother, please spare me. I can't drink so much. I was wrong. I was really wrong. His voice was full of tears. He usually only drinks 3 or 5 bottles of beer. There are 24 bottles in 2 boxes. If you drink them, you will either die or have a stomach perforation. Not to mention that he would be beaten if he vomited. He was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and smiled. His smile was a little cold. Forgive you. When you forced her to drink just now, you didn't want to forgive her. He turned his head, winked at a gangster, and whispered, Pull him up. The gangster grinned when he heard that, reached out and grabbed the boss' arm, and dragged him onto the stage like a chicken. The boss was so frightened that his legs went limp and he staggered. The gangster stood behind him, picked up a bottle of beer and poured it into the boss's mouth without saying a word. Gurgle gurgle. The beer poured down the boss's throat. He choked and his face turned red and he kept coughing. Tears and nosebleed mixed with beer flowed all over his face. He wanted to vomit, but then he thought of Lin Fan's words, "If you spit, I'll beat you up." So he held it back. He struggled to speak, but his mouth was blocked by the beer bottle and he could only make a few vague, woohoo sounds. The guests in the audience stared at this scene with wide eyes, their faces filled with fear. The boss was forced to drink a bottle of beer, which choked him and made his face red, with tears and snot streaming down his face. Lin Fan stood at the side of the stage, watching this with cold eyes. He said calmly, "Not bad, I made 200. But there are still 23 bottles left, drink them slowly." As Lin Fan spoke, he stuffed the 200 yuan from the beer bottle into the boss's pocket. The gangster picked up the second bottle of beer and started pouring it into his mouth. The boss face turned red from choking, and he swallowed it hard with his throat rolling. He tried his best to finish the second bottle, and his face turned as red as pig liver. He collapsed on the stage, gasping for breath. But before he could catch his breath, the gangster had already opened the third bottle of beer. The mouth of the bottle was pointed at the boss again. The boss widened his eyes, shook his head in fear, and said in a trembling voice, I can't drink anymore." But the gangster ignored him and poured the beer directly into his mouth with force. After just 2 sips of the third bottle, the boss obviously couldn't hold it anymore and his throat was churning. With a wow sound, beer spurted out of his mouth. The acid mixed with the stomach spilled all over the floor and splashed onto the stage, giving off a pungent smell. He covered his mouth, his face full of pain. Lin Fan stood at the side of the stage, watching the scene with cold eyes. He frowned slightly, with a look of disgust on his face. With your low alcohol tolerance, you still want to open a bar. As soon as he finished speaking, a gangster swung the wooden stick in his hand and hit the boss on the back with a bang. The boss screamed, "Arr!" and threw himself forward. His face was twisted in pain and his back instantly turned red. Lin Fan said in a low voice with a cold face, "Keep drinking." Upon hearing this, the gangster picked up the remaining beer in the third bottle and forced it into the boss's mouth. The boss struggled to drink a few sips, then vomited again with a wow. This time, Lin Fan didn't even need to say a word, the gangster had already swung the wooden stick in his hand down again. The boss let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, making vague whimpering sounds. His legs went limp, and he knelt down in front of Lin Fan with a plop, crying loudly, brother, I really can't drink anymore. I don't want to play anymore, I don't want the money." Lin Fan looked down at him and smiled, "Now it's not about whether you want money or not. What should I do if I want to spend money? You're quite good at playing, aren't you? I'll play with you till the end." The boss knelt on the ground, and his forehead hit the floor with a dull sound. He cried out, "Brother, please forgive me. I was wrong, I was really wrong." He reached out to hold Lin Fan's thighs and asked in a trembling voice, "Can I try a different punishment? I can't drink anymore, please." Lin Fan snorted coldly, kicked him away, and said calmly, "Okay." He turned his head and glanced at Sumiru, then looked at the boss, "Don't you dislike my friend singing in your place? Then you sing. Sing Happy Sheep and Beautiful Sheep to me. I'll give you 100 yuan for every time you sing it. I'm going to spend 100,000 yuan on you first, that's 1,000 times. Sing to me." The boss' eyes widened, his face full of horror. He swallowed, his head buzzing, 1,000 times. Pleasant goat and beautiful sheep. He wanted to cry, but his tears had dried up. "My throat is burning with pain from the beer, how can I have the energy to sing?" But before he could react, the gangster reached out and picked him up from the ground. The gangster picked up a microphone from the side of the stage, stuffed it directly into his hand, and said coldly, "Hurry up and sing." The boss was holding the microphone, his hands were shaking like a sieve, and the microphone almost fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with despair. He swallowed and said in a trembling voice, I sing." His voice was hoarse like a broken gong, with a crying tone, and was almost inaudible. The boss spoke tremblingly, Xiangyan, Meiyangyan." He sang intermittently, as if he was squeezing toothpaste. Lazy sheep, boiling sheep." There was no joy in his singing, it was even extremely miserable. Lin Fan turned around and winked at the gangster, whispering, "Watch here and don't let him stop." The punk nodded and grinned. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at the audience, then said with a smile, "Just now I remember someone told me to call him Dad. Who is it? Come out and let me see." As soon as these words came out, everyone's heads shrank even lower. The person who had just laughed at Lin Fan and teased Sumuru now wished he could crawl into the ground. They saw the scene on the stage clearly. This boss is so miserable. Drink 2 boxes of beer, spit and beat him up. Now I am forced to sing zhajiang 1,000 times. Even if you give me money, it won't work. This is not giving money, it's clearly taking your life. Some people couldn't help but whisper, "Don't look at me, don't look at me, I didn't say. It's not me, it's not me." Chapter 30. If you don't know how to do it, teach me. Lin Fan's eyes slowly swept across the room and soon locked onto a man in the corner. He was the one who joined in the commotion just now, shouting things like, "Call me daddy." But at this moment, he was huddled in a chair, his face covered in cold sweat and his eyes avoiding attention. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, pointed at him and said calmly, "It's you, right?" He turned around and winked at a gangster, "Bring him up." The gangster sneered when he heard that and pulled him up. The man was so frightened that he cried out, "It wasn't me. I didn't say that." But the gangster didn't listen at all and hit him on the shoulder and back with the wooden stick in his hand. He screamed, in pain. "Be honest." The gangster kicked him on the leg again. The man grimaced in pain and dared not cry out for justice anymore. He was grabbed by the arm by the gangsters and dragged onto the stage. At this moment, his legs were so weak that he could not even stand, and he looked up at Lin Fan with fear on his face. Lin Fan looked down at him and said, "Everyone who comes here gets paid, so don't be so unhappy." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked the man's knee with a bang. The man felt pain and his legs went limp. With a plop, he knelt in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood in front of him, looking down at him, and said calmly, "Didn't you just tell me to kneel down and call you daddy? Now I'll give you one less word. Now you start calling us little brothers daddy." He turned his head and glanced at the 30 or so thugs behind him. "Remember, you must kneel in front of them when you shout. I'll give you $100 if you yell it once. There are 30 of us here, so each of us can do it 1,000 times. I'm going to spend 300,000 on you. This opportunity is rare, cherish it." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Then there was a low cry of surprise. 300,000. 1,000 times per person. Kneel down and call daddy. This punishment is even more outrageous and humiliating than the boss singing zhajiang. The boss was still singing Happy Sheep and Beautiful Sheep in a corner of the stage. Hearing this, a hint of sympathy flashed in his eyes. But he himself was in a very difficult situation, so how could he dare to say anything? The man knelt on the ground, staring at Lin Fan with wide eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother, I was wrong. That's not what I meant. I was just talking nonsense." His voice was filled with tears and he felt extremely regretful at this moment. Lin Fan snorted coldly and said calmly, "Wrong. You were shouting happily just now." He turned and winked at the gangster. "Let him start. If you are not satisfied, just beat him up. I'll pay for the medical expenses." The gangster grinned and said coldly, "Shout. Hurry up. Let me do it first." The man's eyes were filled with despair. But how could he afford to offend these people in front of him? He knelt down in front of the gangster with great difficulty and said in a trembling voice, "Dad." The sound was so thin that it was almost inaudible. The gangster snorted coldly and hit him on the back with a wooden stick. He screamed in pain. Then she cried out, "Dad! Dad!" At this moment, Zhu Ren looked at the scene in front of him, and the smile on his face never disappeared. He felt deeply moved that the boss Lin in front of him was really generous. You can even give money to your enemies. Moreover, he had never heard of this kind of revenge. You still have to be a rich person. What a fun thing. Sumuru's eyes were still filled with shock at this moment. She never thought that the boy in front of her would seek revenge in this way. Isn't this a bit too perverted? But thinking about how she was bullied by them just now, Sumuru felt good again. At this moment, everyone in the audience had a look of horror on their faces. They were afraid that they would be called onto the stage by Lin Fan. Anyone who is called up will probably be doomed. Lin Fan continued to look at the audience below him, a teasing smile on his face. He spoke slowly, "I have no other advantages except holding grudges. I remember someone asked my friend to dance." "What dance?" "Wash the glass. Shake the sun. Now I'm giving you a chance. If anyone has said this, please come forward and I'll double your salary." He paused, his tone colder. If you don't stand up and let me call you up, don't blame me for not giving you face. Everyone in the bar was silent. No one spoke and no one stood up. The guests in the audience huddled in their chairs with their heads down, avoiding glances. They were betting that Lin Fan couldn't remember what they looked like. Betting that I can blend in with the crowd and escape. Someone murmured in a low voice, I didn't say it, right? He probably doesn't remember me. There are so many people, he can't recognize them all. The speaker's tone was full of luck. Unfortunately, they bet wrong. Lin Fan's memory is frighteningly good. He quickly locked onto several targets. He pointed his finger at the 6 people in the audience and said calmly, you, and the 3 of you, come up. Lin Fan's voice sounded like a death sentence to everyone. The 6 people who were called out turned pale instantly, as if their souls had been taken away. A young man widened his eyes, shook his head in fear, and said in a trembling voice, it's not me. I didn't say that. The middle-aged fat man next to him was also sweating profusely. He said in a trembling voice, big brother, you recognized the wrong person, didn't you? I was drinking and didn't talk. Another man muttered, I just said it casually, how come he remembers it so clearly? His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, and his face was filled with deep regret. Lin Fan snorted coldly, turned his head and winked at the gangster, whispering, bring him up. 6 thugs immediately stepped forward with clean and efficient movements. The young man struggled and shouted, it's not me. It's really not me. But before he could finish his words, the gangster hit him with the stick in his hand. The middle-aged fat man wanted to run, but as soon as he took a step, he was kicked in the leg by a gangster. I was wrong. I was wrong. Someone kept begging for mercy. But the gangster didn't listen at all and hit him with a steel pipe. After being beaten a few times, the few people became much more obedient. He was then dragged onto the stage by the gangsters and looked up at Lin Fan with fear on his face. Lin Fan looked at the 6 people in front of him and said, you 3. He pointed at the young man, the fat middle-aged man and a tall and thin man. Wash their windows for me. He paused, then pointed to the man on the right and the other 2. You 3 dance the sunshade dance for me. After these words were spoken, the 6 people were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were filled with despair. Boss, we really don't know how to do this. Please forgive us. Big brother, I can't jump with my body size, please change the punishment. The other person was so scared that tears came out, and whispered, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said nonsense, please forgive me. Lin Fan snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and looked at them, and said lightly, no. If you don't know how, teach me. Chapter 31 Shame on your face. Take out your phone and search for tutorials for me on the spot. Of course, I am a very fair person. I'll give you $200 for each dance, or at least 1,000 times. If you don't dance well, you'll get beaten. The punks grinned. They are very familiar with these 2 dances. Because they watch it normally. They are all things that girls who are just fringe show off their bodies and dance to. Wouldn't it be more fun if we let these people dance on the spot? In the video that was searched, the dancers twisted their waists with exaggerated and funny movements. Accompanied by the rhythmic music, the 6 people's faces turned even paler. The young man's face was filled with pain, and he whispered, how can I learn this? But before he could finish his words, the gangster hit him on the leg with the stick in his hand. The middle-aged fat man stood up tremblingly, and reluctantly twisted his body a few times just like in the video. His movements were as stiff as a puppet, causing the gangster to sneer, you call this dancing? The steel pipe hit his back with a bang, and he rolled on the ground in pain. Another man gritted his teeth and twisted his body a few times following the video, his movements as awkward as a duck. The gangster snorted coldly, it doesn't look good. The wooden stick hit his shoulder with a bang, and he cried out for mercy in pain. The remaining 3 people were not much better off. They were beaten if they danced incorrectly and looked miserable. At this time, the stage of the beauty bar was already crowded with people. The small space was as lively as a circus. The bald boss stood in a corner, holding the microphone and singing Happy Sheep and Beautiful Sheep tremblingly. The voice was extremely sad and miserable. The man next to him knelt on the ground, crying, Dad. My voice was so hoarse that every shout felt like cutting my own flesh. Next to them, 6 men who had just been pulled up were dancing to Wipe the Window. Some twist their bodies to shake the sun. His movements were crooked, like a drunk duck. This small stage is home to a group of talented people. You can imagine how wonderful it is simply a wonder on earth. The gangsters brought by Zhu Ren stood around the stage, their faces full of enjoyment. They usually go out to do hard work, such as fighting, collecting debts, and running errands. Some jobs even require risking your life. How could you ever enjoy such treatment? Watching this group of people on the stage being forced to sing, shout, and dance, they were even able to throw money at people. They just can't be too happy. A gangster grinned and whispered to his companion next to him, "Damn, this job is much more comfortable than fighting. It's great to follow Boss Lin. It's fucking awesome, lots of money, little trouble, and I can even beat people up." Their eyes were full of excitement. Not far away, Zhu Ren was leaning against the bar, holding a cigarette in his hand and smiling from ear to ear. He watched the farce on the stage and secretly sighed in his heart, "Boss Lin is really generous." The key is that there are many ways to play. I've been around for more than 20 years and I've never seen such a scene. Lin Fan looked down at the money brick in his hand, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. He looked at the audience and said with a smile, "Next, I will deal with the people who make me angry the most." His tone turned cold, "Let my friend take off his clothes. And you let my friend sleep with you. Let my friends call you good brother and good husband. Who are they?" After these words were spoken, no one in the audience dared to say a word. After a moment's silence, a man in a black sweater stood up suddenly. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he said in a trembling voice, Brother, I just said this. I just drank too much, just treat it as a fart. I know I was wrong, please forgive me." Lin Fan glanced at him and ignored him, continuing to ask coldly, "Who else? Who asked to sleep with me?" The few people who had witnessed Lin Fan's methods could no longer sit still. Their faces were full of regret, as if they were forced into a desperate situation, and they stood up tremblingly one by one. They are afraid that if they don't take the initiative to stand up, they will suffer more retaliation. They lowered their heads and dared not look at Lin Fan, with only fear left on their faces. Lin Fan looked forward, squinted his eyes and counted, and there were actually 4 people. He waved his hand and whispered, "Bring it up." The 4 thugs immediately stepped forward with clean and efficient movements. The man in the black sweater cried out, "Brother, I was wrong." But before he could finish his words, the gangster started beating him up. 4 people stood on the stage, lowering their heads and not daring to look at Lin Fan. One man swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, "Brother, I took the initiative to admit my mistake, can you let me go?" He had a glimmer of hope and his eyes were full of pleading, as if he was asking Lin Chen to give him a chance to live. Lin Fan looked down at him and smiled, "Will you let me go? It's a good thing that you took the initiative to stand up, but when you asked my friend to take off her clothes and sleep with me just now, you didn't think of going around her." Several people looked at Lin Fan in front of them and didn't dare to say a word. Lin Fan held a stack of money bricks in his hand and glanced coldly at the 4 people. "Of course there will be rewards for actively admitting it. The 4 of you will get double the pay. But punishment is inevitable." Lin Fan glanced at their faces and said with a smile, "Now, take all your clothes off." When these words came out, the 4 people were stunned. Then they looked at each other, their eyes full of resistance. They hardly moved, their hands frozen in mid-air, their heads lowered, not daring to look at Lin Fan. Those people who were punished before, although they were beaten, sang, called daddy, and danced. They were all humiliated beyond recognition, but at least their clothes were not taken off. Now asking them to be naked in public is just like shitting in the street. What's the difference? The man in the black sweater swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, Brother, this." He looked reluctant. "Brother, can you change to something else?" Lin Fan snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and looked at them, and said lightly, "Take it off." But they still didn't make any move. Lin Fan turned around and winked at the gangsters, "Give them a hand." 4 thugs immediately stepped forward and started hitting him with sticks. Someone cried out, "Brother, I was wrong. Isn't it okay for me to fuck?" The man in the black sweater was frightened out of his wits when he saw this. He hurriedly sieved his clothes himself, his hands shaking like a sieve, and his shirt and pants fell to the ground one by one. The rest did not dare to resist. Under the threat of the sticks, they lowered their heads, gritted their teeth, and took off their clothes. His movements were stiff and his face was full of shame. After a while, the four people were left with nothing on them and stood on the stage trembling. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at people, covering their private parts with their hands, their faces full of humiliation. Like four-skinned rabbits. Someone in the audience was whispering. Fuck it. This is so humiliating to the core. That's fucking cruel. Chapter 32 Carnival of Humiliation. How dare you provoke such a person? Lin Fan looked at the four people and said, don't just stand there. There's work to do next. The four of you, stand in 2 rows facing each other, and each side will use their hands to play. After being played, you still have to say, good husband. Did you hear that clearly? 100 at a time. The four of them stood there in a daze, their eyes wide open. Play, and still call me husband. This punishment is even more outrageous than singing and calling dad and dancing. The man in the black sweater looked desperate and said in a trembling voice, brother, this won't do. It's too. Brother, please forgive me, I was really wrong. A man collapsed on the ground, crying, I don't dare anymore. Let's try something else. But Lin Fan snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and looked at them, and said lightly, weren't you quite bold when you asked my friend to take off his clothes and sleep with me just now? Why can't you do it now that it's your turn? He paused, turned around and winked at the gangsters, teach them a lesson. The 4 thugs grabbed the 4 men and arranged them in 2 rows, facing each other. The man in the black sweater still wanted to struggle. But the little thug swung a stick. It swelled up in an instant. The other person seemed to be afraid and said tremblingly, I can do it myself. He stretched out his hand tremblingly. Then she squeezed out a word, good husband. There was shame in his voice. The person on the other side also gritted his teeth and shouted, good husband. Their faces flushed red, as if their souls had been stripped away. The scene is really not too shocking. Damn it, this is worse than death. It would be fine if it was a girl, but this grown man. It's all over. Sumiru's face turned red with embarrassment at this moment. He quickly turned his face away, not daring to look again. Lin Fan looked at the 4 people bouncing back and forth with cold eyes. He said calmly, the salary will be doubled. Each person will do 1,000 repetitions at 200 yuan per repetition. I am prepared to spend 800,000 yuan on you. Take your time. Zhu Ren stood not far away, a cigarette in his hand. Smoke was rising, but his hands were shaking a little. As he watched the scene on the stage, he felt his waist tighten. It felt like being pinched hard by something. To be honest, he had never seen anyone play tricks on others like Lin Fan. This is not a punishment at all, it's clearly a circus performance created with money. He swallowed and whispered to himself, this boss Lin is so fucking cruel. His eyes were filled with awe, and he thought in his heart that he couldn't afford to offend such a person. Lin Fan glanced at the audience below, then slowly walked off the stage. He found a booth near the front and sat down, then picked up the whiskey on the table and poured himself a glass. Looking towards the stage, I admire this carefully directed drama. Lin Fan picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and smiled meaningfully. Seeing this, Zhu Ren hurried over. He smiled flatteringly, with a hint of ingratiation in his tone. Boss Lin is really good at this. I've been in this business for so many years, and I've never seen anyone play it this way. He gave a thumbs up and smiled from ear to ear. And your writing really opened my eyes. His eyes were full of admiration, as if he wanted to kowtow to Lin Fan right then and there. Lin Fan glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing. He lowered his head and took a sip of wine, which slid down his throat with a hint of spicy warmth. Lin Fan put down his wine glass and said to Zhu Ren, you stay here to supervise. We'll end the project when the 10 million is spent. Our school might be closed if we go back too late, and I'm not the kind of bad student who stays out all night. Lin Fan stood up and was about to leave, but as if he had thought of something, he turned to look at Zhu Ren. By the way, when you're done, find some construction trucks and turn this bar into ruins. Tell me how much compensation you need, and I'll give you the commission, too. Lin Fan's tone was chilling enough to make one's heart palpitate. Zhu Ren was stunned for a moment, startled, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Leaving the bar in ruins. This is fucking too cruel. He has done things like ruining things. But this was the first time he had seen someone like Lin Fan who wanted to raise a bar to the ground. This is the real deal. He took a deep breath and nodded quickly. Boss Lin, don't worry, I will do this beautifully. No need for any bribes, I am already satisfied to be by your side. He paused, rubbed his hands, and whispered, I wonder if Boss Lin needs younger brothers around him. What do you think of me? Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, he hurriedly added. I'm a reliable person with a wide network of contacts and well-informed information. I can definitely help you with a lot of things. His tone was full of anticipation, and he stared at Lin Fan, waiting for him to nod. After hearing this, Lin Fan looked Zhu Ren up and down. He said calmly, Okay, I have something to talk to you about. Zhu Ren was delighted when he heard this and nodded quickly. Hey. Don't worry, Boss Lin, I will definitely serve you and get everything done. He couldn't stop smiling, as if he would be able to be successful in the future as long as he followed Lin Chen. Lin Fan said nothing more and turned to look not far away. Sumuru sat in the booth and turned her head away, no longer watching the farce on the stage. Her face was flushed. Lin Fan smiled, stood in front of her, and said in a relaxed tone, Student Sumuru. I wonder if you are not satisfied with today's scene to repay you for paying for my meal. Sumuru was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Lin Fan, the shock in her eyes seemed to have not yet dissipated. You? I? She didn't know what to say for a moment. Sumuru looked at Lin Fan's calm face. He glanced at the group of people on the stage who were humiliated beyond recognition. Her eyes were filled with mixed emotions. Sumuru never imagined that Lin Fan would turn the entire bar upside down just for her. Lin Fan looked at her and said calmly, If you don't say anything, it means you are satisfied. He turned his head and glanced at the stage. Leave this to him, you come with me. If you're any later, the school will be closed. You probably don't want to live outside with me. Sumuru's face turned red again. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Fan again. The school doesn't allow us to live outside. Sumuru said in a low voice. Lin Fan looked at her and smiled unconsciously. The two walked out of the bar, and Lin Fan looked back at the entire building. He said to himself, in the future, there will no longer be this bar in Jiangzhou. On the stage, the singers are still singing. Those who are calling dad are still calling. The dancers are still dancing. It's still playing. The carnival of humiliation continues. Chapter 33 I'm Your Dream. The streets were so quiet under the cover of night that only the dim light of the street lamps remained. Lin Fan and Sumuru walked out of the bar. The wind at the door was a little cool, causing Sumuru's ponytail to sway slightly. She looked up at Lin Fan, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, It's so late, I'll take a taxi and we can go back together. There was a hint of fatigue in her voice. It seems that I never expected to encounter so many things today. Lin Fan turned to look at her and smiled. He said calmly, No need. After saying that, he took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it casually. Not far away, a fiery red Ferrari SF90 lit up its lights with a beep in the darkness. The streamlined design of the car body glows with a cool luster under the street lights. Like a dormant beast. The surrounding darkness was instantly illuminated. Lin Fan pointed at the car and said with a smile, No need to take a taxi, I'll drive. Sumuru stood there in a daze, her eyes wide open, staring at the Ferrari in a daze. She looked at the car, then at Lin Fan, her eyes full of shock. She swallowed and hesitated for a long time before she asked in a low voice, Is this your car? Lin Fan glanced at her and said with a hint of teasing, No, I stole it. He deliberately dragged out the sound with a sly smile on his face, as if he was teasing a curious kitten. When Sumuru heard this, she was immediately surprised. She couldn't help but exclaim and stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes. A bunch of thoughts flashed through my mind. Stolen. He's kidding, right? It's still true. She looked at Lin Fan's calm face. He glanced at the valuable Ferrari again. For a moment, his face was full of confusion. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing when he saw her like this, but he didn't say anything else. He walked to the car, opened the passenger door, and said calmly, Get in the car. I'll make an exception and be your full-time driver today. Sumuru hesitated for a moment and walked over cautiously. She lowered her head and got into the car, sitting upright, like an elementary school student riding in a luxury car for the first time. Lin Fan closed the car door, walked around to the driver's seat, sat down, and started the engine skillfully. The roar of the Ferrari was deep and powerful, like a awakening beast, instantly breaking the silence of the night. He turned his head to look at Sumuru and whispered, "Fasten your seat belts, or you'll scream out in fright." Sumuru blushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head to pull the seat belt and buckled it in a panic. She raised her head and stole a glance at Lin Fan, muttering softly, I won't scream." Lin Fan suddenly became interested again and couldn't help asking, "When do you usually scream?" Sumuru was stunned for a moment and ignored Lin Fan's teasing. His face had turned as red as a ripe apple, and even his ears were tinged pink. The expression on his face seemed to be a little stubborn. Lin Fan said nothing and stepped on the accelerator. The Ferrari rushed out like an arrow, and the strong push on Sumuru's back made her body shake. She subconsciously grabbed her seat belt, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. The street scene outside the car window quickly receded, and the fiery red car body drew a dazzling arc in the night. Lin Fan held the steering wheel with one hand and placed his other hand casually on the car window. He turned his head and glanced at Sumuru, smiling and teasing, "How is it? This stolen car of mine should be okay, right?" Sumuru was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was joking. She lowered her head and bit her lip, whispering, "Is this car really yours?" She glanced at Lin Fan secretly, then quickly looked away, looking a little nervous. Lin Fan laughed, his eyes swept over her flushed face, and he lowered his voice and said, "It's not mine. In fact, I'm a human trafficker. I'm going to sell you to someone in the mountains to be their wife." He instinctively wanted to tease Sumuru. See how the other person reacts. Unexpectedly, after these words were spoken, Sumuru did not blush and refute like she did before. Instead, he lowered his head, his shoulders trembled slightly, and a faint sob was heard. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, thinking that his joke had frightened her, so he quickly put away his smile and said, "I'm sorry, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously." Sumuru lowered her head and sobbed softly, tears sliding down and hitting her clothes. She bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, "I know, you are kidding me. Actually, my family lives in the mountains. I just thought of my mother." There was a hint of sob in her voice, as if she was suppressing something. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became heavy. Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at her, then whispered, "If you want to go home, go back on the weekend." Sumuru hesitated for a while, bit her lip, and then whispered, "My mother has kidney disease and has to go to the hospital for dialysis every month. There is no money at home, so I can't go back often." She paused and lowered her voice, "The round trip fare is a lot of money. The money saved is enough for my food expenses for half a month." After she finished speaking, she sighed and looked out the window. The night blurred her vision, but her eyes were full of fatigue and sadness. She whispered, "I hope my mother's illness can get better soon." Her voice was barely audible, as if she was talking to herself. After hearing this, Lin Fan fell silent. The only sound in the car was the low roar of the Ferrari engine. Lin Fan's eyes fell on the front, as if he was lost in some kind of thought. After a while, he finally said, "So you went to the bar to sing to earn money for your aunt's medical treatment?" Sumuru nodded and sighed again, tears still on her face. She whispered, "Well, my family wasn't well off, my dad passed away early, and my mom raised me alone. Now that she's sick, I have to do something." Her voice was full of helplessness, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her and she couldn't breathe. Lin Fan looked at her and was silent for a while before he spoke to comfort her, "It will definitely get better. Good people will eventually be rewarded." He paused, his tone became more relaxed, and added with a smile, "But I think you are not kind enough." Sumuru was stunned, obviously not expecting Lin Fan to say that. She turned to look at him in surprise, tears still in her eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Why?" Lin Fan glanced at her and said with a hint of ridicule, "I added you on WeChat in the cafeteria, but you blocked me the moment you turned around. How can this be considered kindness?" When Sumuru heard this, her face turned red instantly, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face, which was still stained with tears. She lowered her head and explained in a low voice, "At that time in the cafeteria, I saw you beating someone up, and I thought you were a bad person too. I don't want to have any contact with you, so I blocked you." Lin Fan laughed, turned to look at her flushed face, and said with a smile, "What about now? Who do you think I am?" Sumuru bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Although you treated those people badly tonight, you did it for me." She paused, looked up at him, her eyes full of seriousness, you are a good person. When Lin Fan heard this, he waved his hands and said with a smile, I'm not a good person. He paused, deliberately lowered his voice, and added in an ambiguous tone, I am the one you love. Chapter 34, She's really good looking. When Sumuru heard this, her face instantly turned red again, as if she had been electrocuted. He froze in his seat. She lowered her head and dared not look at Lin Fan. She just whispered, You don't say that. Lin Fan looked at her like this and smiled even more happily. He turned the steering wheel with one hand, and the car drove smoothly into the vicinity of the school. He said calmly, Okay, don't be shy. We're here at school. He paused, turned to look at her, smiled and said, Be happy, maybe your aunt's illness will be cured tomorrow. Sumuru unbuckled her seatbelt, lowered her head and opened the car door, and whispered, Thank you, thank you. She turned her head and glanced at Lin Fan again, and whispered, Drive carefully. After saying that, she turned and ran, her back looking a little flustered in the night. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, watching her running away, and whispered to himself, This girl is quite cute. He parked the car in the parking lot outside the school, turned off the engine, opened the door and got out. It was late at night and the campus streets were empty. Only a few street lamps cast dim light, casting desolate shadows on the ground. The wind blew, bringing a slight rustling sound. Lin Fan zipped up his jacket and walked towards the dormitory building. It was almost dawn at this time. Although the school dormitory was simple, it was much easier than going back to my own villa and having to go through the trouble again. He was too lazy to drive back so as not to have to get up early to go to class the next day. Just as he walked downstairs to the dormitory, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up, showing that it was a call from Zhu Ren. Hey, what's up? On the other end of the phone, Zhu Ren's voice was a little excited. Boss Lin, the 10 million in the bar has been spent. The money is flowing like water, and the brothers are having a great time. He paused, then lowered his voice and said, But there is one thing. I don't know who called the police just now. The police and some local news media are here and are now at the door of the bar. Lin Fan frowned, stopped, and whispered, Can you handle this matter? Zhu Ren laughed when he heard this and said nonchalantly, No problem. Don't worry, Boss Lin. The police can't do anything about this kind of bullying. At most they'll ask a few questions and then leave. I have acquaintances in the media. I can just give them some money and say hello and it will be settled. I can handle this little situation. Lin Fan said, nodded, and didn't say much. Obviously he was quite satisfied with Zhu Ren's ability to do things. Zhu Renjian quickly continued, By the way, Boss Lin, the bar is expected to be turned into ruins early this morning. I have already contacted the construction truck. But I think that if you want to pay compensation, you might as well buy this bar. There was some excitement in his tone. There happens to be a store next door that also sells out. With your ability, Boss Lin, if you invest money to build a nightclub here, it will be like a cash cow. Boss Lin, what do you think? After hearing this, Lin Fan was silent for a while and didn't think too much about it. He now has a super rich system and can spend as much as he wants with the balance in his account, not to mention the rebates from system tasks. Money is just a numbers game to him. He said calmly, You decide, you can buy it. I won't get involved in the management of anything, you can do it yourself. His voice was so calm as if he was talking about a trivial matter. When Zhu Ren heard this, he was stunned. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. He swallowed, his head buzzing, his mind in turmoil. Buy it and let me make it myself. This is like sending me a fucking nightclub. He had only been Lin Fan's younger brother for a few hours when such a big pie was thrown into his hand. It was like a dream. He took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and quickly responded, Okay. Okay. Boss Lin, don't worry, I will definitely not let you lose money. His voice was filled with excitement. Lin Fan asked calmly, How much? Zhu Ren rubbed his hands and said tentatively, This location is great. The bar and the shop next to it will cost about 10 million. I wonder. His voice was cautious, as if talking too much about his height would annoy Lin Fan. Lin Fan interrupted him without even thinking, I'll transfer 20 million to you later. He paused, then casually said, Since we are going to do it, we must do the best. You must make this bar the most luxurious and upscale nightclub in Jiangzhou. When Zhu Ren heard this, cold sweat broke out instantly and the cigarette in his hand almost fell to the ground. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened. 20 million? The most luxurious nightclub in Jiangzhou. He swallowed, his heartbeat quickened, and said in a trembling voice, "Okay, okay. Boss Lin, don't worry, I will do it beautifully and will never embarrass you." His tone was full of shock and excitement. He has been in the business for so many years, but where has he ever seen such a big deal? 20 million was spent, and he was made to take full responsibility. This simply pushed him to a new peak in life. Lin Fan didn't say anything more, and said calmly, "Okay, that's it." He hung up the phone and walked towards the dormitory building. To him, 20 million is just a string of numbers in his account. Building a nightclub is nothing more than a toy thrown away. Lin Fan pushed open the door of the dormitory and dim light poured in. There was the sound of several people chatting quietly inside, and it was obvious that no one was asleep yet. The dormitory is not big, the table is piled with books and snacks, and the air is filled with a mixture of instant noodles and sweat. On the upper bunk by the window, Jiangzhou was half leaning against the headboard playing with his mobile phone. Hearing the door open, he stuck his head out and was stunned for a moment. Then he got up from the bed and said with a smile, "Lin Fan? Why did you come back so late? Are you okay?" Lin Fan closed the door, threw his coat on the chair, smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay, I have something to do outside." He kicked off his shoes and walked to his lower bunk in slippers. On the other side, the upper bunk next to the door, Zhang was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with his mobile phone screen on and headphones hanging on the side, seemingly watching a live broadcast. He looked up at Lin Fan and asked casually, "Have you had dinner tonight? I have some instant noodles here, if you're hungry, just eat them." He pointed to a plastic bag beside the bed, which contained several unopened packs of Master Kong. Lin Fan glanced at the instant noodles, smiled and shook his head. "No, I've already eaten." He glanced at the people in the dormitory, and a hint of warmth flashed in his eyes. I have to say, his roommates in the dormitory were really nice to him. Everyone knew that when he had no money and his family was not well off. Sometimes I even deliberately bought an extra meal and brought it back for him. He said something like, "I was very hungry, so I bought one extra portion. After eating one portion, I found I was full and couldn't finish the rest." Lin Fan, if you haven't eaten yet, just eat it. Lin Fan didn't say anything at the time, but he kept these small favors in mind. He took out his toiletries from under the bed and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up. Zhang was still staring at his phone. On the screen, a female anchor in a tight top was twisting her waist, and the background music was full of rhythm. He couldn't help but click his tongue twice and whispered, "This female anchor is really good looking." Chapter 35, It's Okay. She's the top girl in the girls' school. It would be great if she could go on a date with me. His tone was full of longing, and his eyes were glued to the screen, almost drawing lines. Zhu Jian laughed when he heard this and said jokingly, "As long as you have money to buy gifts, let alone a date, you can even ask her to come over and sleep with you." Zhang Dao shook his head, sighed, and said helplessly, "How can I have so much money? Last time I topped up 100 yuan, and got a sports car as a gift. In the end, all I got was a good brother, and I didn't even get to add him on WeChat." There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. These anchors only have eyes for the big guys. They don't even bother to look at a small shrimp like me. Lin Fan stood at the door, listened to their conversation, smiled, and said nothing. He opened the door and went to the bathroom carrying the basin. The corridor was very quiet, and the only sound in the bathroom was the splashing of water. He turned on the faucet and washed his face. The cold water splashed on his face, taking away the fatigue of the day. After washing up, Lin Fan returned to the dormitory with the wash basin and found that Zhu Jian and Zhang Dao were still chatting enthusiastically about the female anchor. Zhang Dao picked up his phone, pointed at the screen and said, 2 days ago, a guy spent 100,000 yuan in this live broadcast room, and then I didn't see this anchor live for 2 or 3 days. He paused, his tone full of envy. I don't know which rich man is so generous. Zhu Jian poked his head out from the upper bunk and said with a smile, "The anchor must have gone to see Big Brother. 100,000 yuan is enough for her to rest for a few days." He grinned and said, "For this kind of girl, as long as the money is in place, everything is easy to talk about." Zhang Dao sighed, stared at the twisting figure on the screen, and said with emotion, "It would be great if I were that Big Brother." There was a hint of fantasy in his tone. This figure and this appearance are no less than those of a celebrity. Wow, it's simply perfect. Zhu Jian became interested when he heard that, and asked, "What's your name? I'll go check it out." Zhang Dao grinned, looked down at the screen, and said with a smile, "The ID is Bu Kai Xiong Cai, a very popular anchor, you can find out if you search it." He then added, "Those legs and waist are amazing." Lin Fan stood next to his lower bunk, listening to their conversation, and couldn't help laughing out loud. He stuffed the basin back under the bed, climbed onto the bed, and said casually, "What kind of anchor is this? You're watching it so enthusiastically." Zhang Dao looked up at him and chuckled, "Lin Fan, why don't you take a look? This kind of top quality stuff is rare." He raised his phone and saw the female anchor on the screen still twisting her waist, her voice so sweet that it could make water come out of her. "Come on, brothers, give us more gifts tilde. Both carnivals can send private messages to the anchor." Zhang Dao smiled and said, "How is it? Is she prettier than the belle in our department? This figure, this face, wow, it's amazing." Zhu Jian laughed and said jokingly, "Don't be fooled by the beauty filter. Now the beauty function is so powerful, even an old sow can let you guide her with the help of beauty. Don't be fooled by her charming appearance now, the real person might be a man." Zhang Dao heard this and quickly shook his head and retorted, "That's not true. I saw a photo taken by a passerby on a forum before. It looked pretty good even without beauty filters. It's definitely not a fake photo." He took the phone back and continued to stare at the screen with an obsessed look on his face. "This beauty, this temperament, I love it." Lin Fan leaned against the headboard of the lower bunk, listening to their conversation, and couldn't help but smile. He took out his cell phone from the bedside and said calmly, "Then I'll appreciate it with you guys." He opened the live broadcast software and typed the words, "Don't eat coriander," in the search bar. There was indeed a small red circle next to the first user ID that popped up, indicating that it was being broadcast live. He clicked on it and the screen switched instantly, revealing a scantily clad woman. The female anchor was wearing a tight halter dress with a neckline so low that it barely covered anything. Her slender waist swayed slightly with the music, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was delicately made up. She squinted her eyes and licked her lips from time to time. She showed her charming style and her voice was ridiculously coquettish, "Brothers, give me more gifts, and I will dance for you tilde." Her movements and tone were somewhat provocative, as if she was deliberately teasing the audience in front of the screen. There were more than 10,000 people in the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments kept scrolling like a waterfall. Someone posted, "Thank you, thank you." Someone shouted, "Look at your feet." Some people even said directly, "Give us some benefits. Where is the anchor? How can I add you? What is the anchor's cell phone number? Anchor, look at your legs. The first time I saw you, I even thought of a name for our child. Don't dream, this is my wife. I'm Wang Yuan. I'm in the supermarket. Who wants to buy cigarettes?" The barrage of comments was colorful and densely covered the screen, which was simply dazzling. Lin Fan looked at the comments and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He leaned against the headboard, casually swiping the screen with his fingers, and whispered to himself, "These guys are quite good at playing." As he was watching, a special effect of a sports car suddenly popped up on the screen, and the barrage of comments was filled with 666. Some people also said, "The boss is generous." Some people also said, "The boss is confused." The female anchor paused, a charming smile appeared on her face, and her voice became even more coquettish, "Thank you, Brother Wang. Thank you for the sports car." She then winked at the camera. "Brother Wang, can you paint 2 more sports cars? I'll dance for you, what do you want to see tilde?" Her tone was full of flattery, but her eyes were gleaming with shrewdness. Obviously, he knows how to hook these big brothers. The live broadcast room was in an uproar, and comments were posted even faster, "Brother Wang is awesome. 2 more and the anchor will do pole dancing. Brother Wang is so generous, anchor, please take 1 off. I'm Brother Wang, add me, anchor." The female anchor was laughing so hard that she was shaking, and she interacted with the comments from time to time. But most of them are asking for gifts in various ways. "Brothers, give me more, I will sing and dance for you, and I can also send you benefits through private messages tilde." Her voice is so coquettish that it gives people goosebumps, but the effect is surprisingly good. The gift special effects appear one after another, and the screen is full of the light and shadow of the gifts. Jiangzhou poked his head out from the upper bunk, his eyes full of envy. This brother Wang has bought several sports cars, which is worth hundreds of dollars. No wonder the anchor is so excited. Zhu Jian grinned and said, "But this woman is really good looking, Lin Fan, what do you think?" Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, swiping his finger across the screen, and said calmly, "It's okay." Although he said this, Lin Fan quickly recharged 1 million yuan into the live broadcast software. I didn't even dare to watch it when I had no money. Now that I have money, I have to experience it when it's time to experience it. Chapter 36. Are you the Smurf of our number one? In the dormitory, Zhang Dao and Zhu Jian were still enthusiastically chatting about not eating coriander. The light from the mobile phone screen was reflected on the wall, flickering. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard of the lower bunk, holding his cell phone in his hand, preparing to top up some money to amuse them. But at the moment when my finger touched the recharge button, a clear reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The bar revenge mission has been completed. Their host spent a total of 30,400,000 yuan. 50 times the amount will be returned, a total of 152 million yuan. The total account balance is 420,600,000 yuan. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then a smile flashed in his eyes. The system's voice sounded again. The system detects that the host wants to recharge and reward. 10 million has been automatically recharged for the host's related account. Host, please consume it within 2 hours. The reward amount will be returned tenfold after completing the mission. Penalty for mission failure, deduct all balances from the account. This sudden reminder made Lin Fan feel much more energetic. He swiped his phone and opened the bank app to check the balance. The screen clearly showed 420.6 million yuan. Today, I spent 10 million to teach that group of people a lesson in the bar, and asked Zhu Ren to buy the bar site for 20 million. There are some miscellaneous expenses in the balance, and the total is indeed 30.4 million. The system returned 50 times, 152 million, which is almost the same as the account balance. He couldn't help but smile and whispered to himself, "This system is quite punctual." Then he opened the live broadcast software. When I clicked into my personal account, I saw a glaring number on the balance, 10 million. This system is really sensible. It's like giving you a pillow when you're sleepy and a bowl of rice when you're hungry. He glanced at Zhang Dao's obsessed expression. I couldn't help but smile in my heart. Since you like it so much, why don't I help you make an appointment to try it out? He swiped the screen with his finger and simply changed his ID. Just type in the words, "Sexy Zhang wants to date the anchor," confirm and click in. The screen switched instantly, and a more charming figure came into view. The female anchor changed her clothes at some point. This time it was a black lace halter dress so thin it was almost transparent. It fits tightly around her slender waist and the neckline is so low that it makes people blush and their hearts beat faster. She leaned back in her chair, slightly sideways, and her movements were much more dramatic than before. From time to time she lifted up her skirt to reveal her white thighs. Or she could lean closer to the camera, squeeze out a cleavage, and show off her provocative charm. Her voice became even more shrill. "Brothers, is there anyone who wants to have a carnival? I'll show you something different, Tilda." Her eyes swept across the camera, as if seducing someone. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, looked at the screen, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It turns out that the supervision of live streaming platforms in the early morning has been relaxed a lot. In order to boost their sales performance, many anchors have become bolder and their actions are more exaggerated than each other. The live broadcast room is still lively, with the number of online users exceeding 10,000 and still increasing. The comments kept pouring in like a waterfall. "Look at the legs. Change to white silk. The anchor sent me a private message. My wife is seducing again. Brother, please brush more. I want to see pole dancing." There are a lot of different comments and gift special effects are endless. But most of these gifts are small gifts. Zhu Jian complained on the side, "I've been watching it for half a day, but I haven't seen any benefits. It's boring, so I won't watch it anymore." Zhang Dao was watching with great interest. "You don't understand this, it's still early, the benefits will come soon." "What kind of benefits are you talking about? Shaking a few times is considered a benefit. I'd rather go and see the Japanese teacher. Maybe a big brother will come soon, and he will definitely be able to bring some great benefits." Don't just watch me and secretly use toilet paper to wrap wontons. Zhang Dao smiled and said, I'll put it all on your face in a moment. Then he turned over and continued to watch with relish. Lin Fan whispered to himself, spending 10 million in 2 hours and getting 100 million back tenfold, that's a good deal. He scanned the gift list and locked onto the most expensive, Carnival. $3,000 each. He clicked it and a confirmation box immediately popped up on the screen. He didn't hesitate and clicked confirm. A golden light effect suddenly exploded on the screen. Accompanied by a boom 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 sound effect, a huge Carnival icon swept across the screen. The barrage of comments immediately exploded. Oh my god! Carnival! Someone sent Wazi! The local tycoon is coming! Sexy Zhang is awesome! 3,000 yuan each, Big Brother is so generous! The boss is confused. I don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals, I envy my boss every day. Colorful comments filled the screen. The popularity of the live broadcast room increased by several thousand in the blink of an eye. The female anchor Liu Yangyang is facing the camera, wearing a black lace suspender skirt and twisting her waist with seductive movements. The Carnival special effects that suddenly popped up on the screen made her stunned for a moment. Their whole person seemed to be frozen, with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. She stared at the screen for a few seconds, then smiled as if she had found a gold ingot. She stood up hurriedly, covered her collar and bowed deeply towards the camera, her voice rising several decibels. Thanks to sexy Zhang Ji Huazi. Brother Zhang is so domineering. Brother Zhang is so mighty. She was grinning from ear to ear, and looked extremely excited. A Carnival is worth $3,000. After deducting the platform's commission, she can get 1,500 yuan. She has been broadcasting for more than 2 hours tonight, and the total amount of gifts she has received is less than 500 yuan. The income from this Carnival is equivalent to what she earns from dancing hard for more than 2 hours. How could she not be happy? She smiled and blew a kiss to the camera. She lightly lifted her hair with her fingers, and her movements became more charming. Brother Zhang is so handsome, can you be more handsome? I will dance for you Tilda. Her tone was full of flattery, and she was trying her best to show off her charm by posing and flirting. Following Liu Yanyan's voice, the comments started again. This person is called Sexy Zhang wants to date an anchor, he has set his eyes on our Xiangxai. Sexy Zhang? Har har, is that how all rich people are named? That's not right. How come this Zhang brother is only a level 3 account? Maybe it was Big Brother who came in with his trumpet to take a look. The 3rd level account is used for the Carnival, this guy must be using a small account. The comments were varied, some were joking, some were cheering, and some were starting to guess Lin Fan's identity. Liu Yangyang looked at Lin Fan's ID. Sexy brother Zhang wants to date the anchor and smiled even sweeter. She sat back in the chair, leaned slightly closer to the camera, squeezed out a cleavage, and continued in a coquettish voice, Sexy Zhang Ji is not only sexy but also mighty and domineering. Brother Zhang, tell me, who are you? Are you the alias of our number 1? You just come here to tease me. Chapter 37 Anchor, please call me daddy. Liu Yangyang paused and blinked at the camera. Brother Zhang, if you are the number 1 Smurf, you have to give me 10 huazi, otherwise I won't recognize you Tilda. There was a hint of provocation in her tone, as if she was testing Lin Fan's background, but her eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, watching Liu Yanyan's performance and the comments on the screen, with a smile on his face. He whispered to himself, this girl is quite good at fishing. Lin Fan's finger slid to the gift column and clicked 10 carnivals. Just spend 30,000 yuan. Golden light special effects exploded on the screen one after another. Accompanied by their boom 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 sound effects, the live broadcast room was completely boiling. The comments were swiping the screen like crazy. Fuck. 10 huazi. $30,000. Brother Zhang is awesome. Sexy Zhang is the real Big Brother. Host, please dance for Brother Zhang. It seems like this is really Brother Zhang's trumpet. Spending money like water, who can stand this? The number of people online soared to 30,000 in the blink of an eye. The barrage of comments comes one after another, making it hard to keep up. Liu Yangyang widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She was stunned for a few seconds, then screamed, stood up hurriedly, and bowed 3 times to the camera. Thank you, sexy Zhang brother. I know you're the number 1 Smurf, why don't you talk on your main account? Thanks to Brother Zhang for the 10 huazi. Brother Jiang is so awesome. Brother Jiang, let me dance for you. What do you want to see, Brother Jiang? I know all of them. 30,000 yuan, after deducting the platform's commission, she can get 15,000 yuan. It is equivalent to her half-month's income. She looked like she was full of energy. His voice was trembling a little. Zhang Dao poked his head out from the upper bunk, stared at his phone screen, and exclaimed, "Holy crap! 10 carnivals. 30,000 yuan. Who is this sexy Zhang? So fierce." His face was full of envy. "Lin Fan, have you seen this? Where does this come from to beat the local tyrants? 30,000 for one shot." Zhu Jian also quickly opened his phone and said, "Do you think this guy is a fake account of some rich second generation? This anchor is making a fortune tonight. If I were a woman, I would also be a marginal anchor." At this time, their host's charming voice came from the phone again. "Why isn't Brother Ba talking anymore? Has Brother Ba made a fortune again recently? Brother Ba is still the best to me. He always thinks of me when he makes money." She sounded like a lapdog, and her tone was full of flattery. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, thinking, "Brother Ba? Who is he?" His eyes swept across the list in the live broadcast room. Their name at the top of the list was clearly written as Capital Overlord, Level 60. There is also a golden crown logo next to it. He smiled and typed on the public screen with disdain, "Brother Ba? Your Brother Ba is nothing. I think he's just an old bastard, not even qualified to carry my shoes." He tapped his fingers quickly, pressed send, and the barrage of comments popped up immediately. As soon as these words came out, it was as if a bomb was thrown into the live broadcast room. "Damn, Big Brother speaks so domineeringly. From the tone of voice, it seems that this is not the trumpet of the number one brother on the list. This smells like gunpowder. Where is the studio manager? Hurry up and call out your big brother, this is a complete attack. Your anchor is about to be snatched away by another big guy, and the top guy on the list is so scared that he dares not come out." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and clicked on the profile picture of the Overlord of Beijing. The level of this live streaming platform is accumulated based on the amount of gifts given. The opponent at level 60 would need to clear more than 2 million. He just spent more than 30,000 yuan on 10 carnivals, and his level has jumped from level 3 to level 36. He muttered in a low voice, "Only level 60, shit, not worth mentioning." Liu Yangyang looked at Lin Fan's comments on the public screen, stunned for a moment, and the smile froze on her face. Her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't possibly offend the top brother, Beijing Overlord, who had always protected her for the sake of this new, sexy brother Zhang, right? Her mind raced, she forced out a smile, and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Ba is also very good, and Brother Zhang is also very generous." She paused, blinked at the camera, and said with a hint of provocation, "But Brother Ba is now number one in my live broadcast room. I wonder if Brother Zhang has the strength to surpass Brother Ba." She smiled sweetly, but there was a sly gleam in her eyes. It was obvious that he wanted to fan the flames and arouse the two men's desire to win. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing as he watched her performance. He whispered to himself, "This anchor is really good at talking." He started to stir up trouble with just 2 simple sentences. His purpose tonight was not to compete with some brother bully. Instead, he wanted to spend the 10 million and get a tenfold return of 100 million. He clicked on the gift list, found Carnival, and held his finger on it without releasing it. In a few seconds, 50 carnivals were released instantly. Golden light special effects exploded on the screen one after another. 50 huge carnival icons swept across the entire screen, and the live broadcast room completely exploded. At this time, the barrage of comments was faster than a waterfall. "Fuck. 50 Huazi. 150,000. Brother Zhang is invincible. Sexy Zhang is a super rich man. Is Brother Ba going to be killed in 1 second? I don't understand the world of the super rich, but I am deeply shocked. Anchor, kneel down and call me daddy." Liu Yangyang widened her eyes, covered her mouth with her hands, and her face was full of shock. She was stunned for several seconds before she reacted and screamed, "Thank you, sexy Brother Zhang. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for the 50 Huazi." She had tears in her eyes and bowed repeatedly towards the camera. "Brother Zhang is so domineering. Brother Zhang is my real brother." She was so excited that her hands were shaking and her voice was trembling as if she was crying. "Brother Zhang, I will dance for you. I will dance for anything Brother Jiang wants to see. Her eyes were full of fanaticism. Of the 150,000 yuan, after deducting the platform's commission, she can get 75,000 yuan. It was equivalent to her income for 2 or 3 months. How could she have ever seen such a scene? Zhang Dao stared at his phone screen and exclaimed, "Fuck. 50 huazi. 150,000. Is this sexy Zhang brother crazy?" His face was full of envy. This guy is so fierce. A pure wealthy player. Zhu Jian also looked at the live broadcast room and said, "Brother Zhang is here to mess things up. Why doesn't Brother Ba1 show up?" Lin Fan leaned against the head of the bed, but his fingers did not stop. He pressed Carnival and ordered 200 directly this time. After spending 600,000 yuan, the golden light effects on the screen were dazzling. The comments in the live broadcast room were completely out of control. Fuck. 200 Chinese. 600,000. Brother Zhang is a god. Sexy Zhang is invincible. Why hasn't Brother Overlord come out yet? Anchor, call daddy. My phone exploded because of this special effect. The live broadcast room was so popular that it was directly ranked first on the platform's homepage. Liu Yangyang stood there in a daze, tears really falling. She was stunned for several seconds before she screamed, "Thank you, sexy Zhang. Thank you, Zhang, for the 200 huazi. Brother Zhang is my biological father. Brother Zhang is so awesome." She was so excited that she was incoherent and her eyes were full of fanaticism. 600,000, after deducting the platform's commission, she can only get 300,000. What does this mean? She can't earn that much even if she live streams for a year. At this time, a person came into the live broadcast room. It was the overlord of Beijing.